today? Hi! Hi Felix, Poland, Aiden. Hi Julius. How's everyone today? Hope good. Julius said hi on Twitch, and now Avatar shows on Twitch. This Avatar shows from Twitch. Because I figured out that stream avatars allows multi-streaming. So now you have avatars from both YouTube and Twitch running around at the same time. They can interact with each other. Which is funny. I'm gonna say thank you for yesterday. Do whatever. You can ask on the server all the time for people to hunt with you. That's why the tag exists, so don't worry about it. So, yeah. Also, Julius, can you see if you can bomb your Twitch self from YouTube? Can you try that out? And yeah, bomb works. So does attack. And we also have the duel command, the gamble command, or not gamble, the slots command. No? I mean, no, you can try it. Just exclamation point attack and then write down your Twitch ad. It should work. Hello, Chaotic. Hello, soon to be model sibling. Oh, are you working with Mary? Hell yeah! Awesome. Hi, how you doing? That's awesome. I don't really talk much to my siblings, so that's cool. Welcome, welcome. What's about to say? Today, we're just gonna watch some YouTube videos to post on YouTube later as reacts. As a plan, we watched an inner starting video, some Monster Hunter lore videos, and some D&D videos. That's a plan. I'm not gonna get so much currency. You watch pretty often. You get a fuck ton of gold just by watching. And yeah, Monster Hunter lore. I have 2 Monster Hunter lore videos on the list for today. So yeah. Maybe it's more stuff to laugh about. Watching a Rose video before joining. Nice. Rachel, did you see the 80 Arcade video that Rage Gaming put out? Yes, I did. I did watch that. As soon as I woke up. I wake up, go piss, go back to bed, and watch that video. I think got beaten to heck and back. Yeah. To be fair, George has probably trouble hitting 80 Arcla because he moves so much. With his slow as fuck great sword. Maybe that is a big reason why. I mean, well, yes. I've been lurking for a while, but it's nice to have manners. Yeah, have a good lurk. Dude, it's so cool to have streamers running around from both Twitch and YouTube now. Also, it means you guys can actually see what is set on the other platform. So that's neat. That's cool. This has always been a thing that kind of bothers me, that you guys cannot interact with each other between chats. But now you can. So fuck yeah. Hey Mayhem, how are you? Ah, yeah. Is it very neat? Yeah. Wait, do we have roulette on? I don't know if I have roulette on, but we have slots. Oh no, we do have roulette on. Okay. Oh, this, yeah. Also, can someone test if you can, like, attack or duel someone on another platform? Can someone test that? Like, can someone go on Twitch real quick and try to attack or duel someone on YouTube? That's the only thing I really want to know, if that's possible. Because it would be really cool. Actually, if that's possible. Maybe the testing dummy. Okay, someone go on Twitch and attack Felix. Something in on Twitch. Very sacred time. Good, I know. Hi, how are you? You're attacking Felix tonight. 5869. Oh, you attack yourself. Okay, it worked. You guys can interact with each other through the stream avatars. That is so fucking awesome. This is actually so cool. The last thing that we need to test out is how the boss fights work, even though we don't really do them much. But they should probably work too, right? Let's test that. Boss, easy. Let's try a boss fight, a raid boss. It should show you the classes in a sec. Yeah, just use command join and then either sniper, druid, bard, necromancer, priest, mage, warrior, or halberdier. And I should probably post that on Twitch as well. There we go. By the way, I just figured out that Stream of Dust has been streaming like an hour ago. So I didn't really look into it. Sorry. There's a space in between it in the command. Get rid of that. Oh no, it worked anyway. Okay, that's cool. I thought it didn't work. Okay, it's actually working in between platforms. That is so cool. That's actually so cool. We gotta do more boss fights. Actually. Work on me too. Yeah, it worked. So Twitch chat and YouTube chat can now fully interact with each other. Oh, that is so good. That's actually so good. Also, I just hope the boss isn't Bidoof, because Bidoof is the hardest boss we have. Let's hope it's something else. It's Bidoof, of course. Oh, but cool, sorry you're too late. And yeah, you just see the commands on the screen that you can use. You can also just type the number to activate the command, you don't have to type it out. Oh no, I said Bidoof. Look at this boy. Look at this tiny little boy. The most horrifying boss we have. Like we have G-Rex Charizard, SAX, Ridley. What else do we have? Do we have? I think we have Rathalos as a boss. I could be wrong. But yeah, Bidoof is the most terrifying. Because it has inflated stats. But yeah. We haven't done one of these in like over half a year. Kinda crazy. We gotta do more stuff with the stream avatars. Especially now that both platforms can use them. Absolutely. I'm not seeing my avatar. You didn't join the raid, right? Yeah, no, you didn't join the raid. That's why it doesn't show you. I thought it was real. That was Bidoof. To be fair, Bidoof, same thing. Did I command a join? Wait. No, you didn't. You did not. It doesn't show me in the chat thing. In the chat history. I'm on a crazy delay. Yeah, that happens. You know what, actually, since we're having a battle, we need battle theme, battle music. Beat up this Bidoof! While we listen to United We Fight. How you doing? I'm just tired. Also today we definitely go overtime. So get your snackies ready. Also, I didn't check what classes you have active. Let me see. We have a sniper, a priest, another sniper, a mage, a necromancer, and a mage. Okay, only one healer is kind of shit. But necromancer is also good assist. I just stick around until about 1 PM. Yeah, no worries. Repos for worry about YouTube absence. They did absence or did an oopsie happen? It's a use attack for a bow gun use. We're about to fight a fight anyway. I had to go separate ballad. What is going on with YouTube? I don't know. Apparently something is going on, but I don't believe it's as bad as I'm told. We need someone who actually knows shit to look into that. But people love overreacting on an instant. What about... We have no evidence on that. Just what people assuming. And that's it. And the assumptions are stupid. We need people who actually know their shit to get into that. Until then, no point in being panic about it. In this moment, it is just fear-mongering because you don't know if something is actually going on. There's just no point in panicking. Is everyone still alive? I think everyone is still alive. We're gonna panic! Yeah, panic! Dude, a message not going through is not censorship. Do you know what censorship means? Is music so loud? Because of the hype battle. The hype boss fight, that's why it's loud. Everyone banding together to slay Bidoof. The other streamers, even the Japanese ones, have noticed that. Okay, and... YouTube has bugs and glitches all the time. It's because people were panicking about restricted mode, and in the end, restricted mode didn't really do shit. What to panic about? Lack of information creates fear. You said people are panicking and shitting their pants. Instead of waiting until we have true information about it. People just gotta fucking chill. Was Sandslot? I told you Bidoof is the hardest boss, and this is the easy version of Bidoof. Imagine the hard version, eh? We do storm it down, yeah. Hey, Zora, it's your turn. Easy version is hard version, the one of Pokemon Rusty. What is Pokemon Rusty? Hi Megaming. No, I have not. It's not a drama, it's basically people panicking because apparently some chat messages don't go through. That's literally all it is about. But we don't know if it's actively happening, only some word of mouth. And it is so new that we don't even have any real information on it. Except, oh, some messages don't go through. Bitch, that happens all the time. Calm down. Like it just be like that. Until we have real info, there's no fucking reason to create a panic about it. At least that's my take. If I for spitting or spitting nonsense, just so that my brokers have crashed. No, valid. But okay. We tested the new stream avatar settings. Let's go. They all work. YouTube and Twitch can freely interact with each other. And we're, because of that, 20 minutes late for reacting. Let's go. And I was gonna go overtime anyway. Okay. Man, we don't need to ask twice. Owls are fine. I'm just not the biggest fan of birds, unless they're corvids. I love corvids. Any other bird can fuck off. Don't care. But it is... No, I see every single message in chat. And read every single one. I just don't respond to all of them. Because, you know... I have my own shit doing. Need to do my shit. What about an eagle? Eagle is just a seagull with pretty privilege. So, don't give a shit. No, I just don't care for birds. Never did. Except corvids, because corvids are smart and cool and edgy. But anyway, we do some reacting. And we start with an internet story video. So, yeah. We watched The Fall of 76. Was highly requested by comments. So, yeah, we watched that. Wait, only tell that Nori is going to have trouble reading messages when she is but about 1K people posting constantly. Yeah. This is honestly a fear that I have if I ever actually become a big streamer. That I won't be able to follow along with chat. That is a big fear I have if I ever would blow up. But we're far away from that. Maybe in like 3 or so years. I don't know. But yeah. The best bitch is your best. Exactly. But yeah, let's watch The Fall of 76. Bethesda ruins. I never gave a shit about Bethesda, by the way. Garbage games from a garbage
If you found
company.
this tape, it means that everyone is dead. Or working at a different office.
Even
How
worse.
did this happen? Well, I'll tell you. Buckle up, buckaroos. Today's lesson is the misfired launch of Fallout 76. June 2018. It began with everyone getting
2018 was 8 years ago. Feeling old yet?
just a little hyped up.
Have we waited long enough, guys?
Oh God, yes we have, Todd.
I think we have.
Fallout
We don't talk
76,
about that.
Bethesda's biggest game yet. My God, it was exciting.
All I heard about Fallout 76 is that it's a garbage game, like actually unplayable game. Is all I heard about that when it launched.
And they promised we'd know more at E3. E3 hype time. The press conference. 16 times the detail.
16 times the detail.
Okay, cool.
New rendering, lighting, and landscape technology.
Who gives a shit?
4 times the map
It is
size.
4 times the size.
These are just buzzwords to please the shareholders. These are just shareholder buzzwords. Because only shareholders care about that shit. And hashtag gamers.
Of Fallout 4. And it's our
Like the smelly
biggest
kind of
one yet.
gamer.
My God, it was exciting.
Open up buzzwords. Yeah. It sucks so hard. I hate these buzzwords. But all the big companies care about the shareholders. Yes. That's the only thing they care about.
November 14th.
And the shareholders don't think that maybe the product needs to be good to make money back. They don't think about that part.
2018. The game goes live with a day one patch of 50 gigabytes.
That is not a day one patch. That's a full game, right? What the fuck? How much did they need to fix up to launch? The day one patch is bigger than every Nintendo game ever. That shit is wild. Holy shit.
For fuck's sake. I'll see you tomorrow.
But once that's downloaded,
And I thought I just used that is on it. Does your cat attack your hand again?
people start logging into the hellscape that is Fallout 76.
What the hell?
Oh dear lord, they never fix the bugs. And there are so many of them. Goodbye world, goodbye necks, goodbye body, goodbye heads, bugs, bugs, bugs everywhere. Server crashes, game crashes, old bugs imported from Fallout 4. Use more than one nuke at a time, server's dead. Textures far too texturous, an all-consuming void. Error log 307.
Especially poor finger for
Can't pick
following.
up stuff, can't stop asserting dominance with a T-pose, frame rate problems, screen tear
Bro.
problems, getting too swole, getting underneath the map, getting attacked by invisible enemies, spawning too many enemies,
It kind of speaks for itself.
spawning too many god rays. Also, your camp resets after every session, and sometimes it goes underwater. Holotapes randomly play static, but too many holotapes mean
What
none of
the
them will
hell?
play. Enemy AI is far more A than I. Animations are broken. Surprise! Floating objects and a traveling merchant. Just to name a few.
A few! Also, it's just, compared to this, Pokemon Scarlet Violet are completely finished perfect games. Compared to this. What the hell? It's a crazy game. Maybe Fallout, but this looks so much like low budget. Compared to this, image files had a smooth launch, yes. But it did have a smooth launch. It's not a lot in like the first month or so.
Joseph Anson has a great video that documents just the ones that he found personally.
I know, why it's only had problems on PC. While it's on console was perfectly fine. What Gmod is, but in open world. I don't know what 𝘕𝘠𝘸 is, but sure.
That video is 3 hours long.
3 hours of glitches? What do you mean? What? Yeah, I know that, but I don't know what Garry's Mod really is. I just know some funny clips from it, but I have no clue what Garry's Mod really is.
Long. But it gets worse.
It's ready for Sunshine Gaming. Have you considered Concord? Fallout 76 is a close second to Concord, probably. It's a funny sandbox game. Oh, okay.
𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘵 can corrupt your data and force you to reinstall the game and console operating system.
It breaked consoles? How? How the fuck does a random ass game break a console? What? How much do you have to fuck up for that to happen?
A few PC players had their computers brick entirely. Also, when the date rolled over to the first
Visual whites were the occasional weird black line. That dance on the screen at the weird black void that covered the sands. On occasion, these two bugs were fixed in Tijuana. I never encountered those bugs, so I wouldn't know. I never even heard about those bugs. The Switch 2 would have been bricked if this thing had been launched. Dude, the Switch 2 is a powerful console. And if this game crashes consoles and breaks PCs, yeah, it will also break the Switch 2. That says nothing about the Switch 2. That says everything about Fallout.
of January 2019, the nukes in the game stopped working altogether. No one thought
no nukes, okay. Isn't nuking the entire point of Fallout? What do you mean the nukes don't work in the game all about nukes? What do you mean?
In other years in an always online game. And a few players were straight up logging into other people's accounts. This guy had a level 78 character that was randomly replaced with a level 8 character.
What the
Bethesda
fuck?
said they couldn't do anything about it.
No, they didn't want to do anything about it. They didn't want to. But they couldn't.
And many players are not.
Oh, that's a terrible score. Oh. Who the fuck are the 1,000 positive ones?
Thrilled with this game, and they want Bethesda to know that. And they want everyone else to know that too. But Bethesda owns the platform. Is Fallout 76 fun?
Yes, it is. Banned for racism.
What does it actually say? Hello, Fallout fans. Is anyone else sort of not having that much fun playing 76? Don't know why. I love Fallout and everything that Bethesda makes. But I have played just over 50 hours at this point and I feel a bit bored. Damn.
Thread locked.
They had no direct outlet for their rage. The only solution was to put a torch to everything else.
Okay, positive. My bad fanboys probably the corporate defenders.
Reddit, Twitter, Bethesda's other games on Steam. The backlash was immense. But surely level heads would prevail. The reviewers would come out and say that the game isn't so bad. Oh dear lord, they hated it. This is so sad. Despacito, play Country Roads.
Actually, I should boredom. Stay clear of this country roads. Look at my works in despair. Bad idea. We started boring broken
And the YouTube
mess.
community
Damn.
had this to say.
It's really fucking boring.
Could barely bring myself to play it in order to finish this review.
No one on staff
Yeah,
wants
man.
to play any more of this video game. I'm not gonna
subject myself to another 20, 30 hours of this fucking mess.
In short, Fallout 76 is morally, technically, and creatively bankrupt.
The mods on Bethesda forums were working overtime.
Oh
The
boy.
mods on Reddit almost gave up. Look, I'm not saying that some people didn't enjoy and have fun with this game. But what I
Wait. I'm a huge Fallout fan and poured hundreds of hours into the previous game. Blah, 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 blah. Inherently discarded it as not a true Fallout. Oh, even a hardcore fan doesn't like it. God damn it.
Look, I'm not saying that some people didn't enjoy and have fun with this game. But what I am saying is that the Metacritic was really funny to read. So what happened?
I bet.
Well, it came out that development was hugely rushed. The deadlines were tight.
Ayo. But of course development was rushed. We know how crunch works in the gaming industry. And for some reason, especially in American studios.
Too tight. Plus, this wasn't Bethesda's A-team. It's actually a relatively inexperienced division
This
based
game
in
at Worms
Austin, and the
and
scope of
George
the
is in
game
state up
kept
probably.
getting bigger.
We're gonna need distant weather systems.
Hey Todd, I stayed up all
Why?
night and I just
We're
finished.
gonna need 16 times the detail.
Please.
Why?
Todd, no
We're
more.
gonna need 4 times the size of Fallout 4.
Then
Why?
They were trying to patchwork the old Bethesda creation engine into a multiplayer framework. What else could you expect?
Looks like something else was tied.
That's why I give my kids
Fallout 76.
a full.
It just works in
Bethesda
your-
could
no,
tolerate the
apparently it
bugs and the
doesn't.
bad reviews and the irate players, but what they couldn't tolerate were the exploits.
Our game barely functions? That's fine. People exploiting that it's barely functioning? No, that goes too far. Nuh-uh. Dumbass bitches.
Infinite inventory, infinite invisibility. The frame rate was tied to the game speed, so people were going a lot faster than they should. Server hopping for more items, infinite cache and infinite duplication. Unlimited
shit even
XP,
work, right?
Unlimited nuking. The nuclear codes were unencrypted and you could wall clip into the quest room. And someone was given the curse of infinite invincibility.
Oh, such a
Naturally,
curse.
this can really mess with other players' online experience. So Bethesda was ready, with the ban hammer
This just
and a
works.
blindfold to wildly
Of
flail
course.
around and take down anyone who happened by. But Bethesda wasn't satisfied with just banning people. No, they're a progressive company with big ideas. They wanted to give a road to redemption. So support sent out this email to players caught cheating. We would be willing to accept an essay on why the use of third-party cheat software is detrimental to an online game community. That's right.
What? What? They wanted an essay from cheaters? What? I'm so fucking confused. What the fuck?
Right. 500 words on why you're a very naughty boy.
Judgment is read 500 lines on the shock part. Like, that they developed this game, it felt to no benefit for the company. And we fucking worked on fixing the bugs, it's making me crumble and laugh. What's funny is that third-party software isn't needed. Game breaks itself. Like, I agree that, like, cheating and exploiting in an online game is scummy as shit. But if you don't even have a functional game, who gives a fucking shit? Like, bro. Come on. This ain't middle school.
And they may just give you your account back. But a couple of days later, the mocking from news outlets caused them to reconsider.
Is it a man suspected Fallout 76 cheats? Write essay on the perils of cheating, and all we can do is bow down. Bro.
This approach. One more exploit.
What the
In all
hell?
Bethesda games, there's a dev room. Every item in the game is kept here. Security has to be top
Of course they
notch,
found a
because
way in,
otherwise someone could just waltz in and take all of the best items of the game, and it would be an absolute disaster. Well, shit. Of course, Bethesda wasn't equipped to deal with the issue. People started flooding in, taking
Dismissive the AI in the game. No one will tell you shit,
the
yeah.
best items in the game, then selling those items on a black market of sorts.
Of course.
At first, they tried the usual approach, banning people who had some of the best items in the game.
Banning for
They
having,
spent
okay,
700
bro.
hours just to get the
Was it 6 players who spent 900 hours in game? So they've been banned. What? Bro, come on.
best gun. Die, cheater. Next, they put in a system where players would get tagged if they ever entered the room, and they banned those players. That wasn't much better because people would just start using Smurf accounts.
How about just fixing your fucking game to prevent that? You're getting banned for having ammo, right? Leaving time. Get up, get out, get out.
Get in quick with a level 1 account.
Yeah.
Get all that good shit.
Nice P5
Then
music.
get the fuck out.
All the good shits.
Then use a duplication glitch to get a ton more of those items. Then transfer that stuff to your main account, and you're good to go. Bethesda then takes out this level 1 and calls it mission accomplished. And
Bro.
you've just beaten the game. So the problem continued. Bethesda is running out of ideas to solve it. There's a lot of speculation in the media and among players about how exactly people are getting in, but no one except for the exploiters knows for sure. That said, Bethesda needs to act fast before it ruins the economy of the game. So they wrote another email and sent it out to the Smurfs. Hello, cheater. Do you want to tell us how you did it and we might unban you, please?
What? Describe the way it was accessed in reply to this email. The data could provide the information necessary for us to correct any corruption issues. On the second, safely release this account and return these characters back into the world. Bitch, shut the fuck up! Your customers are not your fucking beta testers. Yes, you'll ban your level 1 account, right?
Should we not hear back from you, the account will simply remain suspended.
Oh
It's not-
no, the Smurf account stays suspended? No, what am I gonna do? Crazy.
Not knowing whether this approach worked. But from what I've
XD, nice
seen,
try,
it's still
Tom.
possible to get into the dev room. November 22nd, 2018. Just a week after the release, the game goes on discount. From
Yeah.
$60 to $40, to $35, to $30. You can find it for $15 on eBay, and in Germany, they're straight
Bro.
up giving it for free when you buy a PlayStation controller.
O sea,
Also,
es
some
gratis.
stores are just zip tying it to other products. But to Bethesda, it's worth selling the thing at a price close to zero, because it brings people into the Atomic Shop, which is where
Did they really have microtransactions in a $70 game? Are you for fucking real? I said at the beginning that Bethesda is a garbage company with garbage people that makes garbage games. I said that. Capcom hasn't beat. I don't mind the DLC in Monster Hunter.
the real margin.
I don't mind it because it's not stupidly expensive. Also, the DLC layered armor stuff is really fucking cool. So I don't mind that. Even finishing the whole reaction. Hello! Gonna get way more angry at this one. It is up there with them, yeah. I need to see the prices for some of these items. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, are they gonna have like our costume for like $10 or some shit? Please no.
and it inflates the poor sales figures. Let's have a look at those. The latest figures show 76 sold less than a sixth of what Fallout 4 did. Not good. There's also been a massive oversupply.
Internet are
of
cheap.
hard
Oh no.
Although, what's the point of
Like, I don't mind microtransactions if they are priced fairly. Like, if they're not overpriced as shit. Like, I think the DLC, for example, for Monster Hunter is like the upper limit to what I'm accepting for a cosmetic DLC. Also, wait. Is this a fucking code in a box? Hold on.
There's also been a massive oversupply of hard copies. Although, what's the point of a hard copy when the thing is just a cardboard disc telling you to redeem an online code?
Dude, I have such a massive hatred for code in a box. I have such a massive hatred for that. To me, in my opinion, code in a box is even worse than a game key card. Because at the very least, with a game key card, you still get a physical thing. Code in a box is just plastic waste. Like, bro, that's why it pissed me off when I got like the Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1+2, but Legacy Collection 2 was a fucking download code. That pissed me off. Same with Final Fantasy X and X-2, and X-2 is a download code. Just, bro, why? Because it's at least reusable and transferable. Right, exactly. Not a physical disc or game cartridge for my collection, not a damn code. Yes, exactly. Like, if I really fucking love an online game, I will also buy it a second time digitally, so I don't have to switch game all the time. Like, I have, for example, Smash Bros. Ultimate and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, both physically and digitally. Because I used to take my Switch to places, to cons and shit, to play with friends. Which is more practical. Or I have Fire Emblem 3 Houses, both physical and digital. Same with Fire Emblem Fates. Because I just love those games. Right? But if I buy a physical game, I want a physical game.
And while
Pisses
sales
me
are low,
off. But it means that Bethesda is the only one that gets money. Yeah. They must buy a code. I could refund for this game from Sony. That's how bad it was. Wait, Sony paid you back? Not Bethesda? Are you for real? That is fucked up.
returns are high. Immediately upon release, people began asking Bethesda for a refund. 76 is not on Steam, it's on Bethesda's own platform.
Of course it is, so they can overprice all their garbage.
So they have all the control. If players only played the game for a few hours, then generally they'd get their money back. However,
As you
it came out
should.
that people were sometimes getting refunds after a full 24 hours of play. Quite generous.
Okay.
But then word about this spread to forums. Then to Reddit, and a post got 12,500 upvotes informing people
The bias DR on the consumer only having the rights to digital copy. We actually have rights to it. Yeah. Like, I don't like that everything is digital now anyway. I'm someone who loves physical media. So even just like game consoles having the disk drive as optional is a bad sign. Like I had to double check that my PS5 has a fucking disk drive. Fucking hate digital media. Also started buying CDs, and I buy the mangas I like physically. Like, just fuck digital media, especially in game. Also, the digital games just eat up your storage space so fucking much. Especially with how unoptimized games are nowadays. They don't value the storage space you have on your console or PC. They just don't. And it's so annoying. Like, when I got my Switch 2, I bought the 0.5 terabyte SD card express to put in it, right? It was full almost instantly. So I had to upgrade it to a 1 terabyte one. And I don't know if you know this, but SD cards express are expensive as shit. And like, I'm not gonna buy third-party games on the Switch 2 because they're either digital only or key cards, right? Like, Final Fantasy VII Remake eats up like a third of the internal storage of the Switch 2. Why would I buy that game on the Switch 2? Aside from the fact that I already have it on PS5, but you know what I mean. Like, you can expect people to buy digitally if the games use so much storage. It's stupid. And kinda gross. Because it just forces your consumers to buy expensive storage space. And it's just gonna make me not want to buy the game. Like, my biggest concern about gaming nowadays is just the fucking storage space. Because I don't want to upgrade my Switch to SD card to a fucking 2 terabyte one. Have you seen how expensive those are? Because I have like 6 terabyte on my I have 5 terabyte on my PC, but I'm not a PC gamer. Because I still want space on my fucking PC and it to run smoothly. It's certainly not cheap. Yeah. Then you have shit like the PS5 that doesn't even have an SD card slot. I would need to buy an actual external hard drive for my PS5. And it pisses me off. Like, I'm glad that currently on my Switch 2 I can have everything installed. So even if, like, I don't know, something happens and the eShop goes down in whenever, I still have everything installed and will always have available. But I can't do that on PS5 because I don't want to buy a hard drive for my PS5. But and like every game on the PS5 gets copied from the disc to the PS5. It's just so stupid. And like most people don't have that much storage on their PCs. For PC game. Like on my previous PC when I played a little bit on PC, I could not have more than like 3 games installed. I could not have more. Because otherwise my PC would run like shit. I had to go without internet for several days. I think I just played the AOU1 campaigns. 90 days fair. I mean, I can buy pretty much whatever I want if power goes out or internet goes out. Because I have almost 700 games physically. And on all my model consoles, I have emulator installed. So I'm sad. But at some point, it's becoming too much with storage. At some point, if a AAA don't go back to actually optimizing the fucking games. An external hard drive for a PS5 mostly to store my PS4 games. Yeah. I just don't want to do that. Like, I have an external hard drive for my Wii U. Because I bought a lot of digital stuff on the Wii U because of Virtual Console. But it's a bother. It's annoying. I don't want to do that for the PS5. It's just... Can we go back to physical media? Fuck the digital age. The digital age fucking sucks ass. Can we go back to like what we had 20 years ago? Can we go back to that, please? I beg.
That this made pretty much.
You know that Sony secretly made easy access for the NVMe slot. What is NVMe slot? What is NVMe? I don't know computers. Explain like I'm 5. What about Sony external hard drive? No, you will own nothing and like it. Have SSD. Okay, cool. Didn't buy a huge amount of games for the Wii U. When I did custom firmware on it, I just put a bunch of games on a single USB stick. Fair. I have like a 512 gigabyte SD card in my Wii U, which is good enough for homebrew shit. For me, I had to split one dedicated hard drive for OS and software. Then the split for gaming, regularly and media. Then any movie and anime to an external hard drive, and any light stuff on cloud. Fair. Like when I watch movies or anime and shit, I watch them on streaming platforms. And if I like them, I buy them physically. Doing the same with manga, starting to do the same with music. I can start buying CDs of the artists I like. Games I always bought physically. And yeah. It's just a pain. Also, by the way, stop using shit like Netflix, Crunchyroll, or Spotify and shit. Just... First, you can get it for free online if you know where to look. And second, for music, just download MP3s like the good old days. It's so easy and quick to do with the tools we have nowadays. It's so much better. It's just, bro, why?
Much everyone eligible for a refund, and the comments told them exactly how to do it. Bethesda was flooded with requests for refunds. And their response? Shut it down, lads. No one gets a refund now. Everyone go home. Show's over.
Can't they just refuse refunds to everyone? Can they just do that? Getting all the physical games ain't that easier. Either super hard to find or ridiculously expensive. Like a Pokemon Platinum on my birthday yesterday and it costed £100. Dude, £100 is cheap for a retro game, especially for a franchise like Pokemon. It depends which games you're looking for. Like, when you look for example, Zelda, Pokemon, Persona or whatever, those are in very high demand, so they're expensive as shit. But like, I bought recently a bunch of PSP games, mainly Monster Hunter and Loco Roco, Midnight Club, the Invisible Trilogy. I got all of them for like $10 to $40 each. Actually, I collected all the Monster Hunter games last year. And the most expensive one was Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate for the 3DS for $45. If you want retro games of more niche franchises, it is very affordable. But it goes for shit like Pokemon, yeah, it's expensive as shit. Like, I looked at how expensive Persona 3 Portable is to buy physically. $300 fucking dollars. We just gotta look for which games are actually worth owning physically. I was super surprised many years back when I had been browsing US games and saw the original yeah, for like $100. I was like, what? Why? Right? Also, like, I got my 𝘕𝘴𝘠 used at a GameStop for $100. And have you seen for how much 𝘕𝘴𝘠 goes on eBay nowadays? I was lucky.
Customer service man, engage.
Customers who have downloaded the game are not eligible for a refund.
For those who have downloaded the game, not even played it, just downloaded it. What the fuck? Is that legal?
We apologize for the inconvenience.
Never played Try. I wouldn't mind trying it sometime. Yeah, I wanna stream the other most other games at some point. Playing all gen on stream. It's gonna be fun once I get to that, but gotta play new gen first because those are easier to get into.
A few things followed. First, people got mad. One hardcore gamer even trashed a GameStop for refusing his refund.
Dude, no. No. They're just gonna make trouble for the employees of that one store. That is unhinged behavior. Never support vandalism. Never support that. If you do, you're a bad person. Oh no, the Snorlax in the middle! Look at the poor Snorlax in the middle on the floor face down. No!
A bit of an overreaction, but probably also fake. Second, the media.
What was the fan worth it? Is I just sleeping? Or retail workers, yeah. Oh. The one time journalists were okay.
A class action lawsuit. Their inconsistent refund policy and terms of service may not be strictly legal.
Called it.
November 27th, 2018. 𝘕𝘴𝘠 𝘊𝘵
The Game Studio's Deceptive Trade Practices Investigation. Ooh. Let's go.
LP filed a class action suit on behalf of customers. Media quickly picked up on that. Their main argument is that it's a sometimes unplayable game owing to its technical problems,
instant headache.
and they're refusing refunds, and that Bethesda is engaged in a strategy to release it anyway, and then slowly patch their way into a more playable state. Updates on this lawsuit are slow, so I'll keep you informed on the second channel. Ad time. Look, there's a meteor headed straight to Earth.
No!
Oh my god. We must do something. Was anyone curious enough to read about it online? Not me. Not me either. Nope.
Oh no!
No! Now people think I'm dumb and I have died a virgin.
No, dying a virgin!
Don't let this happen to you. Get Curiosity Street. It's a streaming platform with some of the best documentaries and non-fiction from around the world. Partial nudity? Maybe if you look hard enough.
The version of
But
Country
more
Roads in this video.
importantly,
Yeah,
the most
it's
arousing
nice.
thing of all. Knowledge.
Funny.
Works for your Roku, Android, etc., etc.
What's that as a class action? I say
Science,
should.
nature, history, tech, society.
Society.
CuriosityStream.com/internet historian for unlimited access to the world's free top documentaries and non-fiction series. Use the promo code Internet Historian during the sign-up process to get the first 30 days free, then cancelled any time. Wink. Please.
Wink.
Look, I need sponsors. I bought a lifetime supply of toilet paper thinking I was saving money, but then I left it out in the rain and the crows got it, and now I'm back to square one. Please.
Sure.
CuriosityStream.com/internet historian. Ads over. Let's rewind a little bit. Fallout fans made their pre-orders, and the most dedicated pre-ordered the Power Armor Edition.
Oh, what did they fuck up with the limited edition? The limited edition is the one thing you cannot fuck up because they're expensive as shit. But I see that a lot of companies are using the same strat. Please have done games slowly fixing it over time. A good example was Cyberpunk. Yeah, but at least Cyberpunk is fixed now and it's actually a good game. Like, if they actually make the game good, even if it takes long, I can forgive it. Because most half-ass releases are because of hard deadlines that were given to them that they didn't decide themselves. That's what I think happened to the troubled launch of Monster Hunter Wilds, for example. Or why Pokemon Scarlet Violet was so rushed out. Because I had a hard fixed deadline that I couldn't move from the higher-ups. But you have to actually fix it afterwards. Like, Scarlet Violet's still kind of garbage, but at least it works totally fine now on Switch 2. And Monster Hunter Wilds was fixed in last month's update. As long as it actually gets worked on after its shitty release, I don't care. Especially if I don't buy games day one nowadays. Fair. I buy day one because I'm a content creator. I kind of have to. Also, I just want to. But main reason being because I'm a content creator and I want to make content with it. Potentially. Not with every game, but with most games.
Wow. It came with a helmet, box,
Ooh.
map, army toys, and a genuine West
Army
Tech
toys!
canvas bag.
Okay, cool.
Fast forward to the release,
I think it doesn't live up to the Fallout standards.
and customers noticed that their precious bags, which are supposed to be made of the finest canvas in the land,
Canvas bags are really
look a
nice.
bit different.
That is not canvas. That is some plastic bullshit. What? Did they cheap out on the canvas that was in the marketing and everything? For some plastic garbage that doesn't even look the same?
In fact, it looks like a carry bag the real bag should come.
And all the wrinkles too, at least folded nicely. Because plastic fabric or whatever, it's so hard to get wrinkles out of that. Bro.
Did they really?
Oh, and the loose string. No. Not the loose string. It's comically worse and worse. And should I fall out? Sure.
Really just advertise one thing and deliver another?
This looks horrible. It looks gross. It's getting worse.
do
Oh
that.
no.
So there was a surge of backlash.
Yeah, that bag looks so bad. And it isn't even the same color. The one in the picture was green, like a brown green. This one is just brown, like shit brown. What the fuck?
And people began emailing Bethesda, asking for refunds, asking for answers.
Bro.
By this point, customer service is absolutely over it. They are done with the facade, and they send this email in response.
Oh no.
Hello. We are sorry that you aren't happy with the bag. The bag shown in the media was a prototype and was too expensive to make. We aren't planning on doing anything about it.
What do you mean? They showed a prototype. In the marketing up to release. And then they said it was too expensive to make. That is blatant false advertising. Like, if it's too expensive to make the canvas, sure, whatever. You have to tell that people. You have to tell that to people. You can't just keep marketing the canvas bag if you ship out a plastic one. Bro. Not able to do anything about it is also a crazy line.
That's
Speech
the
zero.
whole email. Staff at Bethesda aren't even hiding their contempt anymore. Naturally, the internet goes wild.
Is there Bethesda began to go downhill? I never heard a good thing about Bethesda. Never. Not a single good thing except that, I don't know, Skyrim kinda good. That's the best thing I heard about Bethesda ever.
You fucking kidding me? Wow.
Dude.
Wow. Well, I got so mad, I shaved everything off my face.
Okay, guys, this is a bit of a PR nightmare. We have to quell the outrage. What do we do? Well, we've got this in-game currency. Let's just give them the...
Okay, wait. Okay, the atomic points translate to cents. Got it. Okay. Does it know the conversion rate? Maybe they're going downhill already before, right? It sounds a bit low. Don't have it too loud because of potential copyright things. There's been a lot of that recent limited run moment. Dude, limited run is so garbage. I fucking hate limited run. I ordered 2 games from limited run like 2 years ago. I still don't have them. And I wanted to buy the physical versions of Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden for the Switch. They were already sold out on limited run when I learned that they existed. I have the games now. I bought them off of Swiss Amazon. We don't have Amazon, we have our own thing. For like $100 each. Didn't have the game. Yes, still don't. But Mephisto canvas grew on tree, but it's out of harvest season. True, true, true. But no, I hate all this limited garbage bullshit. It's why I don't really play indie games, because I like physical games. But there is no good way to buy indie games physically, except through garbage like limited run. Honestly, limited run and any other service like that ruined indie games for me. It sucks. I don't like that.
Minimum amount of that.
Minimum. Wait, how expensive was the Power Armor Edition? Does anyone know how expensive it was? I just gave you $5. How expensive was the Power Armor Edition? 20 to 300. Oh. And they just give you $5 to shut you up, bro. No. No. And they already give me $100 worth of in-game currency because it costs you nothing to do that. Like, bro, come on. Are you serious? If there's a fake money, yeah. And I bet 500 atomic points doesn't even give you anything of value. The exhibition taken because of limited run, yeah. Good thing about Shantae Advance is that you can get the ROM of the GBA version of that game. I have it installed on my Analog Pocket.
Fantastic idea. Hear ye, hear ye. Anyone who paid $200 to $300 for the Power Armor Edition is hereby entitled to $5 worth of in-game currency.
Wow!
That you'll be able to spend with us. 500 atoms, Fuck yeah! What are you gonna do with your atoms? I'm gonna buy 5/18 of the white paint version of the power armor. Whoa!
Oh, hell yeah!
What about you? Lightwood laminate, lightwood laminate, lightwood laminate.
No way, Lightwood laminate?
Right, fuck the bag. Lightwood laminate, lightwood laminate, lightwood
Hell yeah!
lightwood laminate.
You love Lightwood laminate.
Of course, this was Bethesda's fantasy of what would happen. What really happened is further outrage, and even
Of
the media
course.
started piling on.
Almost heaven, West Virginia.
It even became part of that class A.
Additional investigation into the Fallout 76 Power Armor Edition. No, they got even more lawsuits because of the false advertising of the Power Armor Edition. No. Bro. Are you serious? Oh my god, that is so funny. Same lawsuit, they added more to it. Oh yeah, I see, it's the same lawyers. Yeah. That is so funny.
Action lawsuit from earlier. Bethesda put out a tweet
Which is for the curtness of our customer service agent. Announcement of the Power Armor Edition and its contents. The canvas bag was a prototype, reflective of what the final product was going to be. Then tell that to people! Bro! You can just tell that to people! Some will be upset, but others will be like, oh, okay, I get it if it's too expensive to make. I get it. They would be more accepting of that if it was just communicated. This is so much more. Oh, God. Like, it was gonna upset a lot of people. I get it. But if communicated, the ones that don't really care about the bag and only about the other things wouldn't be that mad. Is it something you can just sneak in with a $250 product? Right, yeah.
apologizing for their curt customer service and gave a different
Like, have it. Oh, God. There's like 10 more minutes of video.
excuse for why they didn't make the bags. A shortage of material,
Material. Bro. Canvas is not hard to get. What do you mean? And you're a big ass company, you can easily get canvas. Because, you know, it's produced in a fucking factory in China. China has canvas. What do you mean? Worldwide canvas shortage. Sure. But it's so rare.
apparently. That was quickly debunked. Because it turns out they did make the canvas bag, except they gave them all out to influencers.
Fuck off. Nuh-uh. No. Are you serious? They made the canvas bag for the Power Armor Edition. But then gave it out to influencers. Are you shitting me? Like, I'm happy for the influencers, but what the fuck? Not just a canvas bag, but a better version of the bag. Bro. Look at the one they're showing. It's higher quality than what was shown in the advertisement. Yeah.
Oh dear. It's not
This looks like a really good bag. Aside from the disgusting Fallout logo on it.
the same one, of course. But it's sourced from that ever-scarce material.
Well, technically, you get a canvas bag. Sure.
Canvas. But what's more amusing is that it turns out there is a canvas bag in the game. If you don the postman's outfit, which of course can be found at the Atom Shop, for 700 atoms. Ooh.
Are you serious? Are you shitting me? Wasn't there an Atom option for like $8? Wasn't that a thing? Or did they... Let's look at it right. I think there was. For like 800 atoms. Also, what do you mean a stupid outfit is $7 fucking dollars? What do you mean? That shit is $7. You need to buy more than you need. Yeah. But you have extra. Ah, true. They don't want to have people running around with 100 extra atoms. $7 for a postman's outfit? No. You can buy whole indie games for that price.
Just short. Well, the bleating from the online community continued, and Bethesda's lawyers realized there would be trouble, so they decided to capitulate. Alright, fine. We'll make you a precious fucking bag.
Okay.
If you want to claim it, you'll have to fill out this form with your name, personal details, address, etc., etc. And we'll ship out the bag to you in 4 to 6 months.
Yeah, Chinese factory.
But it doesn't quite end there. Because Bethesda is known for bugs, and of course their website is a buggy mess.
Was it not secure? Please tell me the website was secure. Secure Bethesda.
Yes, too. Turns out all of the customer support inquiries are unsecure and open to the public. In fact, people can open and close and change them at will. Listed are details of full legal names.
People were able to edit it? Bro! What do you mean? Unless for details of the credit cards for visible. Okay, that's a good thing. At least not the whole credit card information. Only most of it. Oh my god. It's open and unsecure.
Names, phone numbers, home addresses, and more. If you've requested your...
Yeah, but your address and name. That was there. Like address, sure, whatever. It's so easy to find people's addresses. But at least the credit card data wasn't shown. The credit card info. The most important thing, actually. But bro... Address very bad. Doxing bad. Doxing very bad. I give them credit even. No, I don't do that. I just mean, at the very least, credit card info was not leaked. Was that the leak of 76? First of all, 76. Was continuing with sensitive player data
Canvas
leak.
bag, you've just been doxxed. Not knowing how to immediately fix the problem, Bethesda panics and temporarily shuts down the whole website.
Yeah, good.
And that is the tale of the duffel kerfuffle.
Duffel kerfuffle.
How could this have been so difficult? They made one for New Vegas.
Oh, for New Vegas, there wasn't a canvas shortage, I see. Interesting. Huh. And the bag looks better designed too. Crazy. I guess for a bag, yeah. Like, how much did they actually save from changing from canvas to nylon? How much does this actually save? But I'm gonna Google real quick. If I can Google it. Wait, hold on. I was just Googling price comparison. Hold on, I see a Reddit thing. Nylon is typically softer than polyester. Is there something about saying that nylon is actually more expensive? Doing some research right now. Bro. Are you serious? Okay, half the things I see say that nylon is more expensive. Goes to show how good New Vegas is. I don't know anything about Fallout, so I wouldn't know. At book, they probably save like 50 cents at most, right? But from the design of the bags, it's pretty much a cookie cut of a general grocery bag. But just due to color, yeah. But the color is horrible on the nylon bag they actually shipped. Like, it was actually just shit brown. They lost money, yeah.
One last piece
Crazy.
of a rum drink.
Nuka-Cola.
Nuka-Cola Dark. Pre-orders available in September. Shipped out on November 14th. $80 plus postage and handling.
That's just a cool bottle.
Not cheap.
Okay.
But in return, you got a very cool bootle. Looks good on the shelf. A great conversation piece with the family over Thanksgiving.
Looks like a fun collection
or at
piece.
Least it would have been. November 14th came and went, and there was no rum.
What?
Okay. A week later, on November 21st, an email comes through. There's a delay.
Put the email again.
Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard.
Not up to the Fallout standard. So it was too good. They need to find a way to fuck it up to make it the Fallout standard. Got it. Got it. It's just best quality rum. Like, to me, all alcohol tastes like garbage anyway. So it would just be a collection piece. But yeah, it just works.
They say. The usual Fallout standard.
Bruh.
All of this just works. Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard. So we'll have it for you soon. No specific date given.
Of course not.
1 week later.
Nothing. Then on December 5th, another email. Good news. We start shipping on December 12th. It's been nearly 3 months since you pre-ordered.
Before Christmas.
But as a show of good faith, we made this promotional video for you. And this is where things went from tardy to retardy. Right there.
It's a plastic shell. It's a plastic shell. No. Are you for real? $80. It was $80? What? What do you mean $80? It's only worth $80 if there's actually good rum in it, but they probably run the cheapest shit. So no. Wait, there's more. The plastic shelter. Yeah, this is very cheap plastic, I can tell. This probably breaks just trying to open it up.
Did you catch that? That's just a regular industry bottle and a plastic shell. We paid $80 and waited a quarter of...
This is such cheap plastic. Are you for real? Also, if it's just a bottle in a plastic shell, and you try to pour the rum out, it's gonna get into the shell because of how it's designed. And it's just gonna smell and rot away.
A year for a plastic shell? People were not happy. Look at that ratio. Nothing in the
Goddamn.
marketing said that it was a plastic shell. Super premium, we were promised. And the media agreed. People began cancelling their orders.
Valid,
Silver Screen
understandable.
tries to convince people that it's not cheap and shitty. It actually costs us twice as much to make the plastic one.
If it costs twice as much as the glass one, make the fucking glass one! You want to save money, obviously. We know that from the canvas bag. What do you mean plastic is more expensive than glass? Then make the glass thing! Could have been so much better in so many ways. Yeah, first off, prettier. Second, more sturdy. Third, it doesn't it doesn't have problems with pouring it out. And according to Bethesda, it would have been cheaper as well. Which I do not believe. Fucking plastic injection. Those injection molds are expensive as fuck. Like months to get made. Then why didn't they just make a glass one? If plastic is so much more expensive. Like, brother. Are you for real?
The glass one. Then what the fuck? We spent 100 hours coding the design. Convincing stuff.
If someone had thought it would save money, then pride kept them from admitting the error. So they wasted the money by trying to save money by going with plastic instead of glass, but then lost even more money because people canceling their orders. This is what you get if you prioritize short-term profit over long-term gains. Just saying. Most shitty businesses don't think long-term anymore. And it shows with shit like this.
So it arrives, just a few days before Christmas. The rum is about the quality you'd expect.
Can I swear on this? It's my own show.
Worse is the design. The oversized lip means liquid can pour inside the...
Called it. Called it. It's gonna pour into the shell.
shell.
Hard to pour because how they made
it doesn't pour nicely at all.
Spilled like half the shot.
Very dribbly.
So you're best off opening the whole thing up to prevent spilling.
Just gonna break it.
There's a good chance that you'll snap the flimsy plastic. Any liquid will immediately ruin this cheap paper sticker.
It's a paper sticker too. Are you serious? A paper sticker on a bottle that can't pour nicely. Are you for real? That is just bad design. Like, what the hell?
Some made their own at home and the quality was about on par. But look, if you do want a decent version of this product, there are reputable
That looks
sellers.
nice.
They're on Etsy. They're far cheaper.
Of course they're on Etsy. Etsy actually makes good shit.
And they actually
If you ignore the dropshippers.
give a shit. Not gonna lie though, some of the memes
See my 10-pack of Nuka Dark arrived.
that came out of this were pretty good. Now, many claim that this was an honest mistake.
Sorry.
No, it was on stupidity.
Or that customers were at fault for misinterpreting ambiguous marketing.
Sure, blame the customers for false advertising. Uh-huh. Sure, that always works well. We love how blaming customer works well, right? We saw that how it works with Hollywood, right? When they blame the viewers or whatever for the movie doing badly or whatever. That always goes well, right? We love that.
I disagree. All of the marketing shows other glass items. All of the mock-ups show something.
The ad doesn't look like plastic. Also, in the ad, it's way slimmer. Because the real one has to make room for the fucking actual bottle inside of it. This is just false advertising. Spend $80 calling the label. It's funny, ours was on the plastic case. Sure. But no, these look nothing alike. They're not even the same color. What do you mean?
More akin to frosted glass than plastic. They give plenty of descriptions of the product too, and not once do they mention plastic. And they were engaged in a bunch of other tomfuckery as well. Before the product was even available, they flooded their own product reviews with a bunch of 5 stars.
They faked reviews pre-release. Oh, that's embarrassing. That is so fucking embarrassing. Oh my god. Bro. Are you for real? Did the parties offers blame us for the movie and more be garbage? Or is it quote, you're just a grifter or hater for not liking the dogs? Yeah. This video before, was saying the fiasco is embarrassing for this. Yeah, I'm surprised it's still they still exist, honestly, after this.
This raised some eyebrows, and people on Reddit...
Like, if I actually had attachment to Bethesda games, I would never play a Bethesda game ever again after this. Because this is not just embarrassing, this is disgusting. Bethesda should be used to being embarrassed with how many times they do crap like this. They probably have a humiliation kink. Probably. Otherwise, why would they do that?
Even called them out for it, so they deleted them. You can see all this activity on the Wayback Machine. Now, if they
can admit to their stuff for dog shit, nobody wants that. Yeah, that would explain so much, right? Like whenever a company does shitty, embarrassing thing over and over again, I just assume that they have a humiliation kink.
Happy to deceive people in this way, it seems silly to give them the benefit of the doubt about the glass. It's also worth quickly talking about the Bethesda merch store. Some of these items are pretty neat. That's cool. Good idea.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. The dog hoodies are so cute. I would never put one on my dog if I had a dog, but they're cute.
I'd have that.
Cookbook, nice.
Fallout 76 pant. Singular. But why is he so mad? The photography is all just slightly off.
Why can't we see his ass crack? Like, not directly, but we see the pants go into his ass crack. A little bit.
This gaudy jacket was mocked relentlessly on social
I was just gonna say, it looks like an IKEA bag.
media.
Bro.
But does the $76 and $276 really make it more immersive?
A shitty jacket for $276. What the fuck? What? That jacket looks like, I don't know, $40 at most. What the fuck?
And why did they just toss it on the ground? And it comes in this crumpled up toddler body bag.
The toddler body bag. Did they take these photos at their office? Is that why they look so shit? Did they not have a professional photo shoot or something?
We're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in merch and you don't have an eye on? Why is she wearing the size XXL? She's clearly not happy about it. But who looked at this and said, good job, print?
Look like it.
Now that...
Oh yes, the hardcore Bethesda defenders. This very company defenders. Free Excel sold out. I see how it is. It is a Fallout 76 experience in Starfield. I don't know what Starfield is. Optimistic for the end of schools. 6. I wouldn't be optimistic for anything Bethesda ever does.
That's surprising. And what the fuck? They made the bottle properly. Yeah, one of those, please.
What?
But bigger and brown. Is that...
Wait. Okay, but this is a lamp, not a bottle. Lamp with blue glow of Coca-Cola quantum. Okay, yeah, sure. They just make a Nuka dark lamp or something. I don't know.
So hard.
But it's the right design, yeah.
Let's get back to the game. December 2018. There are 2 new patches released that caused quite a stir.
Okay.
The good. For
The good?
PC, they included a number of quality of life improvements, including...
Okay, we love QL. But it didn't have push to talk at launch? What a shitty game. I mean, $40 for a merch lamp is not bad. I have to say it. No open mic, bro. Cringe.
But it also brought in field of view sliders. Hooray!
Okay.
Increased stash capacity from 400 pounds to 600 pounds, and a small buff to automatic weapons. Hooray!
Actually got updates. Woo!
They decreased the carry weight of bobby pins so it no longer took up 10 to 20% of people's inventory.
I got a box of bobby pins the other week that said Wheaties.
There were also upgrades to the camp that allowed for easier construction, and a bunch of bug fixes.
Okay, cool.
Hooray. The bad. A whole bunch of unannounced stealth nerfs.
Okay. Stealth nerfs. Sorry, I'm thinking. Did they just nerf everything so you have to go to the atomic shop to buy shit to actually make progress? Did they try to make it pay to win? That's my guess.
They generally made the game grindier.
Grindier, yeah. They make it pay to win. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Production was decreased. Fusion cores burnt out faster. Legendary enemies spawned less frequently.
On guard, I'll fuck you up.
And the backlash was significant because everybody knew why Bethesda was doing it. To encourage people to use the atomic.
Yeah, why else would you nerf everything? That is disgusting. Also, big reason why I don't play online games. But that is disgusting. What the hell?
Shop. And let's talk briefly about that store. Some of the prices are outrageous. A Christmas tree for
Is it just base decoration? Mass bomb doesn't exist, but I can bomb everyone. Hold on. Whoa, we nuke everyone! It's Fallout time! Boom! So just base decoration for $12 Are you for real?
$12. A Santa outfit for $20.
What? $12 for a single costume? Okay, I know people mentioned earlier that Capcom is shitty with DLC. A fucking whole ass DLC wave together is around $20 for Monster Hunter. This is $20 for a singular outfit. Are you for fucking real? Are you for fucking real? That is so fucking gross. Let's also include Santa emotes. Fuck off. Fuck off. No. 𝘕𝘂𝘸 invented single player cosmetic DLC. Oh, that's why they're worse at it.
Blue and yellow paint for 8.
Paint! Just paint for $18. What? What do you mean? $8, I would think, like, for a multi-pack of different colors. Of, like, I don't know, 10 different colors or whatever. Is what I would expect for $18. $18 for a singular color. Fuck off. Like, actually, fuck off. Oh my god. Please post links in the chat. I don't take recommendations live on stream, but I take recommendations in the YouTube comments when I post the videos.
$15. Oh look, $3 for the same sweater vest and slacks item imported from Fallout 4. But the biggest offense of all was the holiday emote bundle.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. No. Nuh-uh. But they're just a small independent developer. Small company, small game, no budget. They gotta sell things to stay in business, of course. You wanna support small companies, right? Dude, this whole video just makes me even more upset that Bethesda finished off the last Nintendo Direct. That makes this even more upsetting. That's $2 per emote. That is disgusting. $34 for an emote bundle. Yeah, and in like games like Mozart, you get layered armor, you get emotes, you get decorations, or talismans or whatever. Charms, I mean, or pendants. That's the word. You get so much in Monster Hunter for the same price. That is gross. You get 6 on at the price. Yeah. You get full-on indie games for that price. Or even, like, 5 or 6-year-old AAA games sometimes go for that price. Like, I just bought a few days ago the physical version of Wild Hearts for like $20. I've been seeing it. I played a little bit of Oblivion back in the day, but I didn't really enjoy it and dropped it after like a few hours. Because even then I was like, open world is garbage. This has no shame. I can't believe how many versions of Skyrim exist. I own a single version of Skyrim. The Switch version, only because the amiibo was funny. The amiibo that came with it was funny. That's the only reason why I have the Switch version of Skyrim.
$24 for some Christmas-themed emotes. Twice the price of these games.
Borderlands 2, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Morrowind, Elder Scrolls Online, Borderlands, the pre-sequel. Okay.
The media
Wait, was that Final Fantasy VII?
agreed that these were egregious prices. But worse,
Hold on. My buttons didn't work.
games.
Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas was $10. Bro. You can buy 2 of these games for the same price. As a fucking emote pack. What the fuck do you even do with emotes in Fallout?
The media
Like when you have voice chat and text chat. Like, bro.
agreed that these were egregious prices. But worse, they're engaged in some deceiving marketing practices too. Oh look, it's
Wait. Was it fake sales? Hold. Are they fake sales? Please tell me they are fake
Marked down
sales.
half price. But it's not. It was released half price. They're artificially jacking up the price only
That
for
is
them to give a
illegal!
fake limited time discount in order to create a sense of urgency. That's
That is illegal.
Here in Australia at least, in Canada and in the EU.
And in so many more places it's illegal. Ah. And as you know, you don't fuck with the EU when it comes to that shit. You just don't. Because the EU will actually fight that, specifically France will fight shit like this.
Reddit quickly picked up on this and pointed it out. Bethesda reacted by scrapping the discount and just setting it as the always intended price.
Wow.
Okay, it's been about 25 minutes of whining now, so I'm just going to leave it here. I didn't even get a chance to touch on the new pay-to-win fiasco. The new camera.
So they did make a pay-to-win. Okay, got it.
Dwindling player numbers. But on the flip side, they're also adding new content and improving the game over time. Heck, No Man's Sky was a surprise.
Yeah, but even if they updated and shit, is it actually playable now? Aside from the pay-to-win? Is it actually a functional game now? Probably not.
Surprising comeback. So, maybe Bethesda can do it too.
But bro.
But for now, Todd returns to cryostasis.
Him too?
Hiding in his bunker until the bombs of outrage stop falling. And returning only when it's time.
I was about to say, no, I believe Fallout 76 is playable now.
Once again.
It is playable if you actually pay money. Playable, but it's worth it? No. After this, not a single Bethesda game is worth it. Not a single one, even the good ones are not worth it. Because what the hell? Works now, but it's pretty generic live service. Ugh. It's live service slob. We love live service slob.
CuriosityStream.com/internethistorian.
Okay. Great. What a disaster. Holy shit. What a fucking disaster. What the fuck? How much the credits? There's credits? Oh. I thought the video was over because you shouted a sponsor again. Hold on.
Not many people know this, but I'm actually quite a good rap artist. Rappist, if you will.
Oh, he's a
I'm going to
rapist,
save
yes.
all these names for you from the credits as fast as I possibly can, in time with the scrolling. Here we go, one take. Just deal, Miles Millican, Justin Rowland, Steve Rizzo, Drudders, Indigo Zero, Luke Hackle, Astatine 210, Jordan Prince,
Sick beat, bro.
Dr. Tex, Papa Spicy, Peter Teft, Edgy Kid X, Bryce Toiler Ham, Nate Odenkirk, but Sonya Waffles, Krabby. If you want to get read by the rapist, then why don't you head over to
Yeah. Okay. Now we're done. One second, I gotta blow my nose real quick. That took so much longer than I thought it would, reacting to that. But damn, what a shit show. I don't understand people who still buy Bethesda games. Gotta be real. That was horrible. Oh, no. We have like a lot more videos to react to. This was the first one, by the way, of the 5 I was planning to react to. So yeah, we go overtime today. Next video then? Yes. Doing all this shit happening makes me glad. I touched the first game. Yeah. I'd like to talk about, of course. Yeah. And you know, longer videos let me put in more ads, so I make a bit more pocket money. So it's whatever. Also, the longer reacts perform better, which is funny. Like the previous internet story reacts do crazy numbers. The Monster Hunter reacts do good numbers. But like the Punky Doodles reacts do kind of shitty. Like the second Punky Doodle react barely made any more views than a stream, which is kind of funny. But the pay those bills, yeah. Totally. Like for transparency, I make around $120 per month with YouTube. So that pays for one whole thumbnail. So yeah. Eventually, it's actually used to pay the bills. Okay. Next video we're gonna watch is Monster Hunter Lore. We're gonna watch some Monster Hunter Lore about the equal dragon weapon. Oh, no Monster Hunter World, just Monster Hunter Lore. You're watching a video on the equal dragon weapon, which is something that is brought up a lot to me. And I'm just very curious. So, yeah. The lore time, yes. Lore of the guardian monsters. Gonna be fun. To hold back on Eco Dragon Weapon last time. It was mentioned, yeah. And someone on the last Monster Hunter React left a big comment explaining about Eco Dragon Weapon. And I had and I told them sorry that I don't read the comment because I planned this react to do. I didn't read that comment. So yeah. But like I know like the basic lore of the Eco Dragon weapon. Like how can I not look it up with a design like this? But I don't know much at all. So yeah.
There was a rumor deep within an unknown forest about an ancient storage facility, and inside that place lies an unexpected discovery. One of the pages of an old Monster Hunter book shared a myth about an ancient civilization. This lost civilization once meddled with life, slaying 30 dragons and using their bodies alongside their powerful technology, giving birth to an ultimate life form that could surpass many powerful creatures. This life form was then used to triumph in what was known as the Great Dragon War, driving both sides of the conflict to the brink of extinction.
Damn.
It sounds polarizing to hear, don't you think? Most hunters dismiss the idea, so was I. And let me tell you, this aged like wilt. This is one of the most disturbing lore in Monster Hunter: Guardians.
Los Gardens of Iberia. These are shades of your version of the Eagle Dragon. Yeah, that's what I've been told.
At the beginning of this video, I mentioned that there was an old Monster Hunter book detailing a myth about an ancient civilization. That rumor was brought up in this book, the Hunter's Encyclopedia. It's written by the Royal Paleontology Scriveners. They are a public organization within the world of Monster Hunter. They are dedicated to researching, studying, and observing the ecologies and whereabouts of various monsters.
Yeah, I think our Scriveners in Monster Hunter Stories. So they're a public organization, so not associated with the guild. I guess what that means.
The book shares an eerie illustration of monstrous Frankenstein-like dragon. Rumors suggest that this amalgamated creature was engineered to win the Great Dragon War. At that time, the whole idea of an ancient civilization having the most powerful technology to develop a Frankenstein-like dragon.
Bro, this looks so cool. Like, as cool as Guardians and 𝘕𝘠 are, this design goes crazy. This design is insane, and I kinda want it. If kinda, I mean, I very much want that in an actual game.
Just sounds ridiculous. However, there were clues in every game that led me to think, what if this rumor was true? And what if there was a civilization capable of doing so?
It should be an expansion.
The most notable clue is the
Yeah, I had the thought that maybe the Eagle Dragon weapon happens because with current day technology, they try to recreate Guardians, but they fail, and the result is the Eagle Dragon weapons. Eagle Dragon weapon singular is how I think it could happen. But who knows?
The Artian armor? How do you guys pronounce this? And some of the rusted weapons based on the description. Several years later, the Hunters Guild was out and about exploring the Forbidden Lands and discovered what they've never expected to be possible. During our journey of helping Nata return to his home village, after we had met him passed out on
Remember
the
when
borders
Nata
of
was a
the
character?
Forbidden Lands, we encountered
Such artworks go so hard. I believe Balasag also had its origin from digital concept art. Interesting.
something unusual underground.
Another who's
We
that?
encountered two Doshagumas that looked really unusual, and they were fighting each other. Based on the appearance, typically these creatures have bristly, golden brown fur, and the alpha will have a brighter, deep red mane. Their forelegs and face should look a bit reddish orange. However, the appearance of these two Doshagumas were completely different. Their bristly fur had now a silver-white hue, their eyes were black, and their forelegs looked pale gray. But the thing that stood out the most was their veins, pulsating with a purple glow. This uncanny creature locked eyes with our hunter, and immediately became aggravated. As the fight went on, the purplish veins on its forearms grew brighter and started to steam. When it slammed the ground, there was a strong burst of energy, and strange, coral-looking crystals formed out of the ground. But the most surprising thing was the way its body reacted. The wounds were regenerating, while some of them had something strange leaking out. What happened next was interesting. As soon as Doshaguma started losing its energy, it quickly ran towards the strange pool of liquid known as Wilk. The monster stood in the pool and let its body absorb the 𝘔𝘴𝘦, instantly
Get a slurp in
regaining
your
its
mouth.
strength. Of course, after a while, the monster finally weakened and it collapsed onto the ground. Phew, that was a lot to digest. Are you still here with me?
Disturbing artificial creatures.
What we encountered are creatures known as guardians. Unlike other species, guardians are artificial monsters created by the civilization of Wyveria. Now, as you've noticed, these artificial monsters, they mimic the appearance of other monster species. They are immediately recognizable by their pale, gray bodies, black eyes, and glowing, pulsating purple veins. According to Alma, our handler, other defining characteristics also include a lack of reproductive organs and a severely atrophied esophagus. I assume that this is also the reason why the roars of the guardians sound different. It looks disturbing the more I think about it. Inside the ruins of Wyveria, there is a small village known as 𝘕𝘠. The people
We must go for a bit. Okay, have a good one.
of 𝘕𝘠, known as the Keepers, have some knowledge about these strange, artificial creatures. According to 𝘕𝘕, one of
Give me suggestions in the chat. No, I don't take suggestions live on stream.
the people of 𝘕𝘠, these guardians had several unique properties. The keyword here is had, but we'll get into that in a bit. He mentioned that guardians don't eat. Instead, these artificial creatures rely on a unique energy source called 𝘔𝘴𝘦, also known as wyvern milk, to function. This eliminates their need for predation. Another thing about these guardians is they live indefinitely and therefore have no need to reproduce. We just see some of these guardians come out of the giant cocoons underneath the ruins of Wyveria. How they are actually made is a question we have yet to understand. These guardians do not die of natural causes. Even so, here are some of the materials we can gather. Another observation I've noticed, unlike normal creatures whose carcasses rot away, the corpses of these guardians crystallize, and it's just fascinating to see.
I never noticed that because I don't really look at the corpses. But that's interesting. Why would they crystallize? Anyone want to see the guardian forms in an update? I'm gonna make a video on that sometime when I'm not procrastinating.
Lastly, it turns out guardians can be tricked. We discovered
But the script for the video is already written. I'm just lazy.
this when 𝘕𝘕 and Nata have to hide in a cocoon after a guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘦 ambushes the group. Eventually, after a bit of research, the guild classifies these artificial creatures as constructs. I guess our next question would be, why were they made in the first place?
For war!
We learned from 𝘔𝘴𝘴𝘦, a Wyverian living in the mountaintops of Suja, that these guardians are Wyveria's greatest achievement, and their main purpose was to serve their needs. Wow, that is crazy if you ask me. As of right now, or as of this video, Wyveria has experimented with and created 7 powerful guardians. Let's go through each one of them.
We're gonna learn in the expansion the whole background, right? Probably. I'm so there for that.
We first ran into Guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘦 while exploring the Forbidden Lands. At first, we had no idea it was a guardian, especially since historical records from the guild say this monster is extinct. It wasn't until we met one of the keepers, 𝘕𝘕, that the secret of this fallen civilization was revealed to us. We'll talk more about Guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘦 later on, so for now, let's keep going with the rest of the guardians. while we were exploring deep into the ruins, we found strange traces of a monster near the area and predicted it may have come from a subspecies known as 𝘕𝘴𝘦 𝘊𝘴. And lo and behold, the monster itself decided to show up. 𝘕𝘴𝘦 had several advantageous traits that made it a great choice for 𝘬𝘵𝘴𝑟's guardians. According to Alma's predictions, this guardian would need to have a keen nose, enough mobility to navigate any terrain, it could maintain a broad territory, a habit to pursue its prey relentlessly, and lastly, it should be good to be placed as a guard. If we were to compare Ebony's guardian to its natural form, there are some interesting things I've noticed. Its guardian form is able to sustain its dragon energy better than its natural form. Naturally, to maintain its power, 𝘕𝘴𝘦 usually carries a large piece of meat, because using dragon energy takes so much energy from this monster. As to what dragon energy is, we're gonna dive deep into that in a future video. As per usual, its guardian form is just as agile as its natural form. Its claws remain sharp and still causes its opponents to bleed. Whenever 𝘕𝘴𝘦 attacks, the Wilk energy that it carries triggers an explosion. If its dragon element attacks connects with Wilk crystals, it will cause an explosion of the same element. Surprisingly, 𝘕𝘴𝘦 was not the only subspecies 𝘬𝘵𝘴 chose as a guardian. While we were in the depths of the ruins of 𝘬𝘵𝘴, analyzing the Lollabarina, the monster accidentally awakened a guardian from the giant cocoon. This guardian was 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵. 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 seems to follow the same selection pattern as 𝘕𝘴𝘦. It holds the same advantageous traits that make it a great candidate as a guardian of 𝘬𝘵𝘴. Much like Guardian Ebony, Guardian 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 is able to maintain its electrified state much better than its natural form. How does it usually work? Well, this monster's whole body is designed to generate electricity simply by moving. It actively uses the sails on its back, its mouth, and the feathers all over its body to generate the electricity. As that internal power builds up, the feathers, especially the ones on its back, will stand straight up and open its mesmerizing blue sails. How does it help the monster? You see, 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵's electrical charge toughens the monster's hide. It also makes the disgusting mucus highly conductive, and it—
Wait. 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 just spits on you? Wait. That is hilarious. That is so fucking funny. I'm sorry. I'm breaking the mood, but oh my god, that is so fucking funny. He's just spits on you. That is funny as shit.
regulates its body temperature and boosts its physical strength. With that said, it can only remain in that state for a short amount of time, so it needs to make the most of it. When its body reaches its limit, the monster performs a powerful dive attack using all the stored electricity.
Episode scientists abilities to have some logical reason for happening. Yeah. That's why I fell in love with Monster Hunter, because they actually take ecology so seriously.
For one powerful bite. Once it releases the energy, it completely loses its electrical power and must continuously attack to regain the charge it lost. On the other hand, as I mentioned, Guardian �ヲ𝘵𝘥𝘦 is able to maintain this electrical charge. Not only their lightning attacks a threat, but their maws, when infused with 𝘔𝘴𝘦 energy, will also cause wide-range explosions. Similar to Guardian ebony Odogaron, the 𝘔𝘴𝘚 crystals that form from their attacks will explode through elemental interference like their electrical charge. Another interesting thing to mention is that while observing the Guardian 𝘲𝘴𝘦, sometimes it would try to dig a hole in the ground. I'm not quite sure why, as its natural form doesn't do this. On the side note, while I was wrapping up the script, I've read that they would normally sharpen their fangs by eating prey, but since they became a guardian, they no longer need to eat, so instead, they sharpen and regrow their teeth by digging a hole in the ground. I think that makes sense. Besides 𝘲𝘴𝘦, 𝘬𝘴𝘴 has another monster to serve their needs. This is...
By the way, I hope at the end of Wilds, as in after the expansion, that we have a guardian of each element, because each element has different interactions with work. So that would be really cool.
Guardian 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦, a guardian that was formed from the body of 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦. I've already...
Which I think we're only missing a fire and ice guardian for all the elements.
Shared the story of how we first encountered this guardian, so let's get straight to the differences between its artificial and natural form. 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦s are large, fanged beasts. They are aggressive, attacking enemies with everything they have, even throwing smaller monsters at their targets. These monsters primarily bite, swipe with their large claws, or slam their bodies into their enemies. Despite commonly appearing in groups, Eric suggests that these creatures are independent. Their strength allows them to survive by themselves, as they have little to no fear
not yet.
from other predators. When 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦s form as a group, typically in the desert, it's only a temporary loose group to get an easy meal. It's not to socialize or show any loyalty to the alpha. Once a 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦 has taken significant amount of damage, it becomes enraged and stands on its hind legs, causing its old wounds to open. In this state, it gains new attacks and combos, like using its claws to uproot the ground. Guardian 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦 is comparable to its natural form, but it has some key differences. It's typically alone, and its attacks often result into 𝘔𝘴𝘦 energy explosions. Additionally, it spits out acid that lowers the enemy's defense, which I find a bit strange. How can the Guardian 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦 spit out gastric juice when it hasn't eaten anything? But let me know what you think. Like all guardians, Guardian 𝘠𝘴𝘴𝘦 uses 𝘔𝘴𝘚 energy to regenerate wounds and absorb it enough that it allows them to re-enter this empowered state. Now, what about small monsters? Has 𝘬𝘴𝘴𝘴 chosen any small monsters as their guardian? When 𝘕𝑚 finally revealed 𝘬𝘴𝘴𝘴's secret, we learned that the ground beneath the ruins of 𝘬𝘴𝘴 is filled with many cocoons, each one containing artificial creatures, one of which are guardian 𝘂𝘓𝑒𝑑s. 𝘂𝘓𝑒𝑑s are interesting bird wyvern-looking creatures that we first discovered in the Forbidden Lands while rescuing a child who was being chased down by monsters in the sand. These creatures are covered in blue and green scales, and they have purple-ish feathers, but according to the kid we rescued, 𝘂𝘓𝑒𝑑s come in a variety of colors depending on what they're fed. They are agile creatures that primarily use a bipedal stance. Despite this, they possess short forearms that allow them to drop into a quadrupedal stance to sprint. these same arms can unfurl into wings, allowing the sacred to glide from high places. Inside the Kunafa village, we can also see some of the creature's babies. They
The
are
hashtags
small
are
and
so
round,
cute.
covered in fluffy white feathers, and have smaller beaks and short, forward-pointed crests on their heads. Although most of the sacreds we've encountered appear to have been domesticated by the Sandfolk people of Kunafa, living alongside with them for generations as both mounts and companions. Guardian sacreds, on the other hand, are quite different. Unlike their natural counterparts, they are aggressive and distinguished by their sharp, dangerous claws on their forelegs. They typically appear in
notice that they have
packs of
claws.
2 or 3, but if threatened, they are known to call for reinforcements and attempt to surround their opponent. Much like other guardians, most of their physical attacks are infused with 𝘔𝘴𝘦 energy and will cause explosions. What's interesting is,
Oh yeah, I really hope we get a sacred layered armor or whatever that just turns it into a guardian sacred. That would be so cool. I'm surprised we don't have that yet.
how the appearance of these guardians tell us more about sacred. As I've mentioned a while ago, it seems that before the Sandfolk people domesticated them, sacreds possessed sharp, dangerous claws on their forelegs. Now, here's my theory. Circling back to my previous video, I theorized that sacreds are closely related to 𝘕𝘴𝘃𝘴, an extinct species of quote-unquote running bird wyvern. You see, 𝘕𝘴𝘃𝘴s had wings, but they were not capable much of flight. Researchers suggest that 𝘕𝘴𝘃𝘴s was still evolving stronger legs for longer distance running, while most of the species that followed 𝘕𝘴𝘃𝘴s had evolved to have stronger legs for long distance running, like the yakus, such as 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘴 and 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘴. Researchers theorize that 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘴's forelimb feathers suggest its ancestors once had wings. However, these feathers are now used solely for display, with males using them to attract females. Unlike their relatives, sacreds were able to retain enough forelimb feathers to allow them to glide from high places. On top of this, the sacred's bone structure in their legs is designed for long-distance running. However, they can't run fast or be explosive for short sprints. On the topic of creatures that can take flight, let's now talk about another guardian that conquers the skies.
Should I also watch the video on extinct species? Could be very interesting.
As we reached the surface from an underground tunnel, we discovered a large, unknown ruin structure. Nata calls out, and then a man named 𝘕𝘴𝑛 appeared from the rubble. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the skies. 𝘕𝘴𝑛 was frightened. The monster came
Okay, I put it
crashing
on the
down
list.
from the misty sky onto the gates. Everyone ran away to hide, and we locked eyes on the monster, Guardian Rathalos. It's no surprise why they would choose Rathalos, considering most of the guardians we've seen so far focus on land. Wyveria also had to consider a guardian to rule the sky. Much like its natural form, Guardian Rathalos attacks violently with its claws and flaming breath. Like most guardians, some of its physical attacks, especially its claw attacks, cause explosions due to the 𝘔𝘴𝘦 energy, which you can tell when its legs starts to glow. Similar to Guardian Volker Anjanath and Ebony Odogaron, the 𝘔𝘴𝘦 on the ground crystallizes. If these 𝘔𝘴𝘦 crystals, yep, that's what they're called, are hit by the monster's fire attacks, they will cause an explosion. Lastly, Guardian Rathalos can also regenerate its wounds by absorbing energy from a nearby 𝘔𝘴𝘦 pool, which allows them to re-enter an empowered state. Now, you might be thinking, it seems like these guardians have nothing to worry about, right? Well, much like their natural counterparts, these guardians are also preyed upon by a certain monster. After slaying the guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘦 𝘊𝘴𝘚, a strange creature snuck in. It took Ebony's body and pulled us inside a cave. The creature then proceeds to eat the guardian in front of us, and it revealed its horrifying appearance. This creature is known as 𝘕𝘴𝘴. 𝘕𝘴𝘴 is a cephalopod monster. Its tentacles harden from the mucus it secretes, which shapes them in a way that resembles blades or spears. Some refer to 𝘕𝘴𝘴 as the piercing assassin. Moreover, this creature has no eyes, but its other senses are highly developed. It excels at catching prey off guard, especially with its ability to enter small crevices and crawl quickly across the ground. Hidden underneath its body, it has a large mouth that allows it to devour large creatures. 𝘕𝘴𝘴 adapted itself to prey on guardians. It's often active during Wyvern's Awakening, an inclemency period in the ruins of Wyveria, due to the increased number of awakened guardians. Because of how this monster is attracted towards guardians, there was one unfortunate incident where it consumed a villager of Sild, because the villager's outfit mistakenly resembles a guardian's cocoon. If you came to this village for the first time,
Yeah, I remember
you
that
can
quest.
actually talk to this person. After Wyveria fell, many of these guardians were left with no guidance, no order, and trapped in the mindless state until they turned back into crystals. Sometimes, if one of the guardian bumps into each other, they clash, and it seems like a remnant of their former identity. Now, they're pretty much hollowed husks roaming around the ruins, except for one guardian, 𝘕𝘴𝘚. In my previous video about extinct species, I explained how 𝘕𝘴𝘚 was one such guardian that was singled out for being an extinct species. One day, Guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘚, which had been chained up for a long time, broke loose. Throughout the story, Nata explains how 𝘕𝘴𝘚, or as they call the White Wraith, destroyed their village known as Sild after it had went berserk. After Guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘚's rampage and learning to predate, it became unable to regulate its intake of wyvern milk. Because of how it was so intoxicated by the surplus of energy, the monster descended into madness. Due to its destructive behavior, the Avis unit, that's us, made the decision to slay the monster. In the days after Guardian 𝘕𝘴𝘚 was slain, the Avis unit found something near the windswept mountain. What they found was an empty egg of 𝘕𝘴𝘚. Let's take a closer look at 𝘕𝘴𝘚. According to the research notes, 𝘕𝘴𝘚 is a flying wyvern with unique chain-like blades on its wings. These blades can extend and retract freely to reap its prey. This monster feeds on elemental energy through the chain blades and uses that energy to unleash dragon elemental attacks. Its ability is pretty crazy if you ask me. There are only a few monsters that can make use of dragon element, and much like 𝘕𝘴𝘚, it consumes a lot of their energy. Again, we'll talk more about the mystery of the dragon element in a separate video, so don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out.
Might
According
also be
to
interesting.
Alma, some ancient records mention a monster with similar characteristics of that 𝘕𝘴𝘚, and it lacks the ability to absorb and convert elements. Potentially, this could mean that when monsters are turned into guardians, they gain enhanced abilities. 𝘕𝘴𝘚 may have gained new abilities despite reverting to its origin, and again, it's still a mystery as to why it was chosen to be a guardian and what function the monster served. Besides the creation of these guardians, Wyveria also created a secret guardian, one far more powerful than all of these.
Most interesting
the
one.
guardian they call 𝘕𝘪𝘶. Long ago, a royal paleontology scrivener wrote in a hunter's encyclopedia a rumor about an ancient storage facility hidden deep within an unknown forest. Inside this facility lay a monster, and not just any monster, but an amalgamation of dragons believed to be created by an ancient civilization that once meddled with life. It was unbelievable to think about. What really happened here is, underneath the city of Ŵyferia, there was an abandoned shrine, and we discovered a giant monster, the ultimate guardian of Ŵyferia, 𝘕𝘪𝘶. This creature clearly takes inspiration from the equal dragon weapon, and we can safely assume this is the case. To think this monster brought countless discussions online for many, many years, and here we are standing in front of the being. Not only that, but we get to hunt it too. But what exactly is 𝘕𝘪𝘶? According to the Allharkin, the Wyverian you'd meet in the highest place of the Forbidden Lands, also known as Suja. During the Age of Ŵyferia, the civilization faced a threat of a looming war at its gates. Because of this, they created another guardian said to be the ultimate weapon of Ŵyferia. This guardian, 𝘕𝘪𝘶, was created to be their savior, but unfortunately it became Ŵyferia's biggest mistake, and it caused their own demise. When you craft 𝘕𝘪𝘶's armor pieces, it speaks volume of how unstable the Guardian is. Following the massive destruction of the civilization, the ultimate Guardian, 𝘕𝘪𝘶, fell dormant and continued to feed off the energy of the Dragon Torch inside the shrine, and by doing so, it threw the weather of the surrounding regions of the Forbidden Lands into disarray. In addition to the destruction, many of the Guardians fell dormant, while the rest continued to roam the ruins of Ŵyferia without purpose. Quite a story, huh? If we look at the appearance of 𝘕𝘪𝘶, you can tell how it differs from how it was depicted in the rumor. Its entire body is covered in crystallized whelk. It has giant wing arms on its back adorned with strands shaped like feathers. While its head doesn't seem to have a face, if we destroy the whelk shell, we can see its hollowed eyes, blue flesh, and a mouth. Do I only see this? But its head kinda resembles the Artian helmet, don't you think? As mentioned in the Hunter notes, its true form underneath the crystallized whelk is oddly terrifying. Its form is a black monstrosity whose head and jaws grow in size, and whose massive arms are mangled and adorned with numerous twisted horns. I think the best way to illustrate this is with the black ember mass that you can carve from its body. It's a small, swollen mass from the inside of 𝘕𝘪𝘶 that pulses with an alien-like quality. Besides the appearance of this guardian, what makes 𝘕𝘪𝘶 terrifying is how its attacks resemble some of the powerful monsters we have encountered in the Monster Hunter series. Zun has an incredible video portraying a side-by-side comparison of 𝘕𝘪𝘶's attacks against many
It's
of
been
the
brought up a
powerful
lot
monsters
that it has
we have
moves
faced
from
in the
different
past. I highly recommend checking it out. On top of this, what's also crazy is, despite slaying 𝘕𝘪𝘶, it was able to replicate itself through asexual reproduction. But there's a catch, of course. For it to succeed, 𝘕𝘪𝘶 has to be in close proximity to a massive source of whelk energy, such as the Dragon Torch, which is why it lies dormant in the shrine.
Okay.
I'm still wrapping my head around this idea. After all these years of theory crafting and speculation about artificial creatures, I'm still amazed that we're now seeing it unfold in the story of Monster Hunter Wilds. Of course, these are not Frankenstein monsters stitched together with mechanical parts, as it was rumored in the book. I know some of you may think the concept of these guardians may seem lazy, unnecessary, or quite underwhelming, but I do think it has some potential.
Guardians are
I
so
wonder,
cool.
was there a point in time during the age of 𝘕𝘂𝘐 that they've explored the New World? Let me explain.
I don't understand people that hate on Guardians. Guardians are so interesting. And are very unique with their moves because of the work. If anything, they're not any lazier than any other variation of any other monster.
Later in the story of Monster Hunter Wilds, Gemma talks to us about Artian materials. These Artian materials, such as ancient weapon fragments, rusted weapon shards, and damaged weapon shards, are collected after slaying tempered monsters. These are monsters that have survived countless battles. By giving Gemma these materials, she will be able to craft these Artian weapons. Besides these ancient weapons, she could also craft.
It's a unique concept and have the potential to be really interesting. Yeah. Like, just lore-wise, they're already so fucking interesting. And they're really fun to hunt.
The Artian armor set. Although this doesn't really require any of those Artian ancient materials. With that in mind, these ancient fragments are also found in the New World, which is quite odd. I've mentioned this in one of my older videos, but basically, remember how in the story of Monster Hunter
I don't remember because I haven't played World yet.
we were asked by the Hunters Guild to venture out to this unexplored continent, which we later call as the New World. Throughout the story, it was said that we explored the New World 40 years ago with the First Fleet. During our time in the New World, we would soon find out that we were not the first ones to inhabit this continent. If you send out the cats to explore,
is that a tiny Fatalis? That is so cute.
or one of the locales in the New World, sometimes they encounter an ancient fragment along their journey. And you see, this is quite strange. Where did these cats found these ancient fragments? Could this mean the New World was already explored by the civilization of 𝘕𝘂𝘐? Possibly, but
damn, she saw it. What do I mean, damn, she saw it?
we're still uncertain, despite Gemma mentioning.
Wait, the baby Fatalis is a polycle layered armor? I need that so badly.
How she could recreate some of the weapons of the lost civilization. I'm sure many of you, just as I did not expect these kinds of absurd monsters to be shown in the world of Monster Hunter. The idea of artificial creatures is so far-fetched that it would sound like one of those fan-made story of the game.
Was it you wanted once you see?
You'd read on some wiki, but you know what? I like it. Initially, this crazy concept was one of their ideas while conceptualizing the first Monster Hunter game. Eventually, these concepts are
Wait, Eco Dragon Weapon was a concept for the first Monster Hunter game? God damn, they took their time to make them real.
introduced as unidentified creatures or in-game rumors, which allowed them to reintroduce and modify them later on to fit the game, just like some of the creatures in Monster Hunter.
This is the original Anshanath. Not a bad design, but kinda generic.
World. But hey, what are your thoughts? Let me know in the comment section. I wasn't expecting many of you, after my previous video about extinct species, to wish for some of those creatures to be introduced as guardians in wilds. who knows? Maybe there are more extinct species we haven't heard of that will be introduced, much like Arkveld. If you
Would
enjoyed
love
this
that.
video, please subscribe and check out our Patreon. I've been uploading some
That was a
behind the
good
scenes there,
video.
video updates, and other unreleased stories. I highly recommend you.
I was kind of hoping it goes more into the Eagle Dragon weapon. Because, you know, it's on a thumbnail. But I guess so much is known about the Eagle Dragon weapon.
You check it
So-
out. As always, thank you again for watching,
Yeah.
and I'll see you in the next video.
That was a good video. I like that. Okay. Because of time, like I want to go over time with reactions, but I want to stream until forever. We're gonna watch two shorter videos now. And then depending how I feel, we watch another long one. Depending how I feel. So yeah. We're gonna watch another Legends of Adventures compilation. For a campaign I actually didn't watch this time. Rex Maxim Real Space Cowboy. I didn't watch Stardust Rhapsody yet. So this is an actual blind reaction. Unlike the other Adventures reactions. So yeah, it's gonna be. I've seen some shorts about Rex Maxim. You're gonna laugh a lot.
Hello, Seventh Heaven Casino, it's me, Rex Maxim, real space cowboy. Let's boogie. Boys, come on in for a photo. There are only two rules. I stand in the middle and don't put your fingers in my mouth.
my stepdad, he knows Rex Maxim. Rex Maxim.
Rex Maxim.
But he's a real bounty hunter. He's a real cowboy.
He's a real space cowboy. He does Dorado among the stars.
Yeah, I know Rex Maxim. Yeah, he's very famous actually. He's got a lot of shows.
Oh, he does a TV show? Oh yeah, he was in the original show where they showed off his bounty hunting skills, but then they showed off all of his other many talents. There was Maximum Survive, there was Maximum Love, there was Maximum Law, Maximum Chef, Maximum Haunt, Maximum Load, that's with Space Raiders, not the other thing, Maximum Makeover, Maximum Baby Daddy, Maximum Therapy, Maximum Court, Maximum Farm.
Maximum Makeover, I love that show. Maximum Bounce, where Zero G meets Double D. Remember that one?
12 women, 1 moon base, 0 gravity, and 0 shame.
Yeah!
Hey, yo.
Wait, is he the star of Sex Maxim, that porno?
He was in it once, but I'm pretty sure that they just showed his head and then there was someone else.
That's 100% accurate. That's canon. That's absolutely what happened.
They never showed his full body in the whole shot.
His licensed off his face just from the beginning of the porno.
It's at this moment you'll hear, and now selecting 2 random fans for a photo op with
Oh, nice.
Maxim! And then they come to a rest on Pike and Red. Eliminated.
I visibly sighed.
Hey! Wait just 1 second. Is that season 5, episode 13, Bounty Hunter Bumbles?
Yes!
Oh!
Yes!
I never forget a face.
I put my hand kind of over
Rex
my...
Maxim, real space cowboy. I never forget. It's Jake and Schlumbo, right? Boys, come on in for a photo. There are only two rules. I stand in the middle and don't put your fingers in my mouth. Come on in. Somebody snap us. Tuck in, guys. Tuck in.
I love that Rex is just canonically Andy and Bill.
That's not true. That's the most insulting thing you've ever said to me. That's the meanest thing you've ever said to me.
You think I'm Schlumbo or do you think you're Schlumbo?
Does it actually matter?
No, let's go.
Get this over with.
Smile for the camera.
Rex, it's been a while. How you been?
My expression never changes. I'm just standing there with these photos. Can you stop moving for just
Pretty good angle.
for 1 minute? Just stop moving.
The name's not Schlumbo, by the way.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. I have not forgotten your name.
Well, it's
Hedge.
No, it's
Ronaldo.
I'll give you one more try.
Oh, I know it. Oh, it'll come to me. You look like a Luke.
Not even close. Well, actually, that's a little close. It's closer than I would have
Luke and Desby. I never forget a face.
Desby's not even close.
Season 5, episode 13, though, right? Bumbling bounty hunters.
Ziggy, is that right?
That's the one.
He's a huge fan. Why wouldn't he be?
He would much rather be standing on this stage than the two of us.
Oh, don't be nervous, Pike.
He remembered
damn
now.
it. I didn't say that canonically. Well, I didn't say that.
He remembered.
Don't be
They
nervous,
always
Luke.
remember.
Luke, it's okay. Don't be nervous.
He can retcon his own fucking words. Holy shit. Look at
He's
this guy.
omnipotent.
I'm so powerful. That didn't happen.
All right, look. No, it's Rhett and Pike.
Yeah.
From season 5, episode 13.
No, that wasn't it.
Hey, Ziggy.
Of course, I'll sign something for you.
I'm gonna race forward and accidentally give myself a flat tire.
Ah!
And then I'll reach down and I'll re-velcro my shoes, and then I will stand forward and it is an honor to meet
gosh.
you, Mr. Maxim. Let's boogie.
I didn't realize you were a person at first. I thought you were a mysterious monster. That startled me.
I don't know how to feel about that.
My heart is racing like Maximum Racer. My own bird at the work races, if I may.
I just want to touch some of the frills.
Go on. Just watch those fingers.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
Real space cow.
Genuine real space cow. Just like a genuine real space cowboy would wear. How do you feel about the rhinestones?
I mean,
What'd you say your name was?
Ziggy.
Ziggy?
Yeah, it's Ziggy. That's right.
I
That's
think you
it.
need to boogie.
Yeah. Can I get a?
Let's boogie chat.
Okay.
I can take it. No, that's fine.
Oh, that's really good. Thank you. My head is cut off. I have something for you. Very special Marshal the Scattering card. This is Rex Maxim Star Marshal. It's the Luster Ultra Flash Ultra Rare. And I was gonna have you sign it, but I want you to have it.
Digby, I couldn't possibly take this from you. It's far too valuable.
This is the last one. I got it from a thruster pack, my very own self.
Rigby,
Very funny.
I could give you 1,000 guesses, and you would never figure out what this means to me. Thank you. So kind. Look at this handsome fella.
So much fun over there. Yeah, gosh, I wish that was me.
Get over here, and I'll wave them in.
And your names?
This is Ko.
Yeah, I'm Ko.
Ko. Striking.
I'm never gonna wash this hand.
Don't worry, she does them anyway.
I know that you have scheduled autographs. And I know that the going rate is at a minimum 50 notes per autograph, unless I want a note, and that's 200. I brought my low-fat Rex Maxim Real Space Cowboy Real Space Grill.
This is a scathing indictment of the con scene.
It would mean a lot if you would sign it.
Oh, Ko. Oh, that? This is a real Rex fact. I cook on one of those every single morning.
Just like the commercials. Thank you so much. Okay, here's the notes. Like,
No, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, okay.
No, I couldn't possibly for 15. I mean, 10 is that's a
Okay,
discount.
10, okay.
Yeah.
I have this full body pillow of you from Sex Maxim, and I was wondering if you would sign the butt cheek.
The Sex Maxim.
Yeah.
You know that was really me.
I had a feeling.
Most people did. Most people did. Yeah. A lot of stars, they use a body double. Not me. That was full frontal, baby.
4 or 5 times.
Not a 6 or 7 by some counts, but 7 is my lucky number.
If you push a button, it has an erection.
I don't know. We're gonna have feature into the pillow. Yeah. Oh, I'll sign this. That'll be 15 notes.
Oh, okay.
Rex, in episode 17 of Alien Wrangler, when your stitching of your hat changed between scenes, was that a continuity error, or was that one of those, was it meant to symbolize your experience right after the incident?
Oh, Zaxby, I would love to answer that for you, but what was that? Oh, yeah? Oh, I have to go.
My hand is so greasy with this lip gloss.
What does it smell like?
It smells of tangerine.
Stand now.
That was really nice of you giving him that card.
It really was. It was so nice of you.
I may have bugged the card that I gave. If the GM will allow it. And he'll let you say whatever you want. If he doesn't say no, it's canon now.
You may.
All right, let's see if I can tune in on this card thing here and see if I can listen in on what Rex is up to right this very second.
I just can't believe this guy has so much trash already. Alright, well, down the chute it goes.
And then you hear,
No!
Well, what's that?
Who immediately takes a gift from their fans and throws it in the trash?
Yeah, that's horse shit.
This guy sucks worse than we thought.
well, what do you guys want? Why am I here for a week?
Are you feeling any better?
What do you mean? Since Ophelia left me?
Well,
my fiance?
Yeah.
I'm broken-hearted, Mary. I'm broken-hearted.
If it helps you get past it, in reality, she wasn't really ever your fiancée.
Get over it. She was using you the whole time, so you just get over it immediately.
None of it was even real. It was all fake.
Yeah, but Cole said this time.
What do you mean? Of course it was real. Have you seen, did you see her body when she was walking around? I mean, boom, pow. She taught me half the dance moves I knew up there.
So you may or may not have done something for the Don, but what about the things you were doing with the Don's wife?
What? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What? Well, you know, we was seen together here and there. I mean, we'd walk around the Don.
Sure.
Anatra and I, you know, just a classic, just a couple of people.
Yeah, it's really good then that you didn't do anything with the Don's wife, because you said he's like so powerful and stuff. Because if you did and you ever found out about it, there's no chance you survive that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd be bad.
That would be. If he's as powerful as you say, right, there's no chance.
Yeah, but Rex Maxim, real space cowboy, he doesn't slip up, only slips in.
Ziggy.
All right, are you ready?
What? Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I'm ready.
So we found some files. This is you, fucking his wife right here, and this from a different angle. And this one loops really, really well. Actually, it's bizarre.
Oh, you had blackmail?
We have all the. I don't know if blackmail's what I would.
Are you trying to blackmail me right now, kid?
No, we're just saying that.
You had blackmail this whole time?
Yeah, we had blackmail.
Blackmail's like my main weakness. You should have opened with that.
I'll feed you every fucking day, 3 square meals a day, and you can't even remember my goddamn fucking name. It's one consonant sound off of your name. We're fucking blackmailing you, Rex. What now? You gonna help us now? You
Well-
think the Don's gonna fucking let you live and buy your story if this gets out?
No, that is bad. No.
I'm pretty sure he can post that somewhere.
No, whoa! I didn't realize you were asking about. I thought you were asking about sleeping with Sinatra. Fucking her, absolutely. I'm with you guys. How about just keep that in the vault? You know what I mean? You guys are good with vaults, okay?
Well,
just keep it in there.
It'll stay in the vault if you can tell us what we need to know.
Well, what do you? I don't know a whole lot of stuff. Just that, like.
You just insinuated that you knew all of the stuff.
Wow, this is really going well.
It's fucking simple. And if that doesn't fucking help you, I pull out like a buzzer. I will fucking shave every inch of your pasty little body, you fuck. Do you fucking understand me?
Just as an aside, as a weird aside, I've had this dream. Here we go. This is so surreal that this is happening right now. I didn't
You are
think.
gonna be a chrome dome bald fuck. Do you understand?
Oh no, he's got an erection.
Okay, I throw the razor. I'm not gonna fucking shave you. I am going to twist your arm behind your back and pin you down with my boot until I hear bones fucking break.
The erection's not going away.
No, it's not. I think it's bigger.
Just another alleyway, okay? Just a super weird another aside. This was the other dream I had. It's been a heck of a day.
Yeah, we all almost died horribly.
Yeah, I think it's bedtime. So just take me to the honeymooner suite. Drop my
Gonna
stuff
cuddle
off.
with shit mouth, shit jaws.
Oh, in the brig?
We do have a third option, all right? There is the spare crew quarters. There's a bed in there. And I can make sure that the door's locked from the outside.
Only if you don't leave him in there with the 45 gallons of lube.
I think we can do that.
45 gallons of lube?
Yeah. I decrease it by 5 gallons every time I mention it.
Fine, I'll get the hand truck.
I mean, that's at least 4 hours of fun.
Yeah, thanks.
Pike?
Yeah.
Can you grab me like 6 or 7 extra pillows? I really like to cocoon myself.
No. Oh. And I kind of like roughly like grab him by the shoulder
the velour, please.
and like pull him like towards me and like kind of shove my head towards the room. Keep walking, you jackass.
You have a steamer in the room, I trust.
No.
Prison
All right.
again.
What you're going through is so much harder. And if you really want to, I'll give you my copy of Playing the Game. Playing the Game, it's a book about women and how to get over it. And I want you to have this, Pike. I want you to have it. The subtitle is How to Manipulate Emotionally Available Women and Temporarily Satisfy Your Unresolved Feelings About Your Mother. The foreword is by Rex Maxim. I think you're really gonna like it.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I really gotta watch this campaign. God damn. Oh my god. That was comedy. Shelly, what the fuck? Oh god. That was comedy. Absolute massive comedy. Oh my god. Okay, let's watch another compilation of that same campaign. But of a different character. Sound good? Sound good. I've seen more shorts of Ziggy, so it's gonna be funny. I hope. Bunch.
All right, look, all we need is we just gotta find another job.
Yeah, that's and then now that I've got my license, they misspelled my last name. What the fuck? How hard is it to spell Woog? My name's not Ziggy Moog. Photos of me being like, I will crash into the console and I'll go, ow! You broke my secret lab chair! I will pull my backpack off of my shoulder. Oh, come on, oh shit, fucking... I got cans of Gex, guys! I got the thing that saved the day! What? Here,
Can't kill! Fucking kill!
Here, catch! I tossed one like halfway to Reddit crashes and
no, that doesn't happen.
I get blasted back and smashed again into my console.
And destroy
the vertical monitor! Shit, those are so cool!
But this place just starts to level itself.
I feel like 𝘕𝘴𝘦 𝘊𝘰𝘥𝘦 at the end of 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘵 𝘠𝘵𝘄𝑔𝑒 Season 3!
It seems as though you've survived.
Oh. I feel like 𝘕𝘴𝘦 𝘊𝘰𝘥𝘦, the last son, on the first episode of 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘵 𝘠𝘵𝘄𝑔𝑒 Season 4.
Will you just shut up for 5 seconds?
Oh, you're lucky to be alive. I'm just gonna fucking say it.
I know. Mechanically, I have 1 hit point. I know that I called myself a kid. I was panicked, but I'm not really a kid. All right, I'm a 36-year-old Redditor.
Our ship.
The Rhapsody. All right,
Rhapsody,
cool.
yeah,
that's
right.
cool. I feel like we're at the beginning of Mecha Maiden's Love Protocol override. This is just like how that started.
Are you going to be doing this all of the time?
Talking?
Yes.
Well, no. I also don't talk. When I'm watching Mecha Maiden's Love Protocol override.
Well, can you just do that for the next hour or so?
I click my goggles and they go black.
I got some chips. Pulls them in his backpack. They're like crushed. Yeah. Just dust.
You make your way on foot back to the Rhapsody.
If we're up to y'all, how would we get to him?
We would dress ourselves as bellhops
Ayo?
at the casino, and then when he needed his luggage moved, we would take him to his room, which he would tell us what room number is, and he has the key. And then once he's inside, instead of a tip, we handcuff him and we pump him for information.
Ziggy, that has to be the single greatest idea I have ever fucking heard. Right? Bellhops to handcuff pipeline. That's it. That's it.
We're done.
There's no bad idea. All right, there are just some that are better than others. Okay, and we should make a tier list.
I'm writing it down. I got my notepad up right here.
Notepad.
I thought I could say he got me pregnant.
You fucked that guy?
No.
Oh.
That's almost. I mean, can we combine that with the bellhop thing? Pregnant bellhop.
Ziggy, I'm sorry about your stupid electronic monster card or whatever happened.
It's a real loss, but
I've already
it's
walked
only...
away.
I look down, I'm looking down, I'm still talking to myself. It's only a thing, you know? What you're going through is so much harder. And if you really want to, I'll give you my copy of Playing the Game.
We're all gone.
Playing the Game, it's a book about women and how to get over it. And I want you to have this, Pike. I want you to have it. The subtitle is How to Manipulate Emotionally Available Women and Temporarily Satisfy Your Unresolved Feelings About Your Mother. The foreword is by Rex Maxim. I think you're really gonna like it. The card is just a card, but the wisdom in here, that can get you through. Guys? I see
well
that everyone's
played.
gone. I start playing Starfield Valley, and I go to sleep. And I'll type.
Thank God.
Ready to go. 2 is a number 2 because it means T-O as in 2. Ready to go. Ready to go? Question mark? Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face.
I like clear it really quickly. Like,
You can respond to this message. Don't ignore me.
See, I didn't realize that I'm accidentally responding, but as I lean over and whisper to Pike, he's telling me he's going number 2 for some reason. He didn't actually have to do that. I hope he's not in the fucking bathroom right now. And then sends that back as a message to you.
Reply when you can. Are you R-Y-O-U R-E-A-D-Y ready? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Is there a thumbs up emoji? So yeah, I send back just a thumbs up emoji. Are you all right?
I'm ready to go. I'm roaring. I'm raring. I'm feeling really good. I can't stop
You're
thinking.
doing so
All
good.
these things. I've had so many ideas. I can't even begin to tell you. And I'm rock hard.
He's zooted out of his goddamn mind.
You tell me that.
He can taste the stars right now. He's zooted out of his mind.
Oh man! I'm so glad I wore pleated pants.
I hate that.
100?
I'm not gonna tell you how much fucking notes we have. All right, that's between me and Hank.
Well, I helped with Oryx. I mean, we have to afford all this fucking cool gear that I want to buy.
Well, I'm not saying we can't, and I want to prioritize it, but we have a strict fucking budget.
And the point is, you need to make sure that you're spending your portion wisely.
I want you to understand that you almost fucking died.
That's what I'm saying.
You almost died.
I know.
Do you understand?
I'm trying. Well, yeah.
He was seconds away from popping your head like a fucking balloon.
I know, and then I would have been dead, and I wouldn't have been able to watch season 4 of Crimson Machina, Order of the Spiral Edge. I've been waiting for weeks for that.
How many of these shows have the word order in them?
But what if I get into scrap? I can't really do much. I mean, I got my hypergrid tricks, but like, all I can do, like, if someone punches me in the stomach, I'm just gonna throw up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Stick with us.
Just don't get punched in the stomach.
And he'll punch them in the stomach. Fucking charge at him. Look at the fucking size of you in terms of width.
I mean, hey.
You of course have this concern, Ziggy, because you think to the bounty of Oryx, where you finally caught up to him, and in your excitement you went to bring him in yourself, and he punched you in the stomach, and you threw up.
And then I threw up. You remember? It was very embarrassing. I can't do that again. Okay, Rhett?
And you see the emblem of the Kyojin Power Company. Large roadways cut in between these buildings.
We're gonna say something?
Yeah, why are you taking all those pictures?
Oh, I thought it would be really cool to get a shot of the city as it was landing through the window here.
Okay.
I mean, look at this. This looks like something out of First Fiction 23. You know, Gidmar? Haven't you played any First Fictions? You don't even know what I'm talking about? Oh. I've got a lot to teach you, Pike.
Every time I start to think he might be cool, he just opens his mouth and he keeps talking.
You don't want to get a selfie? Well, I guess it would be an ussy, if it's all of us.
I mean, if you want to get a selfie.
All right, come over here.
All right. Hold on, let me signal. Oh, God, they're not letting me over. Finally merge over, and I go down the...
You hear a series of honking behind you as somebody's trying to get past, but eventually...
I got their license plate.
That's very funny. They are now in crippling debt.
I cast instant message on Pike, and you see a little window appear in your vision. Literally a hypergrid, like a HUD, image, and even though you're moving around, it seems stationary in front of you. Only you can see this message as a little PFP of Ziggy animated doing like some sort of ridiculous dance shows up, and next to it the message: "Do you want anything from the heli?" And I'm ordering food.
I I try to like inadvertently swipe it with my hand almost, like with my cigarette hand. I'm like waving the smoke and this message out of my.
You can dismiss it by hitting the X, but you can also reply in an only way that I can see if you want to.
I don't.
Seriously, I'm ordering food. Don't tell Rhett.
Ziggy, what are you doing?
I'm working back here. I'm working real
the kid's
hard.
trying to order food from the Hellion.
Well, how the fuck do you know that?
He's sending me messages. I can't stop seeing them.
You're sending him secret messages about food?
He specifically told me not to.
It was going to be a surprise.
What did I say about a budget?
I'm hungry.
You don't have a fucking gate pass.
I might be able to forge one. It'll take 24 hours. I have to succeed a DC 25 check 3 times.
Can I get anyone anything?
Oh yes. What is your wireless password?
Oh well, whatever came on the box. You just look right over at it. It's just written on the bottom, I think.
Right.
You just go. I mean, I think I have a photo of it, or maybe written down somewhere on the fridge, perhaps.
No, it's on the side of the router.
Yeah. Oh yes, right there. You found it.
I found it. Oh yeah, your mugshot's hilarious.
What? You fucking delete that. Delete that off of that thing right now.
Permanently or off of my local?
What? Get it up, get it down!
All right.
What's your deal again? Where are you from?
I'm just
You're a bounty hunter?
Yeah, I'm a bounty hunter. I hunt bounties.
Do one push-up.
I'm sorry, I didn't know push-ups were required for bounty hunters.
I don't know what the fuck was required for a bounty hunter. I would presume one push-up.
Well, I ordered pizza. The pizza's on its way. I don't know what this delivery driver is doing. They've been waiting at the restaurant for like 20 minutes. What are they doing there? Is the pizza ready? Are they just sitting with the pizza? What's happening with the pizza? Have you ever played Marshall the Scattering?
No.
I can teach you.
Can I play with all of the colored ones? They're all sparkly.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the whole point. They're collectible. You keep them safe and you keep them. I even have I have a Rex Maxim, for example.
Oh wait, is this that guy?
He's in the game. He's like a cowboy, and you can use him to command your squadron.
Wait, so
Who else can I play?
this card says Rex Maxim, but then this card says Rex, real space cowboy.
Yeah, no, that's the alt art. It looks like, strangely, it looks like, kind of looks like Pike actually, but more fuckable.
Well, if these are rare, maybe you should wipe your hands off before you touch them. We have napkins, and I take napkins that are on the table and just move them closer to Ziggy.
I'm going to be very careful. I only handle the special ones in gloves, and you'll see that these ones have sleeves, so, you know.
You watch as I pull one out of the sleeve and start
Oh,
walking.
no. No.
It looks so much better when you don't have it in this plastic thing.
They're nitrogen sealed. There's not even oxygen in there. You got to put on some gloves. You're ruining the value.
Oh god, and I'll just toss it.
Okay. Nobody move. I'll take the sleeve out and I will very gingerly reinsert the card, make sure that it's perfectly centered, and then I'll pull out a small canister of nitrogen and I'll give it a like that and flush out all the oxygen and then seal it. Okay. Probably only lost a few hundred notes.
As it vacuum seals into the package, it becomes incredibly clear how much bacon grease.
I was gonna say, as soon as it hits the light, there's a thumbprint.
Yeah. As it hits
It's on the inside.
There's burrito.
All right, I'll take out a pen. Grade beta.
Ziggy, it's to you.
I will have been typing. I've accessed the accessibility menu of my Grid Boy, and I switch over to text-to-speech. I didn't realize that my voice is going to come back, so I hit enter, and all you hear is, guys, I can't use my voice. I can't use my voice. I'm scared. Please, help me. Fuck. And you hear this execute as son of a bitch. What happened? This is bad. I don't have any abilities when it happens to me. I don't like this. Please, help. I'm scared. I'm going to die. Please help.
Oh my gosh, I got my voice back! Everything's gonna be okay!
Derek, you were born to play this.
Yeah. I say that literally every session.
Yeah.
was good. Oh my god. I really gotta watch this campaign. God damn it. Oh, that was funny. What is going on with these Shy Lily thumbnails? Bro. That was so funny. Especially like a TCG part. Yeah, it was hilarious. There's one more video I wanted to watch today, but it is over 2 hours long. So I'm not sure if you should watch that today. Maybe not. But you guys be up for a long ass lore video. It's more Monster Hunter lore. A video that's been requested a lot. So I probably should, right? Let's just roll with it. We're gonna watch it. It's just a long ass video. So yeah. We're just gonna watch it. World map explained. The world map of Monster Hunter. This has been requested so much under the last Monster Hunter React. So yeah. But it's getting late, so I might not say a lot. But I want to react to it right now. So we do that. It's a complicated compilation release of a video series about reconstructing the world map of Monster Hunter. The video includes large amounts of speculation, and the map presented here is by no means a definitive, obviously correct version. I'm just not a fan. I don't hesitate to use this video as a starting point. You come to your own conclusions and sketch out your own vision of this wonderful universe. Okay! Let's go.
The world of Monster Hunter is a place of wonder and beauty. Throughout the years,
let me know if the volume is
Capcom has
good.
taken us to a wide variety of interesting and memorable locations, inhabited by their stellar cast of monsters.
Hi, Dick Rex.
But one aspect of the world building that many are not as familiar with is the actual shape of the world. Where are all of these locations in relation to each other? What are their histories and cultures?
Oh, that looks...
What does the world map of Monster Hunter actually look like? Mapping the world of Monster Hunter is a surprisingly difficult task, and one that I have personally attempted many times in the past. So, I decided to, this time, give you the lore of Monster Hunter's world and locations while speaking to you directly like this. This way, I can explain sources and assumptions more clearly than I could with my usual documentary style. The top left corner of this video will be dedicated to displaying which book or source my info comes from, so
helpful.
Keep an eye on it if that stuff interests you. Strap in and get comfortable as we explore the lands of Monster Hunter.
Then for 2.5 hours of Monster Hunter lore. Monster Hunter, Monster Hunter G, and Monster Hunter Freedom. Okay, first gen.
Now, the reason that mapping Monster Hunter is so difficult is because we really do not get a lot of concrete information on where things are. The latest, most up-to-date world map we got for the series as a whole was in Hunter's Encyclopedia 2 back in 2006, with a small update to it being made in Hunter's Encyclopedia G in 2009. This means that our newest source for the Monster Hunter map is, statistically speaking, older than some of you watching this right now. This is also one of only 3 labeled world maps we have. There is an earlier map that came with the first line of ecology encyclopedias, which focused on Monster Hunter 1 only. And then there is the new world map in Monster Hunter World, which only shows the new continent in isolation. Unfortunately, this is all that we get in terms of direct canon information about the shape of the world. But this is better
It would
than
be nice to
nothing.
get some canon confirmation
So
about the
let's
world
start
map.
by constructing our own world map from what we have. We do know the general shape of the world, which is split into the old and new worlds. Do note that we do not know how far away the 2 worlds are, what direction the new world is in comparison to the old world, or how they relate to each other in size. What you see here is just a way for me to display both places on one screen. So we got this world with around 8 landmasses, some of which we can name. The New World continent and the hinterlands together
wait.
comprise the new landmass.
Just shape-wise, the old world kind of looks like Europe, Asia, and Africa. Right? Kind of shape-wise. And the new world has pretty much the exact shape of Antarctica. I don't know if that's relevant to anything, but it's just something I just noticed.
Some of which we can name. The New World continent and the hinterlands together comprise the New World, and are where Monster Hunter World and Iceborne take place. Moving on to the Old World, this small southern continent here is called Aya, and has only been mentioned by name a single time in all of the books. It is described as a mysterious land, where different tribal groups were united by powerful rulers. Another place that has only been mentioned once is Akura, which is this northern wedge right here. It's said to be a frigid land with extreme weather changes, where powerful monsters gather. The large eastern continent, meanwhile, is named Fonron, and unlike the previous 2 landmasses, we know for a fact that we have been here in the games.
Okay.
But more on that later.
Interesting.
Lastly, there are 2 islands whose names we know. Over in the New World, this here is Origin Isle, where Iceborne's final fight against Shara Ishvalda takes place. Then, south of Fonron, we have this crescent moon-shaped land called Shiki. We are told that this island nation produces excellent blacksmiths. This is another place that we get to visit in one of the games, and we'll talk about that at a later point.
Okay.
This leaves us with 3 unnamed landmasses.
Wait. A land of exceptional blacksmiths. Is that where Rise takes place? Since Rise is so big on blacksmithing? Like the village?
2
I
of
don't know.
them, the western and northern ones, are never addressed in any book or game text that I am aware of. Some fans believe that the western continent might actually be the New World, but we'll get to that and why I disagree with
probably
it
not.
when we discuss the 5th generation. This third unnamed continent is, ironically, the one we know the most about, as this is where most of the games in the series take place. I call it the Central Continent, but that is not its name, it's just a descriptor. You will sometimes see it referred to as the Current Continent in some of the books, but that also seems to be more of a descriptor than a name. This land is separated into regions, with many varied climate zones and biomes. Finally, one more thing that we know is that the equator of the Monster Hunter world is here, as it is shown explicitly in the early Gen 1 map. Because that map only shows the old world, we do not know how the equator relates to the new world. So this is the general shape we are working with, sticking purely to officially confirmed information. This was very general, but we'll explore everything in much more detail in the future. Since the newest map was updated in 2009, we actually also know the locations of many towns and hunting grounds, up to Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. For now, let's focus on locations from the series' first generation of games, meaning from Monster Hunter 1 to Monster Hunter Freedom. Much of the first generation of Monster Hunter takes place near the northwestern tip of the Central Continent, an area called the 𝘕𝘕 region. This place is the leftover shadow of the powerful Kingdom of 𝘕𝘕, an old empire that is said to have ruled vast swaths of the world in the past. But today, 𝘕𝘕 is split into East and West 𝘕𝘕, who have a history of bitter rivalry. Feudal disputes and political intrigue flare up the tempers of these two nations periodically, but it does not escalate into anything more serious. While the West is fertile and prosperous, the East is rough and cold. The region is surrounded by the massive 𝘕𝘴𝘏 mountain range, which stretches all across this northwestern tip of the continent. On the border between East and West 𝘕𝘕 stands a neutral zone, established around the once renowned capital of the lost 𝘕𝘕 kingdom, Castle 𝘕𝘕. This was, once upon a time, a prestigious capital from which the kingdom of 𝘕𝘕 stretched into the furthest corners of the known territories. Today, only little remains of its legendary glory. Its walls crumbled, its cannons eroded, its banners torn and rotten. To the people of the current day, Castle 𝘕𝘕 is a place crawling with monsters, a neutral zone no one is allowed to enter. The halls once patrolled by armored warriors and gardens admired by delegate princes have given way under the weight of history. No one knows what exactly happened here. The kingdom of 𝘕𝘕 simply vanished about 1,000 years ago. But in ancient murals and archaic folk songs, a particular belief about 𝘕𝘕's demise emerges over and over again. That the kingdom was, for reasons lost to time, burned to ash by a single black dragon.
Fatalis!
This event, as well as its perpetrator, is often called Fatalis, translated by scholars as Battle of Fate. Within the world of Monster Hunter, this is considered mere myth. But for us, it's a different story altogether, isn't it? Aside from the zone around Castle 𝘕𝘕, both the East and West 𝘕𝘕 nations are considered civilized regions, areas of the world where humanity prospers and monsters are only sighted rarely. In fact, a citizen of either 𝘕𝘕 nation is highly unlikely to ever see a monster with their own eyes. They know they exist, but they're not exactly in a position where they're going to encounter them ever. Think about how you know that giraffes exist, but have probably never encountered one in the wild. As a result, the deeds of monster hunters exist here largely as exaggerated stories sung by bards. Such stories tend to take place in the south of the region, where the civilized region of West Trade gives way to another kind of land. A frontier zone. Areas of the world where monsters are abundant and reign supreme, and where human influence is limited to isolated towns and settlements. Here, in the South Shradian frontier, stands a city of hunters. 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦, the online hub town from Monster Hunter 1. Built into the harsh rocky landscape overrun by powerful monsters, one would not expect 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦 to thrive. It lies far away from the wealthy center of West Trade, and the soil around it is unsuitable for farming. And yet, it stands tall, its thorn walls and well-maintained cannons keeping monsters away from an ever-growing citizenry. The reason 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦 has been able to exist is its reliance on the one resource exclusive to it: monster materials. Since the settlement offers an entry point into the wild frontier, many hunters gather here, bring with them spoils from their quests that they sell to local markets. Monster materials form the basis for many commodities, and as the demand for such commodities grows, so too does 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦's economy. Before long, the value that 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦's existence brought to the Shrade region was undeniable, and monster hunting as a profession took off properly. That is also why 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦 is the headquarters of the Shradian Hunters Guild. As a refresher, there is no one centralized Hunters Guild as far as we know, but rather multiple local guilds that work together closely as a conglomerate. While characters often talk of the Hunters Guild, that is just an umbrella term that includes all the different local branches that share information and quests among each other, a network that includes the guild here in 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦.
It makes a lot of sense.
But while 𝘕𝘕𝘴𝘦 is said to have popularized monster hunting, the origin of this line of work is actually suggested to be further south. Nestled between a small branch of the mountain range, we find the first ever village seen in the series, Kokoto. This small village sits near Mount Kokoto and serves as a microcosm of a hunting society. Small huts to accommodate novice hunters stand vis-a-vis a modest market, where hunting tools and gear can be purchased and commissioned. It is a self-sufficient community that revolves around monster hunting. They are led by their village chief, an old Wyverian with an inexhaustible expertise in all matters of monster hunting. Many believe that he must have been quite a fierce hunter in his youth himself. The excellent hunting environment and welcoming community causes a regular stream of young hunters spending time here, and Kokoto thrives as a result. The town is small and rustic, but not opposed to modernization. In recent years, they have added a farm and a bar to their establishments. Kokoto is also famous for its legendary hero of Kokoto. This story is, in many ways, the foundational myth of monster hunting as a lifestyle, and over the years, the details of this event have become warped and varied by various narrators. Historical facts tell us that long ago, Mount Kokoto was beset by a terrible, one-horned wyvern that threatened the people in the region. A band of 5 warriors, led by a young Wyverian, stood up to the creature and fought it valiantly. But the wrath of the monster incurred a heavy toll. One member of the band, the beautiful fiancée of the Wyverian leader, lost her life in the battle.
Damn.
The band retreated, only for the young Wyverian to face the wyvern again, this time by himself. Against all odds, the young hunter vanquished the beast by himself, earning himself the title Hero of Kokoto. It is this story that inspired people all over to take up arms and make their living as monster hunters. As a myth, it has also inspired many of the rules and regulations that hunters' guilds impose. For example, any hunting party must not have more than 4 members, as the 5th is surely to die a tragic death, as a hero's love once did.
That's interesting
Quick side
lore.
note. There seems to always be some confusion on if the monster that the hero fought was a monoblos or a Lao Shan Lung. As far
Is
as
that
the
proof of the
books
hero
are
got its
concerned,
name? It makes
calls
sense.
it a one-horned wyvern, using the exact same title as the official title used for the monoblos.
It has to be a monoblos, right? It's the
It
only
also
one-horned
uses
monster we
this
have.
kanji, which in the
Right?
Monster Hunter series is generally reserved for wyverns, while elder dragons get this one instead. This pattern hasn't always been consistent though, to be fair. But, based on Monoblos' role in Monster Hunter 1, the usage of its title, and the kanji, I'll say that the hero of Kokoto
Isn't Monoblos a final
probably
boss of the
fought
village
a
quest?
Monoblos.
This
So
solo
as
quest.
you can see,
Final
the
solo quest
official
of Monster-
sources
Okay, yeah,
do
yeah,
give
yeah.
us enough info to definitively place the
Yeah, it
3
has to be
town-like
Monoblos.
locations from the first game. Trust me, this is very much a luxury compared to some later cases. Moving on, we even know the rough locations and some additional lore of the hunting grounds that we visit in the
Ooh.
first generation. South of Kokoto, one enters a place called the Arcolis region. The exact borders of this area are unknown, but it roughly stretches from just south of Kokoto to around the western tip of the continental lake. This is a mild and temperate zone, and it is here where the Forest and Hills hunting ground is. If you've only ever played Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, you may know this place as the Verdant Hills. While we don't know exactly where in this region the hunting ground is located, Ecology Encyclopedia Monster Hunter 1 Volume 1 mentions that hunting grounds tend to become tougher and restricted to more experienced hunters the further they are from established settlements.
Makes
Considering
sense.
that the Forest and Hills map is generally a very early game area, it's plausible to assume that it's somewhat close to Kokoto. This hunting ground is a lush and vibrant land, where monsters of many different kinds gather. Considering that this is the original hunting ground of the series, we do not actually get a lot of concrete info on this area, from the books at least. One thing we do, however, know is the actual name of the location. These are the Shilton Hills, which merge into the Silkor Forest. If we keep going south, we reach this land bridge here that connects the northwest, southwest, and central chunks of the continent. The southwestern coast is covered in a tropical forest, which is where the Old Jungle Hunting Ground is located. This place also gets a name in the books. It is called the 𝘕𝘴𝘴 Rainforest. The variety of plant life and abundant fish species make it a paradise for many monsters, including Piscine wyverns that feed on aquatic prey. There are also fishing villages here, which often clash with local monsters such as the 𝘕𝘴𝘴𝘦. As we head further south, we reach this massive southern peninsula. This is an arid region, and is where many of Monster Hunter's deserts are located. In the middle, pretty much exactly at the equator, we have the Old Desert, which younger players might know as the Dunes map from Monster Hunter 4U and GU. This vast sea of sand is famous for its rare desert plants, as well as the many underground waterways that allow monsters such as Plesioth to travel here. Despite being a region with extreme temperatures, hunter activity is said to have increased here, and Encyclopedia 4 even mentions that there might be efforts to open parts of the area up for civilian activities, such as tourism. However, the presence of powerful monsters makes such endeavors difficult. Like the previous areas, the Old Desert also gets a name in the books. It is officially called the 𝘕𝘰𝘸 Desert. For now, instead of going further south, let's move back to the north and go to the northern shore of the continental lake. This lake, too, has a name. It is called the 𝘕𝘂𝘃𝘴𝘦. Note that this is just my localization of the letters used here, and you could very well translate the name differently, but this is what I'm going with for now.
That sounds fine.
The prefix 𝘕 is maybe the most interesting, because you could localize it with various other spellings in English as well. The reason I went with 𝘕 here is that this fragment also appears in the name of the mining town you visit in Monster Hunter Stories, where it is officially localized as 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘏. So I figured I'd try to stay consistent with the series' confirmed localization precedent here, which is why I translated this fragment as 𝘕 in this and some upcoming names. To the north of the lake lies the old swamp hunting ground that appeared first in Monster Hunter 1. It is called the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘃 wetlands in the books, and is characterized by near endless rain.
I've hunted here in Frontier.
It is said to have been ignored by humans in the past
I remember this.
due to how unpleasant and inhospitable of an area it is, but it became quite interesting to various authorities and guilds after it was discovered that the humid conditions promoted the growth of unique and valuable mushrooms. It's also described as an area that large monsters only rarely settle in. The north of the zone has cold caves, which are home to Khezu, as I am sure you know. Now, as we move southeast, we arrive at this small triangular peninsula. Based on the way it is described, this region seems to be called Erude or Elde. I personally prefer the former. This peninsula is said to be almost entirely saturated by volcanic mountain ranges, and it is also in the north of this region where we find the old volcano from Monster Hunter 1. It is a harsh volcanic zone with many rare minerals and ores, and a volcanic research team is said to have been formed to investigate the area. Encyclopedia Reprint mentions that one of their discoveries was that the intense tectonic activity of the region disturbs and aggravates monsters, and makes them more aggressive than they might otherwise be. These are all of the in-game locations from the first generation that we can definitively place.
Okay.
We have in-game towns and hunting grounds covered, but the canon maps give us one more category of location to uncover. Towns that are never seen in-game.
Interesting.
This is entirely unique to these early maps, and many of these places have only ever been mentioned here once. They are still fascinating to discuss, all the same. If we return to Minegard and then go directly north, we hit a city called Veld. You may also see this place called Verudo, which is just the phonetic reading of the Japanese spelling, and also valid. It is the largest city of West Schrade, and is described as a fortress city with high walls, powerful cannons, and abundant ballistae. The crown jewel of Veld's military might is an enormous old cannon, said to be the last line of defense should any monsters make it this far into the nation. While one might think it a bustling and thriving place, the books also point out that it suffers a brutal class divide. The rich live in the inner city, protected by Veld's arsenal and infrastructure, while the poor huddle together in the outer city, exposed and neglected. Moving northeast, past Castle 𝘕𝘕, we find Revell, the capital of East 𝘕𝘕. Again, you might have seen this location under the name Riveru in previous translations, including ones that I've done. It is said to be a place with long winters and harsh weather conditions, where the use of hot drinks is essentially mandatory. Despite this, Revell is a successful trading hub, and merchants all across East 𝘕𝘕 pass through there using sleds pulled by large herbivore monsters, a sight that is considered characteristic of this town. Revell's most notable feature is its tall watchtower, which many see as a parallel to Veld's massive cannon. By returning to Minegard and then heading south a little, we find another town that we only know from the books, Melchita. This is a fairly new settlement built around a great lake formed in an ancient meteor crater. Its population consists mostly of hunters stopping by on their way to Minegard and researchers intrigued by the meteor lake. Next, we push southeast to the western tip of the 𝘕𝘂𝘁. Here stands a town called Metapetat, a community built from the ground up by monster hunters. Built into a path carved by passing Lao Shan Lung long ago, this village serves as a gateway to the southern hunting grounds, such as the Old Jungle. As it has access to the continental lake, Metapetat also gets a fair bit of trade by sea. Following the shoreline of the 𝘕𝘂𝘁 south and then east, we arrive in 𝘕𝑜𝑤𝑎NDREO, the largest city in the frontier zone. Protected by sturdy walls and watchtowers, this trading hub flourishes even in close proximity to powerful monsters, and has become the de facto gateway between east and west. It is described to have a waterfront market suspended onto rafts, and is a place many new technologies are developed in. It is also stated to be the town that introduced Hradian hunters to dual blades. The next town we know of is further south, at the eastern shore of the desert peninsula. This place is called Rexxara, and is described as an oasis village. This town serves as an entrance to the deserts in the south, and many hunters pass through it regularly. This is expected to improve Rexxara's economy over time, allowing it to grow steadily. While the previous unseen towns got their own little blurbs in the books, this last one is only ever mentioned offhandedly in a paragraph about Erude. Here, somewhere in the north, lies a small village called Nganka. It is said to be a base of operations for hunters questing in the volcanic region, and that it is also a community of highly regarded blacksmiths. It is noted that most active and renowned blacksmiths have traveled to Nganka at some point in
If we get
their
a Monster Hunter
careers.
1 remake, I hope we get to visit some
And
of these.
so,
That would be
this is what
cool.
the world map of Monster Hunter looks like.
Just flesh
at
everything
the
out a
end
bit
of the
more.
first generation, based entirely on canonical information given to us in the lore books. This was fairly straightforward, which is not something you should get used to. There are another handful of areas we get definitive locations for in the second generation, but past that, we will have to speculate and theorize.
Aha. Part 2, Monster Hunter 2, Monster Hunter Freedom 2, and Monster Hunter Freedom United. Okay.
Before we jump into the new stuff, allow me to quickly clarify a few things from the previous episode. I realized that I just dropped this map on you all without really explaining what you're looking at. Specifically, these colored areas I used for hunting ground locations were very fun to draw and look nice, but I realized they could be misleading. So to be perfectly clear, the denoted hunting grounds are not stretched across this entire area, but rather are located somewhere within its confines.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We don't tend to get exact placements for hunting grounds, so this is the best way to illustrate this that I have found. Next,
That's
when I
fair.
told you about 𝘂𝘂𝘠 village, I used a book source to determine that the monster the hero of 𝘂𝘂𝘠 fought in the famous legend was probably a monoblos and not a Lao Shan Lung. However, I have since looked into it further and, surprise, it is actually a little more complicated than that. Quick reminder, in the Japanese version of Monster Hunter, wyverns and elder dragons are both called dragons, but the kanji used to spell their titles is different. It is true that in Hunter's Encyclopedia reprint, the hero is described to have battled a one-horned wyvern, which is spelled the exact same way as the monoblos's official Japanese title. But then, in Monster Hunter Freedom, the story is told using the expression Kuryu, or Elder Dragon, instead. Hunter's Encyclopedia 1's telling of the story, meanwhile, describes the fiend by spelling out the English word dragon in katakana, and calls the battle in which the hero's lover dies a dragon conquest or dragon suppression, using the kanji that in Monster Hunter usually denotes elder dragons rather than wyvern. But then, in the Dive to Iceborne book, the most recent source we have, the hero is described to have fought a flying wyvern, and that it was this flying wyvern which caused the death of
So
his
there's
lover.
no consistency. Got it.
What is going on here? One possibility is that this is a case of historical confusion. Remember, all of Monster Hunter lore is told from an in-universe perspective, meaning that there is always a possibility of unreliable narrators. The legend of the hero of 𝘂𝘂𝘠 is a popular and old folktale, so perhaps these contradictions are included to emphasize the way a myth like that would be distorted over time as people tell and retell it. Another possibility is that the hero of 𝘂𝘂𝘠 actually fought multiple legendary battles. In the Hunter's Encyclopedia 2 version of the legend, he is first described as facing a one-horned wyvern. But then, when talking about the death of his lover, the book suddenly switches to using dragon in katakana, implying that the hero first fought a monoblos and then later lost his fiancée to a dragon in a separate incident. Feel free to draw your own conclusions on this and let
I
me
do
know in
think
the
it's just
comments if you
monoblos.
want. I also hope you're
Because it
starting
makes the
to
most sense
understand
with the
why
context of
Monster Hunter lore can be
monoblos
so
being the
hard to
final
pin down
boss of
sometimes. Massive
First
thanks
Shed
to
Village.
Trade Academy, 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵, and 𝘓𝘕𝑡𝑦𝑟𝑎𝑛us for their help on clarifying this for me. Lastly, I realized that I kept calling the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘦 a lake in the previous video. The Japanese uses the kanji kai, which tends to denote large bodies of salt water and can be used for seas surrounded mostly by land, such as the Caspian or Mediterranean seas. So the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘦 is probably more comparable to those than to a lake. No clue why my brain just defaulted to calling it a lake, to be honest.
Nah, that's fair.
I guess this goes to show why it was a good idea to make this a video series. I get to fact check myself as we go along like this. Right, enough corrections, let's get to the main event now. The second generation of Monster Hunter includes 3 named towns, all of which we get a definitive location for on the Hunter's Encyclopedia 2 map. First off, we head to the southeastern lump of the central continent. Here, on this little western protrusion of the continent, we find Jumbo Village, the single-player town from Monster Hunter DOS. This settlement was created by a young Bavarian with the goal of turning it into a bustling economic center even out here in the far frontier. To do so, he chose a spot with ample access to waterways to hopefully eventually open up a shipyard and seafaring station. The young Bavarian also recruited various experts to his town-building cause, an injured shipwright full of jolly ambition, a retired master blacksmith, an unusually motivated hunting instructor, and more. All this was not just to build a trading hub, but a place that attracts monster hunters, whose exploits and presence would surely benefit the people of the village. Through ingenuity and determination, this Wyverian was driven to weld together a strong community built on hunting and commerce. The plot of DOS thus largely revolves around fulfilling this dream, with every urgent quest essentially being tied to upgrading this village.
That's
the
cool.
area around Jumbo is plentiful, with flora and fauna flourishing aplenty. The village also has a mine, which predates its existence and houses the skeleton of a Laoshan lung. If we now
That's
slingshot
interesting.
northwest to the northern shore of the 𝘕𝘴𝘃, we arrive at what is maybe the most important town in the series, 𝘔𝘔𝘠.
𝘔𝘔𝘠, yeah, I heard
the
of that
online
one.
hub for Monster Hunter DOS. Carved into a steep mountain valley facing the sea, this large settlement has a long and rich history. Originally established by the indigenous people of the land, 𝘔𝘔𝘠 has stood here for eons, blessed by gentle winds and clear water. It is currently under the watchful protection of its leader, the Great Elder, also called His Immenseness. A descendant of those that first built 𝘔𝘔𝘠, the Great Elder's leadership has fundamentally marked the city. Long ago, when there was no reliable way to anticipate monster attacks, the people turned to dragon seers, Wyverian experts who used limited means to roughly predict the approach of elder dragons, with varying degrees of success. It was the Great Elder who sent out a summons across the lands, beckoning these seers to 𝘔𝘔𝘠. Once assembled, the Great Elder united the dragon seers from all over into an organization dedicated to studying and intercepting elder dragons. The Elder Dragon Observation Team, localized officially as the Dragon Watch, as of Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. Using hot air balloons and carrier birds to survey the land and report back to their headquarters in 𝘔𝘔𝘠, the Dragon Watch has become a vital part of monitoring the movements of monsters. While their focus was initially on elder dragons, their activities have also led to groundbreaking discoveries regarding just about every monster type, and hunters' guilds all around the world have benefited from their work. Around the time of their creation, the Great Elder also converted 𝘔𝘔𝘠's prayer hall into the Elder Hall, which oversees and organizes hunting operations of the highest caliber. This signaled a cultural shift in 𝘔𝘔𝘠. It was no longer faith that would ward off against disaster, but the diligent work of hunters and scriveners. This is just one of the many accomplishments made by the Great Elder, which also include the establishment of a standing Guardian Corps, the maintenance of dedicated interception zones for approaching monsters, the stimulation of monster material trade in the region, and much more. For all of these actions and his eons of wisdom, the Great Elder is highly respected by all branches of the Hunters Guild community. While there doesn't seem to be one central power that governs all Hunters Guilds, they do seem to turn to 𝘔𝘔𝘠 and the Great Elder for guidance in times of crisis.
Makes sense, yeah.
If you had to call any one place the capital of monster hunting, it would likely be 𝘔𝘔𝘠. Today, 𝘔𝘔𝘠 is a bustling city where hunters from all over the lands gather. Markets bloom with commerce, and every day legends are born from the actions of those that pass through 𝘔𝘔𝘠. Many parts of the city are adorned with red and green decorations, symbols of a faith unique to this region that holds Rathalos and Rathian sacred. 𝘔𝘔𝘠 additionally has a long history of music, with the local diva performing mesmerizing songs in the city's entertainment arena in the evenings.
Yes.
The city is also a natural fortress, surrounded by mountains and fortified by powerful walls and vast arrays of artillery. The people of 𝘔𝘴𝘦 are also uniquely prepared for dire situations. Should an elder dragon approach the city, the citizenry is well able to barricade themselves and allow the resident hunters and guardians to repel the beast without worrying about collateral damage. All in all, in terms of size, prosperity, and prestige, 𝘔𝘴𝘦 simply has no equal. By heading northeast from 𝘔𝘴𝘦, we eventually reach a mountainous, frigid region.
Thank you for the raid! Hello, raiders! Oh shit! Everyone blows the fuck up. Hi! Oh, stream! Hello! Welcome, everyone. I didn't know I play RPGs and we're doing some reacts and we're watching a Monster Hunter lore video right now. What are you doing to stream? Beans raid. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. We're watching a over 2 hour long Monster Hunter lore video right now. So yeah. Fun.
𝘂𝘴 Village, which you may know from Monster Hunter Freedom Unite and Generations Ultimate. Located in an extremely inhospitable area where snow never melts and temperatures never rise, one would not expect this
That's a perfect place
to
for me.
However, 𝘂𝘴 benefits from some key luxury exports that have brought it prosperity. A special type of mountain grass that grows only here was found to have powerful medicinal properties when submerged in water, and various mercantile organizations and even hunters' guilds seek it out voraciously. As a result, a small village was able to spring up here, supported by the steady flow of income from this special herb. As hunters' guilds were among the clients that enabled this development, 𝘂𝘴 was built with a town hall that doubles as a branch office for hunters' guild affairs.
Nice.
This has ensured steady collaboration and has allowed 𝘂𝘴 Village to build various amenities to aid any hunters that
𝘂𝘴 Village
pass
looks
through.
so comfy.
At the back of the village
I would live
stands
there.
the great Macallite, revered as a symbol of the village. Another unique feature of 𝘂𝘴 is their domestication of popo, local herbivore monsters that are often used as beasts of burden. While this has eased much of the heavy work required to live out in the mountains, it brings with it its own host of challenges. For example, that the fat, idle herds of popo attract gluttonous monsters such as tigrex into the vicinity of the village.
Wonderful.
Another, more mysterious feature of 𝘂𝘴 Village is the cave situated near it. For a long time, the cave entrance was sealed off by a thick layer of seemingly permanent frost. Somewhat recently, though, that ice wall collapsed, revealing a truly puzzling sight. An enormous greatsword, much too large to be wielded by anyone, embedded into the stone. Stories have circulated that it belonged to an ancient hero battling a massive monster in the deep snow, but no concrete information remains. What is, however, an undeniable reality is the sword's bizarre property. It is made up of an entirely unknown ore and will, miraculously, regenerate itself if some of the ore is chipped off. This has allowed researchers and hunters to gather small samples of the ore for analysis and crafting, but no notable breakthroughs in understanding the blade's origins have so far been made. That covers us as far as in-game towns go, so let's move on to second generation hunting grounds. If we start at Jumbo Village and then travel northeast, we arrive at this small wedge, which is where the Gen 2 jungle is located. You may also simply know this place as the jungle from Monster Hunter
Like it would be a
Rise
fantastic great sword. Huh.
Remember,
Interesting.
these colored areas don't show the size of the hunting ground, just a rough look at where the hunting ground may be, since we don't get precise placements like we do for villages. Like many early series hunting grounds, This one also gets a bespoke name in the books, being called the 𝘕𝘴𝘦 jungle. It is a lush and humid environment, where a massive central tree filters rainwater down through its branches and into the lower levels, enabling a diverse and vibrant ecosystem. Many valuable resources, such as special mushrooms, can be found here, guarded by an array of diverse monster species. Maybe most striking, however, are the ancient ruins that saturate the area, especially the north.
I've been on this map in Frontier.
Underground, a massive ritual hall has been discovered, the purpose of which has been lost to time. While little is known of what kind of civilization once dwelt here and used these ruins, ancient writings and murals have suggested that the culture of 𝘕𝘴𝘦.
But is this footage from Rise? Is this map in
the
Rise?
elder dragon 𝘔𝘴𝘦.
Yeah, it
later
is. Okay.
turning on it for unclear reasons and battling it ferociously.
I guess in
Moving
Sunbreak.
on, by heading to Dundorma and then turning
Interesting.
northwest, we find ourselves north of the old swamp. Here lies the Gen 2 swamp, which newer players may know as the Marshlands from Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. The books call this place the 𝘕𝘴𝘦 Wetlands, although you could localize that name a few different ways as well. It is a humid and rainy zone, where the skies seldom clear. The abundance of water sources does, however, promote the growth of flora and fungi, and it's also apparently a popular fishing location for those brave and able enough to venture here. And bravery is indeed necessary. Various species of poisonous plants and mushrooms
I remember this map too
saturate
from
the area,
Frontier.
and at night, their fluids pool in
I
the
guess
many
every
puddles
Gen
of the
2 map
marsh
isn't Frontier
and
because
mix
Frontier
into
is
a
based on
deadly
Gen 2.
sludge, emitting toxic vapors that spell doom for any that come into contact with them.
I like this chaos.
Despite its seeming roughness,
Kazoo!
the marshlands do play many vital ecological roles,
My favorite penis
from
fiber.
water purification to flood control. Next, we head way south, into the desert regions, zooming past even Rekusara and the Old Desert. Down here, we find the Gen 2 Desert, which Hunter's Encyclopedia 2 calls the 𝘕𝘴𝘦 Desert. The name itself is stated to mean dry sea, although we are not told what language it is in. Being further south than the Old Desert, 𝘕𝘴𝘦 experiences much harsher temperatures, scorching during the day and freezing during the night. It is in fact so harsh that hunting activity is entirely forbidden here during the hot season, as the average day temperatures are deadly to humans during that time. All the inhabitants of this region are said to be very aggressive due to the harsh conditions they must endure. Hunter activity has revealed the existence of various oases here, as well as underground lakes that house piscine wyverns. If we slingshot back northeast to Poke Village, you can see that it is surrounded by mountain ranges. Within one of these ranges to the northwest of the village lies the Snowy Mountains hunting ground. If you perhaps started the series with Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, you may recognize it as the Arctic Ridge. The books call it the 𝘬𝘓𝘳 Mountains, although it's a little unclear if this name refers to just this area or the mountain range as a whole. This frigid environment is made up of tall, bitter cold mountains.
I like
and
mountains, by the
slightly
way.
warmer, low grasslands. However,
Does it
the
feel like
wind
home, eh?
gnaws at flesh and skin all the same, making this hunting ground quite inhospitable to humans. In the cold season, it is in fact entirely off limits, as the temperatures fall so low that any hunter would find themselves frozen, stiff, and dead. While various creatures manage to survive in these conditions, it is the Blango and their leader, the Blangonga, that truly thrive in this frozen land. Moving on, we now head down south into the 𝘬𝘴𝘦 region, where we previously established the existence of a volcanic zone. Here, south of the old volcano, roughly in the center of the peninsula, stands the Gen 2 volcano hunting ground, called the 𝘕𝘴𝘶 volcano in Hunter's Encyclopedia 2. This barren hellscape holds little life, save for a few shrubs and a handful of monster species such as the gravios. The reason for that is the intense heat and constantly shifting lava, which threatens to snuff out any unprepared life form.
Makes sense.
It is a harsh hunting ground reserved only for capable hunters, and is also an area in which elder dragons are sometimes sighted. Aside from that, Latios' most noteworthy features are the rare ores and resources that can be gathered here, if one is courageous enough. Now, for this next hunting ground, we finally get to go to the eastern continent of Fonron.
Oh!
In the south lies the Great Forest, which is called the 𝘓𝘴𝘠 Jungle in the books. The name is actually worth looking at with a bit more detail. While I call it a jungle here, the Japanese expression used here is jukai, made up of the characters for trees and sea, which would make a more literal translation sea of trees. The name is meant to denote an area completely overrun with vegetation, where trees form a dense green blanket not unlike the surface of the ocean. While I went with 𝘓𝘴𝘠 Jungle on this map, you could also call it the 𝘓𝘴𝘠 Rainforest, 𝘓𝘴𝘠 Overgrowth, etc. Just a cool detail I thought.
But I mean, a jungle is a sea of trees, so it makes sense.
The Great Forest certainly lives up to its name. Giant trees cover the area, a vast green expanse with every inch covered in flora. Life of all kinds thrives here, as the abundance of large plants creates favorable conditions for all manner of species. Regular rainfall ensures a healthy water cycle, and in the center of the explored zone stands a singular ginormous tree, whose crown appears to be missing. This great tree is home to many different monsters, and even to an indigenous population of Linians. The most infamous species that was discovered here is the Nargacuga, and the Great Forest houses a great variety of them. One interesting fact about this hunting ground is that it actually originates from Monster Hunter Frontier, the MMO that ran from 2007 to 2019. It was later included in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, making its mainline series debut. So, the last regular hunting ground from the second generation we haven't covered yet is the Ancient Tower, as well as all
I was
of its
gonna ask,
conjoined
where's the
areas,
tower?
such as the Forlorn Arena and
From all the ones I played in Frontier, this is my favorite one.
And it is here where we face our first real challenge. There is no concrete confirmation as to where the tower is located.
Wonderful.
This is very much by design. The tower is meant to be mysterious and hard to pin down, and a part of Monster Hunter DOS's story even revolves around the player searching for old manuscripts to discover its location. So, where do we put it on our map? If we inspect that encyclopedia map more closely, you might notice something interesting.
Fonron.
While we don't get an explicit location pin for the tower,
It's literally on the map.
we can actually see that a tower is physically drawn onto the map, right here on Fonron, north of the Great Forest. Many of the other hunting grounds also got little map doodles like these, so it is possible that this is meant to indicate the tower's location. Also,
Makes sense.
this is the lore book about the game that introduced the tower and gave it story relevance. So would they really add this drawing for no reason? We could probably just place the tower here and call it a day based on this alone, but let's be thorough and review some additional potential evidence.
Okay.
By simply looking around the tower map in DOS, we can see that it borders on some kind of vast forest area, which can also be seen from the top. This forest is briefly discussed in Monster Hunter Law of Ideas 2, an interview collection where various dev team members talk about monsters from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate, among others. Here, in the section focusing on Molten Tigrex, they mention that the forests surrounding the tower are extremely old and primitive, producing much more oxygen than modern trees, thus nurturing large and powerful creatures such as the molten Tigrex, which is exclusively fought at the top of the tower. The specific expression used here to describe the forest surrounding the tower is taiko no mori, thick old forest, literally translated. This could be read as a forest that is dense and old, or a forest that is thickly old, that is to say ancient or prehistoric. At least subjectively, this more or less tracks with the way the Great Forest is presented. A
Yeah,
dense,
makes sense.
untouched land of abundance, centered around a giant tree whose age is unknown. For our next piece of potential evidence, we turn to the Great Forest's crown inhabitant, the Nargacuga. During its debut in Freedom Unite, a big deal was made about it being specifically at home in the Great Forest. The encyclopedia entry on the map spends more time discussing Nargacuga than the area itself, for example. And in Monster Hunter Illustrations 1, a small note attached to some art of the Nargacuga mentions that there are in fact different colorations of it, including a white fur breed. Fast forward to Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, and we find ourselves fighting a lucent Nargacuga, that is to say, a Nargacuga with partially white fur, exclusively found in one of the tower arenas. When I say exclusive, I really do mean it. Lucent Nargacuga is only fought here, even in Sunbreak, where it is one of very few monsters to be entirely excluded from the randomly generated anomaly quests. So we go from hearing about white Nargacugas potentially existing on Fonron, to then fighting a white Nargacuga subspecies near the tower. I don't think this is a strong enough connection to really say anything definitively by itself, but it is
makes
at least
sense.
an interesting thing to consider. Our final bit of evidence for today, however, I feel is a little stronger. In Monster Hunter DOS, the player must find 3 ancient pages to determine the location of the tower, all of which are found in relation to the Gen 2 jungle. One in the mine in Jumbo Village, which has close ties to the jungle. One at the Jumbo Market feline, who found it during a scampering around the area, and the last one from trading with the veggie elder of the jungle. Clearly, the tower holds some kind of connection with this jungle.
Yeah.
Now, remember the ruins that litter the jungle. At the northern island, we can see what looks like a destroyed temple and, springing from that structure, various decayed remnants and pillars that seem to indicate that a larger horizontal structure may have once existed here. Potentially a bridge, with its legs still somewhat preserved.
Yeah, most likely.
And if we reconstruct this bridge roughly, it seems to be going eastward, almost as if it once connected the jungle with Fonron. This would also fit within the general architectural style we see in the tower's forlorn arena, with this massive bridge or aqueduct-like structures stretching all around the place. Seeing it line up like this, it almost feels intentional. Huge thanks to Shred Academy from the MH Old School forums for bringing this to my attention. We can actually strengthen this connection even further. In Monster Hunter DOS, the player may very rarely see a Yamatsukami appear in the jungle before flying off. Now, coincidentally, if we trace its flight path, it appears the Elder Dragon is flying east. This
Was
is
Yamatsukami
relevant
fought at a
because
tower?
the main area that Yamatsukami is fought in is, you guessed it, the tower.
Okay,
So
yeah,
in
that makes
this
sense.
rare encounter, it might be flying towards the tower and towards Fonron. Now, this is where my research originally ended. But while I was editing this video, I was made aware that in Hunter's Encyclopedia 2, Yamatsukami is outright stated to have been sighted in Fonron. And since the main arena for Yama in DOS is the tower, this is another big piece of potential evidence. Big thanks to 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 and 𝘒𝘂𝑥 for pointing this out to me. Considering all of what we have just discussed, from the descriptions of the Great Forest to the connections with Lucent Nargacuga and
Yeah,
the
it just makes
ruins
sense
in
to
the
be
jungle,
there.
I feel comfortable enough placing the tower and its adjacent maps here on Fonron, as it is drawn on the encyclopedia map. But you don't have to agree with me. Feel free
No, I
to
agree.
theorize further in the comments. For now, note the red mark I put next to the tower's name. This indicates that this is a speculated location and not canonically confirmed, just so we can differentiate between the stuff that's certain and the stuff we theorize into existence.
Fair.
And so, this is what our map looks like at the end of the second generation. This was, again, mostly
Looks good.
straightforward with the exception of the tower. Get used to theorizing like this, because from this point onwards, nearly nothing has a confirmed location, and we'll have to get our theorist goggles on to make any further progress.
A free Monster Hunter Tri, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd, and Monster Hunter Free Ultimate Virgin.
Today, we look at all the locations introduced in the third generation, which represents the first major hurdle to this video series. Monster Hunter 3 was in many ways a kind of reboot, reimagining the series' style and mechanics in ways that still echo on today. Most crucially for us, this was also the point at which Monster Hunter began being more coy about its world building and lore, becoming more reluctant to openly confirming connections between pieces of information, and overall erring on the side of ambiguity. This
That's
also
fair.
means that from this point onwards, nearly no town or hunting ground has a confirmed location on this map. It's all up to us, using incidental details from our list of sources and deductive reasoning. Before we jump in, however, I have a small correction to make.
Honestly, I love more vague lore because it leads to theorizing and shit. If it's just hard fact lore, there isn't much to theorize about and it's kind of boring, even if the lore itself is really good.
In the very first episode, I told you about a city named Riveru in Japanese that is here in the 𝘕𝘓 region. Like with the other places that don't have an official localization, I did my best to construct a possible English name for it, eventually landing on Rivelle. Well, turns out it does in fact have an official English name. In Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, the player can obtain a treasure item named Liberstone in English. But if we look at the Japanese Riverubi, we can see that it includes the name Riveru. Thus, Riveru's official English name is in fact Liber. Thanks to 𝘠𝘴𝘦 from the Monster Hunter Wiki Discord for this find. Luckily, that is already it for corrections. We got lots of work to do today, so let's start with towns. First up is Moga Village, a small fishing hamlet that serves as the offline town for Monster Hunter 3 and 3 Ultimate. Located off the coast of a deserted island and suspended on wooden rafts, this village houses many different people, from humans to Wyverians to Linians to even the elusive Sea Folk, a sapient race of humanoids with varying degrees of aquatic adaptations.
Oh, that's cool.
It is a joyful and pleasant community that appreciates the bounty of nature. Historical sketches reveal that Moga Village has undergone various changes over the years, changing its layout quite frequently. Guild scholars believe this is likely the result of common disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis, changing the terrain and destroying the village periodically, forcing regular rebuilding. And rebuild they do. The Mogans have watched over this place for time untold, under the guidance of a guardian clan. That clan's current head is the Moga Chief, once a monster hunter, now an old man enjoying the sea and nurturing the next generation. His years of experience and wealth of connections within the Hunters Guild ensure Moga Village's safety and prosperity. In the waters beneath the village, ancient ruins stand as the last remnants of a past Mogan civilization. As far as mapping goes, Moga is kind of tricky.
Yeah, it could
We
be
know
anywhere on the
it's
coast.
directly adjacent to the deserted island hunting ground, so by figuring out its location, we'll be killing 2 Gargoyle with 1 barrel bomb. However, there are no direct statements as to where the island is, which means we have to scour the oceans. Hunter's Encyclopedia 3's entry on the deserted island states, "The deserted island is located in the middle of the ocean. Those who visit this island from the continent
I'm guessing it's
will be
around the
amazed
islands
by its many plants and animals
west of
that they have never
Jumbo.
seen before."
Is what I'm guessing.
This implies that A, Moga Island is not near any coast and is a true ocean island, and B, that it is still possible to visit it with some ease from the continent. While we aren't told which continent this is referring to, this expression usually means the Old World main continent in the Monster Hunter books. Now, if we look at our map of the Old World, there are a few islands indicated on it. It is of course entirely possible that Moga Island is too small to be drawn in here, but that would not be a very fun answer, now would it? So let's assume that Moga Island is in fact one of the islands depicted here. This far east crescent is 𝘕𝘠𝘴, so we can immediately disregard it.
Yeah, it makes no
We
sense.
can also broadly disqualify all of these small northern islands. Moga is both depicted and described as having a mild climate year-round, so there is absolutely no way that it is north of Poke. This essentially leaves us with 3 options. This western island off the coast of 𝘕𝘬𝘓, this tiny island on the eastern coast, and any of the islands in this southern island cluster.
That's where I think it could be.
In Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, the 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 captain can sometimes appear in Kokoto, where he will say, "But my ship, 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵, was attacked near Kokoto here, which far from Moga." This seems to disqualify the western island, as it is quite close to where we know Kokoto is. This leaves us with 2 options. Now, remember that the very first world map of Monster Hunter also indicates this world's equator, which is down here. Looking at this, the eastern island also seems too far north to have the kind of year-round pleasant climate that Moga is described to have.
Oh, we came to the same
so
conclusion.
I feel
Good.
comfortable disqualifying it due to this. The only option we are left with is thus this island cluster here, south of 𝘬𝘓𝘓. Which of these islands is Moga is honestly a complete guessing game at this point. Moga Island does need to be somewhat sizable, as the variety of monsters that can appear there is quite immense. Beyond just its size, however, I believe it ought to be long enough for its northern part to be above the equator, while its southern part ought to be below it. That is because very rarely, Barroth, an exclusive desert dweller, can in fact wander into the woods near Moga village, which would imply that there is some area on the island warm and arid enough to support this species. If we again look at where the equator is, there are 2 islands that fulfill this criteria. Finally, in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, Neko the 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 cat states, "Whole world soon be talking about brave duo of Tiger of Far East and Hero of Middle West, that you." This is likely meant as a joke, but the term Middle West does somewhat align with the western one of our 2 remaining candidates, as it is the western side of the continent's middle. This is, admittedly, not watertight reasoning, but at this point it could be either of these 2 islands, so I'm comfortable making this call, placing Moga and the deserted island here, in the island cluster south of 𝘬𝘓𝘓. Next up is 𝘔𝘶𝑒, the online hub for Monster Hunter 3 and the last true online city in the series. This bustling trade nexus is located in a truly unique environment. It sits atop a massive rock plateau that rises from an endless sea of sand, known as the Great Desert. On top of this plateau lies a crater-like lake that 𝘔𝘶𝑒 is built around. And in that lake stands an enormous bone monument believed to be the fang or horn of a gargantuan elder dragon from eons ago. Lohglac City is a hub for travel and trade, and sees high volumes of traffic by air and sand ships. It is in fact such a popular layover point that the local Hunters Guild also mans a tourism office to accommodate and guide the various travelers. Every once in a while, a sandstorm envelops the area, announcing the arrival of 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘦, a whale-like elder dragon that swims through the great sands. Hollering and whooping, Lohglac hunters will sound the gong and mount their sand ships, racing after the dragon in an attempt to mine the priceless ores that grow on its back. When it comes to locating Lohglac, the great desert it sits inside of is our biggest clue. You might be tempted to look for it near our other confirmed desert areas.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That is what I did in my previous mapping.
But it can't really be a
attempts,
hub
after
if it's
all.
that far off.
It's however important to note that the Great Desert is unlike any other desert area in the series. Its sand is uniquely similar to water, granting no foothold and sucking in anything that falls onto it. This can be seen in-game by jumping off the sand ship during the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘦 hunt, but it is also specifically called out in one of the hunting magazines the player can read in Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. With that in mind, it seems likely that the Great Desert does not necessarily have to be close to the other known deserts. We do, in fact, know the location of one Great Desert. In Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, the Caravaneer mentions that the 𝘕𝘂𝘦, a relative of the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘦 that also travels by swimming through sand, also threatens 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘴, and that it must be repelled in a Great Desert. This means that there must be a Great Desert somewhere near 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘴, and since we know that it has swamps to the west, water to the south, and mountainous cliffs in the north, the only conclusion is that there is a Great Desert to the east of 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘴, smack dab in the middle of the central continent. Now, the Great Desert seen in Monster Hunter 3 and the one in 4 Ultimate could, theoretically, be two different Great Deserts. Perhaps these sand seas are just a type of biome that exists in the Monster Hunter world. But in the absence of further evidence, I'd say it's best to stick to the simplest solution, which is that there is one Great Desert, and that it is here. The area seen in 4U is called the Great Desert under the jurisdiction of the 𝘔𝘳𝘴𝘆 Guild in Monster Hunter 4, so perhaps this Great Desert is separated into two territories, one guarded by Lohglac and one overseen by 𝘔𝘳𝘆. This location works well with other things that we know about Lohglac. It is described to be accessible via sand and airships, with no mention of any kind of water-bound vessel. This implies that it has no easy access to the ocean, meaning that it would need to be quite far inland. Lohglac's status as a trading and travel center also works well within this placement. Located so centrally, it would naturally be a node for nearly all journeys across the continent. By comparison, putting it on the southern peninsula near the other deserts would put it far away from most areas of
that's
interest.
what I said, yeah.
With all of this in mind, I believe Lohglac is here, in the center of the continent, surrounded by the portion of the Great Desert that is under its jurisdiction. Moving away from Monster Hunter Tri and into Portable 3rd, we now need to find 𝘬𝘂𝘴 and its adjacent hunting ground, the Misty Peaks. Nestled among tall, pill-like mountains and serene streams, this village is known for its hot springs and unique wood-crafting methods. The surrounding area is lush and beautiful, with remnants of a much larger settlement scattered around. What this community might have been, and what happened to it, has however been lost to time. Placing 𝘬𝘂𝘴 is again somewhat tricky. A hunting magazine in Portable 3rd mentions that it is far to the east of Lohglac, which is already a valuable clue. Monster Hunter Rise Complete Works confirms that Kamura Village is located on the main continent, and that 𝘬𝘂𝘴 is near Kamura. So we can rule out Fonron
Makes
or any other
sense.
landmasses. 𝘬𝘓
They
is
both have
on
kind
the
of similar
main
aesthetic.
continent. Beyond this, however, we have to rely on context clues. Climate-wise, 𝘬𝘓 seems quite mild, with green trees and ample grass. Looking at this, it doesn't strike me as an overly northern landscape. It is, however, also distinctly not tropical. So we can limit its possible location to east of 𝘔𝘴𝘦, south of 𝘔𝘴𝘦, and north of 𝘕𝘂. We can additionally narrow it down by considering that 𝘬𝘓 is a mountain village. It must thus be located somewhere on these mountain
in the
ranges.
mountains, yeah.
In the absence of further evidence, I will choose to place 𝘬𝘓 and the Misty Peaks here. Not too north, not too south,
Yeah, that makes
definitely
sense.
east. Moving on, we must now discuss Tanzia,
A bit further north
the
would also have
online
worked, I
hub
think.
from Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. This lively port town is a vital travel node for all manner of seafaring vessels, guiding them through the many various signal towers that litter the area around it. The largest of these towers is called the Dragon's Bane Lighthouse, and was erected long ago after Tanzia banded together to repel a powerful black sea dragon. For a mapping project like this, Tanzia is essentially a nightmare scenario. It only exists in a single game, and mostly functions as a way to replace 𝘔𝘴𝘦. It only has a handful of NPCs, many of which only speak in purely functional dialogue. Its only lore entry is in Encyclopedia 4, which is notoriously sparse on actually useful information.
Wonderful.
And aside from the open sea, only very little is actually visible of the immediate environments. But nonetheless, let's make the most of what we got. In the animated film Monster Hunter Legends of the Guild, Guild Julius mentions that Port Tanzia was one of the towns from which the fleets of the New World Research Commission
There's an animated
departed
movie?
to the new continent. This by itself
I have to watch
tells us
that.
very little. We have no idea what direction the New World is in.
I have to fucking
and
watch
a
that.
port doesn't have to align perfectly with its destination. It does, however, confirm that Tanzia is a port on the open ocean, which lets us rule out the 𝘬𝘓𝘴𝘦 at least. Next, we are told in Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate that travel between Moga and Tanzia is straightforward but long. This would imply that Tanzia is somewhere that can be reached from Moga without too many complex maneuvers, but that it is still
So somewhere
distance
around the
away
Central
from it.
Sea, I'm guessing.
Looking around Tanzia itself, we can see green mountains behind it, which does seem to confirm that this port is actually built onto a landmass and isn't just a floating rock or suspended raft in the middle of the ocean. Our other major clue for Tanzia's location is the Tainted Sea. This arena map, in which the player battles Dire Miralis, is explicitly stated to be near Tanzia, as the dragon's appearance presents a threat to the region. In fact, you can even see Tanzia's light towers in the distance. Now, if we look closely at these towers in both Tanzia and the Tainted Sea, it doesn't look like the Tainted Sea is opposite Tanzia. Instead, it appears as if these towers line the shore of whatever coast Tanzia is on, a pattern they seem to repeat in the Tainted Sea map. To me, this almost looks like Tanzia and the Tainted Sea are in fact jutting out of the same shoreline, rather than sitting at opposite shores.
Makes
now,
sense.
looking at the rocks in the Tainted Sea, they
Is it around the
definitely
volcanic
remind
region?
me of volcanic cliffs, with that sheer drop-off and that compounded rock structure. I am not a geologist, and this is not a whole lot to go off of, but we don't exactly have a lot more to work with.
No, these look like volcanic
so,
rocks,
let's
you're right.
take this as an indication that the Tainted Sea shore might be either near or at a volcanic region.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the Tainted Sea and Tanzia are indeed on the same shoreline, we need to find a shore that would include both green mountainous terrain as well as volcanic rock. My best guess for this would be here, where the shores of the Arcolis and 𝘕𝘓𝘳 regions meet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
𝘕𝘓𝘳 is the only place in the old
Gotta head
world with
out.
confirmed
Okay, have a good
volcanic
one.
activity,
Thanks for watching.
and lots of it at that. Meanwhile, the region around the geocruxes west and southwest are adjacent to places that we know to be fairly green, such as the old jungle and 𝘕𝘴𝗶𝗏. This placement also allows for straightforward but lengthy travel with Moga.
Yes.
It would also be a decent way to get hunters from Dundorma onto the open ocean and on their way to the New World, although admittedly having to sail south to circumvent much of the continent does seem inefficient. But considering what we know, I choose to place Tanzia here. This covers us for all settlements in the 3rd generation, and in locating them, we've also placed a handful of hunting grounds already. Let's do the remaining ones now. As we already have the deserted island, our next target is the Sandy Plains hunting ground. This arid region is full of slopes and canyons, which
Wait,
all
this
serve
map
to
is from
hide various
3rd
old
gen?
buildings
I
and
only know it from
traces of
Rise.
settlements in their shadows. It is clear that people once lived here,
Did Rise just
and the guild
reuse
has
a lot of
various
old
theories
maps?
as to why they might have left. But now, only monsters roam these plains and its
Ooh,
small,
good Rathian.
muddy oases. As far as mapping goes, the Sandy Plains has the advantage of appearing in 2 separate generations, 3rd and 5th. This gives us loads of information to work with. For starters, Monster Hunter Rise Complete Works describes the Sandy Plains as sitting atop a rock plateau that juts out from a vast sandy desert, similar to Loklak. That same passage even mentions that the hunting ground must be reached via sand ship. It also states that the Sandy Plains are somewhat distant from 𝘕𝘴𝘓, but still within the same region. And because we already know that 𝘕𝘂𝘴 and 𝘕𝘓 are quite close to each other, we can essentially treat any statements regarding vicinity to 𝘕𝘴𝘓 as also applying more or less to 𝘕𝘂𝘴. This gives us a rough range of where we might put the Sandy Plains. If we now go into the map and look at it closely, a thing that immediately jumps out at me is how much greener it is compared to the old and Gen 2 deserts. This is, of course, subjective, but in my opinion this does open up the possibility of the Sandy Plains being further north and adjacent to a milder climate than the other desert maps. Combine this with the mention of a vast sandy desert below the Plains Plateau, and I think the likeliest position for it is here, at the eastern edge of the Great Desert. The mention of sand ships being needed to access the hunting ground does fit with it being connected to the Great Desert, and this location is both far from 𝘕𝘂𝘴 but in the same rough region. All in all, it seems to fulfill all criteria that we established, so I am confident in placing it here.
I agree.
Moving on, we reach another 3rd gen hunting ground that returned in Monster Hunter Rise, the Flooded Forest. This humid area consists of a forest that has been partially submerged by a swelling river, creating aquatic habitats for various monsters and unique plants. Ruins litter the place, and the guild first became interested in the area after a rare mineral was discovered within the flooding river. Both the Monster Hunter Rise book and the hunting magazine and Portable 3rd confirm and reiterate that the flooding body of water in this map is a river, meaning that it does not need to be near a coast. Looking around the borders of the map in Rise also seems to show that it is surrounded by land, so I'd comfortably place it somewhere inland. Hunter's Encyclopedia 3 calls the surrounding area a tropical wetland, so it's safe to assume that this region is pretty far south. Monster Hunter Rise Complete Works then again confirms that the flooded forest is in the vicinity of 𝘕𝘴𝘓 and thus also near 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘓. Based on the fact that the Sandy Plains were described as somewhat distant but in the same region, while the flooded forest is said to just be in the vicinity, I
It's
believe the
closer.
flooded forest is closer to 𝘕𝘴𝘏, and thus 𝘕𝘂𝘴, than the sandy plains are. This is already all the info we get, so now it's
It could be
just a matter
closer
of
to
placing
Chintu
it,
Jungle.
which I will do here. This way, it is south
Never
enough to be
mind.
tropical, it's closer to 𝘕𝘂𝘴 than the sandy plains, and as an added bonus, it is decently easy to reach from Moga just looking at it. Next up,
Yeah, that's
we
fair.
have the third generation tundra. This frigid wasteland is described as a place where life and
Giganox.
death stand still.
I want Giganox in
The cold
in
devours
Isles.
all ambition, halts every movement. Only the toughest monsters prowl here, and it is said that there is a hidden wyvern graveyard somewhere in this region. As a hunting ground that is entirely exclusive to 3rd gen, the tundra is a tough one to pin down. Hunter's Encyclopedia 3 specifies that there are colder known areas in the world than this one, which implies that while the tundra is obviously in the north somewhere, it isn't the furthest north point of the old world. That is pretty much already all the useful information we get from the books. Time
Wonderful.
to actually look at the region.
What I'm
Walking through
learning
the
is that
tundra,
the Gen 3
one
books
thing
are
that sticks
useless.
out is the lack of vegetation. There are a handful of sparse trees in the southwest, but the majority of the area is completely barren. Compare this with the Snowy Mountains hunting ground, where all the zones that aren't on the mountain peak are quite green, with ample vegetation and hints of a boreal forest. This is naturally a subjective call, but I think we can use this as a hint towards the tundra being at least further north than the Snowy Mountains. Looking around the tundra further, it appears to be entirely surrounded by mountains, with no obvious sea access. However, by the camp, we can see this river carrying icebergs, flowing southwest. Rivers generally flow towards the ocean one way or another.
Yeah.
So unless this river snakes around deceptively, which is possible, we could conclude from this that there is an ocean coast somewhere to the southwest of this hunting ground. I elect to place the 3rd gen tundra here, on this little bit of shoreline that juts out to the northwest of the Snowy Mountains.
That sounds fine.
Not only does this location seemingly fulfill the criteria we established, it also puts it directly north of Loklak, which would, presumably, make travel by airship simpler. The final location for this generation is the 3rd gen volcano. This area is defined by a massive active volcano sitting in the middle of an old forest, creating a harsh divide between normal and extreme habitats. A community known as the Fire Country is known to live somewhere around here, and occasionally commissions quests from the Hunters Guild. Like the tundra, the volcano is also entirely unique to 3rd gen, and thus suffers from a lack of sources. However, there are some juicy tidbits. Hunter's Encyclopedia 3 describes this volcano as standing in an ancient forest, and that it is quite a lonely region. Coupled with the fact that we can only visually see a single volcano in-game, we can reasonably conclude that this is in fact a lonesome volcano, rather than one of an entire volcanic mountain range. Additionally, in Monster Hunter
It could also
Portable
just be at the
3rd,
edge
the
of a
𝘕𝘂𝘴
mountain
chief
range.
mentions that she once lost her way home and ended up near the volcano. This might imply that the volcano is also in the rough vicinity of 𝘕𝘂𝘴. Let's take a look at the region in-game now. By looking around, we can observe that the hunting ground is surrounded by an open shore on the west, a forest in the south, and indistinct land masses to the north and northeast. There are also no volcanoes in sight beside the main one. With all of this in mind, I choose to place the 3rd gen volcano here, on this shore gazing at 𝘬𝘬𝘴.
Yeah, that works.
The fact that this volcano stands by itself tells me that it probably isn't on 𝘬𝘬𝘴 proper, but with how volcanic activity in this world seems to be so concentrated in that area, I also do not want to place it too far away. With this spot, it's near 𝘬𝘬𝘴, but not in it. It's also near 𝘕𝘴𝘦 and borders on a western shore while also having warmer green regions to its southeast and east, fitting with the placement of its forest. And with that, we have mapped all major locations introduced in the 3rd generation of Monster Hunter. This is what our map currently looks like.
Not
As you
bad.
just saw, we are now at the point where we have to heavily rely on assumptions and judgment calls. This will continue as we go on.
But I agree with most of them.
You can surely also see that it's a bit of a house of cards. Since we have to place loads of locations in relation to each other, being wrong about any one of them can in turn make the entire map fall apart. I am so far quite confident in all of these placements, but if in the future something does inarguably disprove any of this, I'll definitely have to do an update. That's the benefit of doing this as a series after all.
But for Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and Monster Hunter Generations. Yay!
Today, we take on what is maybe the biggest hurdle to mapping Monster Hunter. The 4th generation games, which are Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and Generations Ultimate. Not only do these games together introduce the greatest number of in-game locations yet, they also suffer from having very little official lore about them.
Wonderful.
The lore book of Monster Hunter 4 is notoriously cagey compared to previous entries, and Generations Ultimate did not even get a bespoke book.
So the 4th gen book
This
is even
going
worse than
to
the
be
3rd gen book. Got
quite
it.
challenging, and I must stress anew
Wonderful.
that these placements will inherently be based on assumptions and guesswork, indicated with a little red star icon, to differentiate them from places that do have a hard confirmed location. Alright, enough delaying, time to get started. Luckily, this time, we actually have 2 completely confirmed locations that we can get out of the way first. If you recall, Hunter's Encyclopedia 2, which is the main source for all confirmed map locations, also confirmed that this crescent island here is 𝘕𝘠𝘴, the land of Wyverians. Hunter's Encyclopedia 4, in turn, directly states that the village of Cathar, which we visit in Monster Hunter 4, is in fact on this island. While we don't get an exact location, we know it's somewhere on there. From this, we can also glean the location of a hunting ground, the Heaven's Mount. In its brief description in Encyclopedia 4, it is stated that Cathar village sits at the base of this mountain. I realize this is something that is also communicated in-game, but come on, it does feel nice to have a book source for it as well. Either way, this allows us to comfortably place Heaven's Mount on 𝘕𝘠𝘴 as well, right around Cathar.
Makes sense.
But this is all the hard confirmations we get. Now is the hour for speculation and deduction. As usual, we will first start with towns. The first town location the player encounters in Monster Hunter 4 is 𝘕𝘂𝘴, a lively merchant's gathering. This place cannot be found on any maps, because 𝘕𝘂𝘴 is a traveling city, changing locations regularly as the merchants follow the gathering hub the town is centralized around. It is a place of hunting, trade, and entertainment. Now, first things first. Yes, 𝘕𝘂𝘴 does technically not have any set location, as it travels around. What we will try to determine is thus simply its location during the events of Monster Hunter 4.
Fair.
There is some evidence to suggest that the town stops by this area regularly though. Hunter's Encyclopedia 4 mentions that 𝘕𝘂𝘴 has a deep relationship with the 𝘕𝘹𝑚, a giant desert dragon that the village often seeks out in times of festivity, which often leads them to this general region. It is this relationship that gives us our first few clues as to 𝘕𝘂𝘴's location. During the intro of Monster Hunter 4, a 𝘕𝘹𝑚 attacks ships heading to the town, and only barely stops short of destroying it. From this scene, we discover that 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆 is near a great desert and has sea access. The latter is also verbally confirmed by dialogue from the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆 Master, who appears in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate as a side character. Now, if you recall last episode, we asserted that the Great Desert seen in Monster Hunter 3 and the one seen in Monster Hunter 4 are actually the same desert, simply separated into two distinct jurisdictions, based on how the Great Desert descriptions is worded in Hunter's Encyclopedia 4, and the fact that the Daren Moran can attack both 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆 and Dundorma. Reminder, this is an assumption on my part, and not at all confirmed. But using this as a springboard, we can narrow 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆's location down to being somewhere near its own Great Desert territory, which itself must be near the 3rd Gen Great Desert. Looking at the cutscene where the Daren Moran nearly crashes into the city, we can see that 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆 is essentially sandwiched between desert and sea. Considering that, this spot right here seems to fit really well. It is centrally located, which would be great as a regular spot for a merchant town, and has access to both desert and sea. Note that the shape and size of the 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆 Great Desert shown here is entirely hypothetical. We really have no idea about that. Also worth reminding you that this is the case for all hunting grounds. The colored areas are just approximation of where it might be, not how big it actually is. Next up, we have Ħarth,
until this video is over.
The only village in the series where we get to meet Trovarians, a race of mole-like people that all excel at metalwork and blacksmithing. Ħarth is built into a volcanic mountainscape, and the lava that flows through this region is used to power the forges and machines of the Trovarians. This town is adjacent to the volcanic hollow hunting ground. Now, if you've been watching the previous episodes, you know what I'm about to say. Volcanic activity in the old world? Oh boy, that sounds like Erure. Lucky for me, there is actually a decent amount of evidence to suggest that Ħarth and the volcanic hollow are in fact on or near my favorite volcanic peninsula.
Right.
They both need to be somewhat close to 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆, as the caravan our hunter joins in Monster Hunter 4 gets there by land in what appears to be a fairly reasonable amount of travel time. In the cutscene that shows their arrival in Ħarth, we get a pretty good look at the surroundings. Ħarth and the Hollow seem to border on a curving seashore and a mountain range extending away from the direction the caravan is approaching from. This alone already gives us a pretty good possible spot for this village, being here at the bend of the Erure Peninsula.
Yeah.
This is already my best guess, to be quite honest. No book or in-game dialogue I could find gives us any new clues, so I am comfortable putting it here. Now we move our attention to Chico Sands, an odd corner of the world where a gaggle of felines live in a tropical paradise, led by a shipwrecked Wyverian lady. A small nearby island called Sunsnug Isle is home to numerous feline activities. Chico is another one of these places that we simply do not get a ton of information on. It's a tropical place bathed in sunshine, so it's probably more to the south. We also know that it is close to the Primal Forest hunting ground, as Little Miss Forge mentions that one of the felines from Chico enjoys going on nightly walks near that forest. This is relevant both because it allows us to place both the town and the hunting ground in one fell swoop, but also because it relates to another statement made in the game. The High Questatrix in 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆 says at one point, when sending the player to the Primal Forest, that it is a long ride to get there, implying that the Primal Forest, and thus Chico, is far away from 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘆. As far as statements go, this is already all that we get. But we can dig a little deeper by considering the plot of Monster Hunter 4.
Oh?
Once our caravan gets their ship built, they attempt to travel from Ħarth to Cathar by sea. Considering where we put Ħarth on our map, and where we know 𝘂𝘴𝘓 to be, we can surmise that their sea route would have looked something like this. Now, this does not go to plan, obviously, and after some 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵-related sea trouble, the ship has to make landfall in Chico to recover and regroup. This means that Chico is, in all likelihood, somewhere along this path. This is where we just kind of have
I'm
to
guessing
make
the
a
southern
decision,
tip of
and
the
I
peninsula.
choose to put Chico and the adjacent primal forest here, on the western coast of the southeastern chunk of the continent. As we already know where 𝘂𝘴𝘓 is, we can immediately jump to the only village introduced in Monster Hunter Generations, which is also the last town we have to cover today. 𝘕𝘂 is a small hunting town conjoined with the 𝘬𝘂𝘦,
Oh, it's so pretty.
a research institute that collaborates closely with the Hunters Guild. The 𝘬𝘂𝘦 originally ventured into this area to investigate an ancient limestone mine, which turned out to actually be fossilized remains of a gargantuan monster. As the 𝘬𝘂𝘦 increased its efforts and pulled in more workers to help in this landmark investigation, researchers and hunters began settling down nearby, eventually forming the settlement that is now known as 𝘕𝘂. The rugged mountain terrain used to make travel here quite difficult, but breakthroughs in airship technology have recently made it extremely easy to move to and from this town. Full honesty here. I thought 𝘕𝘂 was
Hey Parasor, how you
genuinely
doing?
gonna be impossible to place. Generations Ultimate never received a bespoke lore book, and all the info we have on it is from a single interview in Principles of Creativity 2, which barely says anything of note about the lore of this place. The landscape is non-distinct, and game dialogue doesn't address its location in any meaningful way beyond simply saying that airship travel has made it very accessible. I was actually kind of close on giving up on this whole project altogether, when 𝘕𝑢 finally threw me a bone. In the description for the quest, Travelers in Trouble, we learn that a group of travelers who were going from 𝘕𝘂 to Dondorma were attacked by 𝘬𝘴𝘓 in the marshlands, which is 𝘕𝑢's name for the Gen 2 swamp. Now, because we know where the marshlands and Dondorma
So it's north
are,
of that,
we
probably,
can figure out 𝘕𝘂's rough location. Remember, the Gen 2 swamp and the city of
Either
Dondorma
north or
are
west
not
of it.
placed here because of my assumptions. They are explicitly put here on the map that we see in Encyclopedia 2. Looking at these two confirmed points, the only way for this quest description to make sense is if the travelers were approaching Dondorma from the west, as they would otherwise not have any real reason to be going through the marshlands. This means that, surprisingly, 𝘕𝘂 is actually probably near the 𝘕╗ region. We know that the town is surrounded by mountains, and while there could be many mountain ranges that are simply not indicated, I'll choose to stick with the mountains we see drawn on this map, which are just copied exactly from the Encyclopedia 2 map. I think 𝘕𝘂 goes here on the map, nestled between mountains and roughly on the same latitude as Kokoto. I chose this spot because I can imagine there being mountain passes and the like that lead to Dondorma via taking a path through the marshlands.
Makes
Being
sense.
online with Kokoto also fits the general climate we see in 𝘕𝘂. Not 100% sure of this, but frankly, considering I thought this town was gonna kill the map project entirely,
Yeah, no, this works totally
this
fine.
is good enough for me. Now that we have all of the towns, it's time to move on to the hunting grounds. First up is the Ancestral Steppe, the first hunting ground seen in Monster Hunter 4. It is an open grassland surrounding a cluster of mountains, with various ancient red ruins embedded into the landscape. Like many starting maps, the Ancestral Steppe is given a vague location by the game and book and is described to be quite close to the starting
Well, can we
village,
have
in
games
this
with this
case,
aesthetic
Vala
again?
Bar.
It's so beautiful.
How close and in what direction, though, that is for us to figure out. There is not a ton to go off of, but if we jump into the map and look around, we can notice that there are large mountains visible to the west and the south. One way to make this work is if the ancestral steppe is to the west of 𝘕𝘂𝘴𝘁, with the mountains being part of the same range that makes up the volcanic belt of 𝘕𝘪𝘯𝘦. Thus, I am going to mark a fairly large area as a possible location here. The steppe being to the west of
I disagree with this
also
placement.
synergizes well with the next hunting ground we have to cover.
I disagree
which
with this
would be
one.
the Everwood, a mysterious area full of ancient ruins and unique monsters. This hunting ground is special in that the map layout is different every time the player travels there, adding to its mystery. Many powerful and rare monsters, such as the 𝘬𝘰𝘠𝘕𝘠, can be found here.
God damn it.
As you might expect from a place meant to be confusing, there is zero info on the forest location as far as the books are concerned, and Monster Hunter 4 itself is also quite cagey about confirming anything about it. However, thanks to one guardsman, we can actually place it on the map with some degree of confidence.
Oh?
In 𝘔𝘠𝘴, a city guardian will complain about a 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 that has been spotted in the outskirts of 𝘔𝘠𝘴 and ask the player to handle it for him. The resulting quest then takes the player to, drumroll please, the Everwood. This
It's
means
around
that this
𝘔𝘠𝘴.
hunting ground has to be close to 𝘔𝘠𝘴 in order to be considered part of, or at least adjacent to, its outskirts.
Makes sense.
Now, I choose to place it here.
Yeah,
to
that's
the
what I would,
southeast
where
of
I
the
would put
city,
it.
near the Great Desert and extending towards the ancestral steppe. This
That makes
adds
sense, yeah.
2 layers of stability to our assumption. In Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, the Everwood was updated to rarely include desert zones, which one could tie into its proximity to the Great Desert near 𝘔𝘠𝘴. And the ruins found in the Everwood seem visually kind of related to these found in the ancestral steppe. So I could imagine that whatever civilization left them behind could have stretched from the 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 all the way down to the steppe. This is just theorizing on my part though, but then again, so is most of this video series. Moving on, we now have to tackle the Frozen Seaway.
Beautiful.
This frigid area is a frozen hellscape ruled over by monsters like the Zamtrios, a place where only the strong survive. Whirlpools surround the frozen sheets that make up this hunting ground. This is another one of those locations that nearly made me give up entirely. You might think that, hey, it's clearly an Arctic region, so at least we know that it should be up north, right? And I am so sorry, but that is actually not the case.
Bro.
The Frozen Seaway is described both in-game and in the books.
But these games are
as
so
a
pretty,
place
yeah.
that was not originally cold. Instead, it is said to have suddenly turned into a frozen waste near instantly a long time ago, during what the Guildmarm describes as a freak weather event. You can see remnants of this in the map. There are massive waves that were frozen solid mid-crash, and the feline settlement of the hunting ground shows glimpses of what this area once
Let's
looked
look
like.
at the older Chin games.
This is fascinating
They're beautiful.
and also very, very
I can't wait to
bad
actually
for
play
us.
them at some point.
The Frozen Seaway could literally be anywhere. It could be an island or even a tiny, unmarked
Like
rock
especially
in the
3rd and
open
4th
sea
Gen
that was
have been very
transformed
beautiful.
by whatever happened here. However, I did not give up hope, and with the help of our local lore master Ban Lagaiacrus, was able to find a few scattered clues. This hunting ground also appears in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, where it will sometimes be inhabited by Gammoth. This massive monster cannot fly, and also does not display the ability to burrow, nor would I assume that it can create ice platforms solid enough for its heavy body to stand on. In short, I see no way in which a gamete could cross an ocean. Its presence here might thus imply that the seaway is at least not a full island, and is somewhat connected to the mainland. For our next clue, we return to Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, in which the quest, Advanced Chumming the Waters, tasks us with killing 2 𝘕𝘪𝘯s in the frozen seaway, because they were preying on and scaring away all the best fish on Sunsnug Isle. This quest is in fact necessary to unlock Green Plesioth in the fishing minigame.
Okay.
Now, the only way this makes any sense is if the frozen seaway is somewhat close to Sunsnug and thus Chico, since that's the only way in which killing these 2 specific 𝘕𝘪𝘯s would solve this issue. This does make a degree of sense, since the frozen seaway is only unlocked in the story after reaching Chico. Our final piece of evidence is again a visual observation.
Green in the distance.
If we hop into the seaway map, we can notice that a large green landmass is visible in the south. Considering all of the clues, I choose to place the frozen seaway here, jutting out at the western shore of the southernmost tip of the continent. The landmass seen in the south of the hunting ground would thus be our first ever glimpse of the shores of Aya. Alright, we are all done with Monster Hunter 4. All that is left now is the hunting grounds introduced in Generations and Generations Ultimate, which are luckily only 2.
Okay.
The first one is the Jurassic Frontier, a land stuck in the ancient past. Long extinct plants grow into a dense landscape here, and unique monsters such as the Glavenus roam it. In its deepest depths, spores float eerily through the air. As another starting hunting ground, the Jurassic Frontier is often assumed to be near Burna, the starting town. This is, however, not the case. It was specifically confirmed during Monster Hunter Festa 2016 that the Jurassic Frontier is quite far from Burna, taking several days of airship travel to reach. Moreover, it was also revealed during the same event that the frontier is actually an island, which was inaccessible until recently due to strong currents in the surrounding oceans. As far as direct information goes, this is already all that we get. We can, however, glean a few more clues from an arena map which is conjoined to the Jurassic Frontier. Wyvern's End is the area in which players fight Nakarkos, and is confirmed in-game to be somewhere on the Jurassic Frontier island. Do we have more information on this area then? Of course not. But there is one detail about its main tenant that can help us. In Principles of Creativity 2, it was revealed that Nakarkos are such powerful predators that they will sometimes even hunt Cedius down in the watery depths.
Damn.
This is relevant in that the main habitat of Cedius, as far as we know, is the underwater ruin network under the deserted island. This prey-predator relationship might thus imply that the Jurassic Frontier island is near Moga Island, being part of this same conspicuous cluster of islands. I do not think we can get any more precise than this, so I will simply place the Jurassic Frontier on this little island here.
That was I was thinking,
as it looks small enough that a couple of ocean currents could entirely cut it off from the outside world. Finally, we must now locate the Ruined Pinnacle. This recently discovered hunting ground is characterized by an enormous spire-like mountain peak that serves as the nesting grounds for Valstrax,
squid
a mysterious
that
elder
is
dragon
so cool.
that had long been considered extinct. Ruins litter the area, standing as remnants of a civilization that once lived here. This was another extremely tough case, as the Ruined
Why is
Pinnacle
every
does
shot
not
in
get any
Generations
dedicated
Ultimate
section
so
in
fucking
any of
beautiful?
the lore books because GU doesn't have
Every
it.
single shot from the game is so fucking
We do,
pretty.
however, get a few breadcrumbs that will carry us to victory. In the intro cutscene for Valstrax, we can see it hunting Ludroth in what looks like the open ocean before zooming to its nest in the subsequent shot, which might imply that the pinnacle is somewhere near water. We
Yeah,
can,
makes sense.
however, also assume that the ruined pinnacle is not an island, due to statements made in one of the Principles of Creativity 2 interviews. In it, Daisuke Chihara, director of Generations Ultimate,
games, yeah.
specifically states that the monsters found in the lower areas of the pinnacle hunting ground visit the area from surrounding regions. This matters because two of the monsters that can appear on this map are Arzuros and Congalala, which are likely unable to cross large swaths of open ocean.
Fair.
Thus, I feel comfortable assuming that the ruined pinnacle is part of a larger landmass but near a shoreline. Arzuros and Congalala are both heavily associated with the specific hunting ground that they debuted in, Arzuros with the Misty Peaks and Congalala with the Gen 2 jungle. I realize this is not watertight reasoning, but this aspect does compel me to place the ruined pinnacle somewhere on the main continent. But where exactly? A huge element of the design of the ruined pinnacle is the presence of ruins. Nearly every zone has some kind of ancient architecture present. Given that, perhaps we should place the pinnacle somewhere we know of other ruins existing, as it could have maybe been part of a larger network of ancient cultures.
I mean, it was in Rise, right? In Sunbreak?
One possible candidate would be to put it near
But it
the
would still be
Everwood
cool.
and Ancestral Steppe, as we already established that this area would likely have a large belt of ruins. I,
Makes sense.
however, don't think it fits here, for one reason. While the ruined pinnacle was clearly inhabited by humans or Wyverians at some point, the ruins themselves were only discovered recently as of the events of Generations Ultimate.
Oh, so it's somewhere far off.
Considering how
probably.
spectacular the pinnacle is, it only having been newly found implies to me that it is located far away from any current settlements.
Makes sense,
That is
yeah.
why I would not put it near the Everwood or Ancestral Steppe. There are now quite a few inhabited areas around there. Instead, I think the best place for it would be here, south of the Gen 2 jungle. This place fulfills
Yeah, that
all
kinda
our
makes sense,
established
yeah.
criteria and is, as a bonus, decently close to both the Gen 2 jungle and the Misty Peaks, further enabling Arzuros and Congalala migrations.
Yeah, that
And
makes
with
sense.
that, we have our Monster Hunter world map updated to include all major Gen 4 locations. As I am sure you could tell, this was, by far, the largest challenge yet, as this generation suffered from an overall vagueness both in-game and in books regarding the wider world. Subsequently, some of the assumptions we made are a little braver than I would usually feel comfortable with, but I do think we did the best we could with what we had.
Nah, this works. Part 5. World, Rise, and Wilds. Okay.
And so, we reach the end of this journey, as we must now make the final additions to our map. The locations introduced in Monster Hunter World, Monster Hunter Rise, and Monster Hunter Wilds. You might be surprised to see me include Wilds here instead of giving it a bespoke mapping episode. The reason for this is that there isn't actually much to figure out in Wilds. The game's world is entirely interconnected, and thanks to the in-game map menu, we know pretty much exactly where these locations are in relation to each other. There is only a single question that we need to answer about Wilds, but we'll
Where
get
the
to that
Forbidden
at
Lands?
the end. Before we jump in, we have to make one last correction. In the previous episode, we discussed the locations of towns seen in Monster Hunter 4, which included Chico San. We assume it to be on an island. I was myself curious where that belief might have started, and after some back and forth, commenter 𝘕𝘃𝘴𝘦 pointed out that a villager request from Generations Ultimate appears to link Chico Sans to the island region around Moga. In this request, a horde of daimyo hermitors is tearing up the deserted island, which stops the felines from Chico from fishing in the area. This would seem to confirm that Chico is perhaps even on the same island as Moga. But is that really the case? One thing to keep in mind is that the felines of Chico go on their gathering missions in the surrounding regions in little boats, traveling some distance for each task. The precise wording of the request is somewhat ambiguous about if the fishing spot in question is actually adjacent to Chico, or if it's just a place the felines travel to for fishing. So while I don't think this confirms Chico being on an island, it does make me reconsider my placement of Moga. If you recall, at the end of our deductions, we had to basically roll the dice on which one of these two islands was Moga. Considering that we now have evidence of some proximity to Chico, I think I chose poorly, and will thus relocate Moga and the deserted island hunting ground over here, such that it would be feasibly reachable by boat from Chico. Thanks again to everyone who helped out with this. Alright, that is it for corrections. Time to get started properly. Monster Hunter World kicked off the 5th generation with a bang by taking place on a completely new continent called the New World. Luckily, the game also came with its own world map, redrawn here by yours truly. Our luck doesn't end here. While previous games sometimes had highly stylized map menus that were mostly useless for our purposes, World just showed us exactly where each hunting ground and town is. So, let's just add those here real quick. If only all of this would have been this easy. One thing worth mentioning here is that while I drew it as a sort of peninsula here, it isn't actually entirely clear how the guiding lands connect to the continent. So since all the locations on the continent are already taken care of, we can focus on the main question. Where is the New World continent in relation to the Old World?
Is it even possible to find out?
If we take a look at our Old World map, you might notice or remember this conspicuous western continent here. As I said in the very first episode of this series, this landmass is unique in that it is never acknowledged in any book or game, and has only ever appeared in the Hunter's Encyclopedia 2 world map. Now, I have seen some people propose that this might be an early depiction of the New World. After all, we are told in Monster Hunter World, the official complete works, that the guild had known about the existence of the New World for a long time. And while you are of course free to have your own interpretations of this world, I actually think this is not the continent we are looking for. First of all, it is way too close. The World Book specifically calls the New World a place far, far away. Meanwhile, this unnamed continent is as close to the mainland as Funrun, which is a continent hunters travel to without too much trouble when taking on quests in locations such as the Great Forest. Comparing that to how travel to the New World is depicted as this arduous and long trip, I think this proximity alone already disqualifies the Western continent.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Additionally, if we look closely at that original world map, we can notice ship routes that go from the Schrade region to this continent. This also seems to disqualify it, because while the New World was known about for a long time, it was also considered entirely inaccessible until the First Fleet made it there, thanks to advances in seafaring technology. Before that, distance and weather conditions isolated the New World from any explorers. So, looking at the evidence, I think we can discard this continent as a candidate. I do, however, think we are going in the right direction. My assumption is that the New World continent is west-northwest of the Old World, so far away that it does not show up on this map. I base this assumption on two main reasons. One, during the Fatalis story event in Monster Hunter World, the Research Commission is summoned to the Old World, which they travel to by boat. Their specific target is Castle Shrade, a place that we have a confirmed location for. Now, notably, we only see them on a boat for this journey, so assuming they were able to get to Castle Shrade just by taking a boat and without any ridiculous detours,
They didn't have to come from
it
the
might indicate
northwest.
that they approached from the west and were able to dock directly in the Shrade region. The second piece of evidence is even stronger. In the Monster Hunter World lore book, we get this graphic showing the Research Commission's path to the New World, which clearly shows them arriving from the east. We know for a fact that this map is north-aligned thanks to the compass icon here.
Okay.
So, with these factors in mind, I think we can place the New World here. Now, I do want to note that in the Netflix movie Legends of the Guild, we do get a few references to the New World that seem to indicate that it is actually east. The travel log at the start of the film seems to show Zora Magdaros and the Commission as eastward bound, and the animated exposition about the Elder Crossing has Elder Dragons fly to the east. Frankly, this seems completely contradictory to the graphic we get in the book, and I
It also
think
makes
this
no
is a
sense.
case where you simply have to choose for yourself what you think and how you reconcile these conflicts. Personally, I am more than comfortable ignoring the movie in this case and giving the game and book preferential treatment. So while this doesn't change where I'd place the New World on the map, I still wanted to mention it so that you can come to your own conclusions, perhaps differing to mine. And just like that, we can move on to Monster Hunter Rise.
That game I
While
actually played a
World
bit.
gave us an in-game map of an entirely
I
new
only
world,
played low rank of Rise
kept things more
so
old
far,
school,
but I plan on
and
streaming
was
the game later
generally
this year.
very vague about its locations. But that is just part of this project, so we will soldier on. First up, we have Kamura Village, the main
It's
town
apparently
of
sent across the
Rise.
ocean. I'm pretty sure
Renowned
that is
for its
funny.
metalworks, Kamura is a small but heavily defended village, with various
Kamura is so
fortresses
comfy.
surrounding its perimeter. This is no mere paranoia, for a devastating stampede of monsters nearly extinguished this community many years ago. If you watched the episode on the third generation games, then
We
you
did,
might
because
already
in the
know
same
that
video.
the Rise book explicitly mentions that Kamura is near Yukumo. This makes sense, as they share both cultural and environmental similarities. But that is already all that we get in terms of direct info.
Wonderful.
Neither the game nor the book give any extra details that we could use as clues. So while we know it's somewhere around here, we can't really pinpoint it yet. To reach the truth, we ironically have to place it together with 3 other locations all at once: 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵, the Citadel, and the Kingdom, for those who have not played Sunbreak. The
Yeah, I haven't
Citadel
played
is a
Sunbreak.
multi-biome hunting ground that contains the ruins of an old castle town.
That's
This
cool.
region is the territory of a nation only ever called the Kingdom, which establishes
Okay.
an outpost called 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 to monitor the movements of monsters that led to the destruction of the Citadel. I
𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 is out for
cannot stress
Sunbreak,
enough
right?
how, out of every location in this series, these 3 were by far the most convoluted and annoying to try and
The
figure
me
out.
is need for normalize.
I
It's based on
spent
Japanese
God
influence.
knows how much time discussing,
Based on Japanese
arguing,
influence.
and investigating these
Nice.
places with the help of many wonderful community members. And by the end of it, we were going a little insane.
But it makes sense because basically there's a lot of monsters based on yokai, and the Sunbreak monsters I've seen a lot of them are based on European folklore creatures, like Lunagaron being a werewolf and shit. So it makes sense, yeah. And Maseno being vampire, obviously.
But after trying every angle, from analyzing in-game textures to using monster habitat ranges for deduction, we discovered that the answer was actually right under our noses the whole time. Namely, buried in Sunbreak's lore book. The Monster Hunter books sometimes come with a plot summary section at the very end, recapping the narrative of the respective game for people who just mashed through the dialogue. These chapters tend to be overlooked by many, myself included, because they very rarely contain a ton of new info. But, hiding among the plot summary of Sunbreak, there is this graphic. Now, if we quickly translate and redraw it for your convenience, you will see that this is a stylized map diagram showing how 𝘕𝘴𝘦, the Citadel, 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵, and the Kingdom relate to each other in space. It shows that the 4 locations essentially form a line. 𝘕𝘴𝘦 is firmly on the mainland, while the Citadel and 𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 are on a curved peninsula. The Kingdom itself is located on an island off the coast of that peninsula.
Oh, I think I know where this
narrows
is.
down the possible locations of 𝘕𝘴𝘦.
I think I have an idea.
We now just have to find a place that is both close to Yukumo and that allows for this specific arrangement to exist. Initially, a ton of people who were aware of this graphic arranged 𝘕𝘴𝘦 to the south, turning the diagram by 90
north
degrees
of the
and having
Gentle
𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘶
Jungle.
essentially be the
That small
southernmost
island
tip
being
of
the kingdom.
continent.
Is
This
my
seemed
guess.
particularly attractive, as it fueled the idea that the kingdom that we help out in Sunbreak is in fact the long-teased nation of Aya, which was mentioned to be on this southern landmass way back in Hunter's Encyclopedia 2. And if this is how you want to interpret the world, that is fine. But I disagree, because of the Citadel. Climate zones are a little scuffed in Monster Hunter, but even so, the Citadel seems to be designed as a distinctly northern region.
Yeah.
It consists of a taiga forest transitioning into a snowy mountain range, full
So it has
of
to be
frozen
north.
caves and peaks. Placing a zone like this south of Jumbo just doesn't make sense to me. Instead, I think these 4 locations go here. 𝘕𝘴𝘦 to the northeast of Yukumo.
That's what I was thinking. That's
with the
exactly what I
Citadel and
said. I said the kingdom is gonna be on this little island. Fucking called it.
𝘔𝘰𝘯𝘵 on this bend of the coast.
Because it's the only
bordering
location that
on
makes
the
sense
small
because of the
island
climate.
Where I'd place the kingdom. This puts the Citadel in a place that I think makes more sense, and still fulfills all the needed criteria. While I agree the kingdom being Aya would be really cool, Aya is a massive landmass. Considering the kingdom seems to be in a bit of a rough state during the events of Sunbreak, and requests the guild's help, I think their homeland being on the smaller side, and thus having fewer resources,
Yeah, it would make way
feels
more
a little
sense.
more appropriate. But again, this all depends on where you place Yukumo anyway, so nothing is really set in stone.
No, I
And
completely
so,
agree with this
after
placement.
placing 4 locations in one fell swoop, and having already determined the locations of 2 of the hunting grounds in Rise, we are left with 3 more hunting grounds to figure out. The Shrined Ruins are a collection of ruined
That is
temple
so pretty.
buildings nestled in a mountain valley, with deep scars that tell of a calamity that shook the region. This is another very easy location to place.
It's close to
It is
𝘕𝘴𝘦.
explicitly stated to be near 𝘕𝘴𝘦, and is part of the same mountain chain. So I'd say we just place it here.
Yeah, that works.
The Frost Islands are a frigid collection of small islands in a cold sea, covered in snow and tormented by storms. Ferocious creatures roam here, and the decaying skull of a massive dragon alongside a shipwreck are the final witnesses of an epic battle that took place here long ago. This hunting ground is a little tougher to pin down. For starters, as an ice map, the immediate instinct is, of course, to place it somewhere in the north. The Rise book seems to support that, with a very intense passage describing the cold. Stepping into that land, it was as if the idea of heat itself had been erased from the world.
Damn, that's dramatic.
This is a very strong description, especially if we compare it to the one about the 3rd generation tundra in Hunter's Encyclopedia 3. So I'm quite comfortable putting it somewhere north. But where? The book gives us some more hints. The Frost Islands are part of an archipelago, that is to say, an island chain.
Yeah, archipelago that has been frozen over.
The zone we visit is specifically located in the center of such a chain, which is why ocean waves don't reach it. As that is all we get, I'm going to place the Frost Islands here, north of the tundra and behind this larger island. That way, I can imagine that the arrangement of the island...
What size of it might mean the juvenile adolescent Sora, the full-grown adult yet. Yeah, it would kind of make sense if it was a killed juvenile because it has a Dragonator in it, right? Because I would assume that you can't just kill a grown-ass Sora Magdaros and that would only die of old age.
That we must cover are the lava caverns.
But then again, I haven't played World yet, so I don't know.
This is a volcanic area with flooded cave systems that create a dichotomous landscape of fire and water. Various ruins litter the place, now inhabited mostly by felines and mealinxes. This is the last singular hunting ground we must place in this series, and so, naturally, it is a bit of a pain. The Rise book gives us 2 facts about the lava caverns that are relevant here. For one, it is reached by boat. Fair enough, that is even visible in-game. Second, it includes an odd paragraph about how while the caverns have a similar ecosystem to 𝘂𝘓𝑚, which is why one finds wire bugs here, they are actually not that close to the village. And that is pretty much it. Seeing as our only real criteria is access to water and distance to 𝘂𝘓𝑚, I think we can pull out the all-reliable and place the lava caverns on the Erudite
Yeah, that makes the
Peninsula,
most sense.
the only place in the old world with confirmed volcanic activity. This specific placement puts the hunting ground further away from 𝘂𝘓𝑚 than the sandy plains and flooded forest, which were both stated to be somewhat close to the village by comparison. But the caverns still remain in the general region of influence that we have established for 𝘂𝘓𝑚. And with that, we have placed every single location from the first
Looks good.
to
I agree
fifth
with most of it.
generations of Monster Hunter. Which means there is only one question left to answer. Where does Wilds take place?
A big question.
The region that we visit during the events of Monster Hunter Wilds is initially called the Forbidden Lands, but is renamed into the Eastlands during the story.
I could say
With a
it's
name like
further
that, and
east
considering
on
that the characters
Von
keep
Lana.
mentioning that they are going east,
On Rana.
we can safely assume that this region is, surprise, somewhere in the east. One placement for the Forbidden Lands that I have seen suggested by fans is here, in the central east of the mainland.
That makes no sense.
I, however, disagree with this placement, and not just because it messes with the map we've established so far. In fact, let's quickly revert our map to only include 100% confirmed locations. Do you see the problem? We know
Yeah,
for a
Poke is
fact
right
that
there.
hunters travel through this region, either when they go from Jumbo to the Snowy Mountains, or from Poke to the Terosu Jungle. This really doesn't fit with what we have been told about the Forbidden Lands, which were completely cut off from access by outsiders for 1,000 years.
Yes.
So, no, I don't think the Eastlands are here. Instead, I am going to place the events of Monster Hunter Wilds on my favorite continent, Funron, specifically in the far east portion of the landmass.
That's what I just
that
said,
we don't
yeah.
see on this map.
It's the own location, that makes sense.
I have a few reasons for that. 1. As we just disqualified the eastern chunk of the main continent, this is just the next best option. 2. We know for a fact that Funron has a massive forest area, as this is where we find the Great Forest Hunting Ground. And when we see the guild survey the east-west buffer zone in the prologue to Wilds, they appear to be flying over just such a dense and large forest area. And 3. If we assume that the ancient tower is on Funron, it sure does fit with the entire ancient civilization theme that the Eastlands have. As the entire region is full of ruins from the mighty city of Wyveria, the tower could well be one of them. Again, this is a judgment call that you have to make for yourselves, but I
fully agree.
This is where Monster Hunter Wilds goes. And we are done. This is, as of June 2025, the full map of the world of Monster Hunter as reconstructed by me. This was an extremely fun project, and I'm so glad that many of you enjoyed it alongside me.
No, this was
As
great.
we'll get more locations in future expansions and games, I'll gladly update this as we go. I am more than happy to do another episode to see where the locations from Monster Hunter Wilds Swampborn go.
Swampborn.
Additionally, since Wilds seems to have an interest in explicitly discussing aspects of the world and setting that were previously only implied, there is a non-zero chance that we will get an official updated world map in the inevitable Monster Hunter Wilds lore book.
I would love
If
that.
that does happen, I'll do an update video comparing how much stuff I got wrong. But for now, this is it. Thank you all so much for watching, and a
That was
huge
great.
thank you to all the people who've
Great
supported
video.
this project over
Great
its long
reasoning.
duration. A big thank you to all the lore masters in the community who helped me out in the various Discord channels. You were all incredible, and I'm so glad
That was
we
good.
finally got it done. Of course, I would not dream to sign off without also saying a big thank you to all the people who support this channel via Patreon or YouTube channel members.
Gonna be a long
I would
reactor
like
post.
to especially thank, Unfortunately Not Zayko,
Ah.
British Empire, Just a Hunter, Meta Defiance, Thomas Caldecott, Autumns, Anjanath Tamer's Ambience, Wandering Soul.
Yeah, okay, we don't have to listen to him reading off the patrons. But it was a good video. A great video. Oh wait, I need other music because I'm ending stream. There we go, my stream and music. I'm tired and hungry. I need fucking food. Wait to see what we get in summer for the Wilds DLC. Will they give us a date or a trailer or release it for the DLC? I would just be happy if they give us a title, because it leads to a lot of speculation. But we probably get a proper trailer, title drop, and a rough release date. I wouldn't say a hard release date, but a release window. Guaranteed. So, yeah. Let's see if I can rate someone. A good stream, I hope you have a good day. Thank. Ah, but please, everyone stay put, we're gonna rate someone. Let's see if I can rate the same person on both Twitch and YouTube. If not, that's annoying. And it doesn't look like it. Oh wait, my YouTube homies probably... Yeah, none of my YouTube homies are live. That's annoying, we have no one to rate. And on Twitch, I guess it just drop you off at first. I don't know. But okay. thank you guys so much for watching. That was a long ass stream. Gonna get dinner now. And yeah, next stream is gonna be Saturday when we continue Monster Hunter Stories. And the day after that, Monster Hunter Wilds, Monster Hunter Sunday with the new update. So yay. Check out the sponsors. We are sponsored by NordVPN, Humble and the Nintendo Store. We also have merch over on candles and self-care products. And if you use code ONYX15, you get 50% off of candles, lotion, soap, and stuff. Button work. There we go. Follow me on Blue Sky, join the Discord if you haven't yet. And I see you guys on Saturday for Monster Hunting. Bye-bye!